We don't know how it's going to be, but he wants to be first in line.
And we are live.
Are you ready, Jennifer?
Yes.
You have 1 minute. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Please rise to the pledge of allegiance and hold in silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Robbins,
Here.
Commissioner Rushton. Present. Chairman Bonnet,
Here.
Commissioner Wessel,
Here.
Commissioner Solis Little. Here. Commissioner Algar. Here. Commissioner Louder. Present. All present.
Thank you. So then that brings us to approval of the agenda, and we do have one late addition. It'd be for the union negotiations, and it'd be number 17I. We're at 17I.
May I ask a
Yes.
question? I don't object to it being there, but we do have the sheriff in under 3. Do you want to take care of it then, or just take care of it later?
Well, I thought, we don't need to deal with the sheriff's on it, yeah.
Okay, all right,
There's no
just go
complaint
ahead.
about it. so.
Yes, thank you.
Let's try not to take more of his time.
Okay,
Commissioner West.
Move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. And that brings us to public comment. Please come forward. And while they're talking here, if you do want to call in, you can call 231-256-8109. 231-256-8109. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here to talk about a subject I've been here a couple times talking
Introduce
about.
yourself, please.
Pardon? Oh, Gary Zamitis, Leelanau. It's about prayer. And I think in these troubling and difficult times, I think we should, I think the board should add prayer in between the pledge and the moment of silence. I thought about what prayer to say today, and I chose the most popular one that's said throughout the county, and that the vast majority of people know. It's an old prayer. It's almost 2,000 years old. It's the Lord's Prayer. And I invite all of you to stay with me when I start with, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive our trespassers. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. I'm sorry. Something caught in my throat just for a second. Thank you.
Thank you. We have someone on the phone.
All right, sir, go ahead.
Okay.
You're on.
Hi, my name is Jay Johnson. I've been a full-time resident of Empire Township since 2005. I remain appalled that Commissioners Bunnick, Wagner, and Weston refuse to wear masks at county commission meetings. In economic terms, you three are free riders, as you receive a public benefit, better protection from COVID-19 because everyone else is wearing a mask, but you refuse to follow the health department's guidance, putting everyone else at greater risk. Put it another way, you three are extremely selfish individuals, unworthy of the leadership positions you have been elected to. If you need any further evidence of the threat posed by COVID-19, you should be reading the statistics published by Bridge Magazine every afternoon. After month of only 1 or 2 new cases a day, this last week, the number of new cases in Leelanau County exploded. 10 new cases on Monday, 2 new cases on Tuesday, 17 new cases on Wednesday, 13 new cases on Thursday, 9 new cases on Friday, and 9 new cases on Saturday. To put this none too bluntly, you commissioners who adamantly refuse to wear masks in the government center expose yourselves to potential lawsuits and monetary judgments if any county employees' future COVID-19 infection is traced back to your refusal to wear masks. Moving on to another subject, I am opposed to reciting a prayer before each meeting of the Board of Commissioners unless you request that the prayer be delivered in the Anishinaabe language by the elder of the Grand Traverse Band, whose ancestors inhabited Leelanau County long before European settlement. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, if anybody else in the, yes, please come forward. If you want to call in, it would be 231-256-8109.
Right. My name is Marion Krumkowski. I am the probate judge and family court judge here in Leelanau County, and I have spoken at these meetings as an individual, but I'm speaking today as a representative of the court. I agree with Mr. Zemaitis that these are troubling and difficult times. However, health and public participation, health safety and public participation at these meetings should not be controversial. As I came in today and counted, we're just about at 25 people in the room. I mean, that is a deterrent. It was slightly a deterrent for me, but I have my mask, I am vaccinated, but that is a deterrent for individuals to come to these meetings. It's important that you hear, not only listen to each other, but to hear from the community. And if declaring the emergency declaration will assist public participation, I strongly encourage you to pass that resolution. So until we're out of the woods here, that people feel comfortable, safe, and secure in participating in these meetings by way of Zoom, coming in through the phone, and also for commissioners who have some individual health challenges or family members who have health challenges, that they're allowed to participate from home. I can't understand why we are putting anyone, in addition to ourselves, at risk. I work in the building every day, and I don't know everything that happens, but I do know that within the last month, we have had at least 3 employees have to go home because they have been diagnosed with COVID. I also know that there are family members of other employees who don't live with the employee who also have COVID. This is a growing concern in our community. Even on the national news yesterday, Michigan was one of the top stories, that we are the hotbed of COVID in the country. I mean, is that the reputation that we want? I don't think so. So when it comes for a vote and discussion, please take into consideration that at least on the second floor, court's office wants an emergency declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. We have someone on the phone.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right, let me turn down the sound. You want me to go now?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Commissioner. I'm John Fletcher, and I reside in Lake Leelanau. I see again this morning that certain commissioners are not wearing masks. A year has passed since all the commissioners approved the Leelanau County COVID-19 plan, but 3 commissioners still violate the plan at BOC meetings. They fail to wear masks. They jeopardize the health of their peers, county employees, and the public. A commissioner recently stated that they are exempt from wearing masks while petitioning during BOC meetings. Factually, commissioners at the county level are required to wear masks based on the state of Michigan COVID mandate. Elected commissioners bear significant responsibility in representing their constituents. Commissioners are not, however, uniquely empowered or privileged to blatantly disregard their own critical COVID-19 policy or the state of Michigan mask wearing requirement. These commissioners must take immediate responsibility and wear masks. We ask that commissioners, all the commissioners as a body, quickly resolve this matter, requiring, again, all commissioners to wear masks in accordance with the county COVID-19 plan and the state of Michigan mandate. There are no other options. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to have public comment? If there's out there, please call 231-256-8109.
Hey, okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ellen Fred. I reside in Cedar, Michigan. And I wanted to call in again, thank you for discussing the anti-bias training. I know that some research is being done as to the training materials, and I hope that you will continue to reach out and get input from people of color and other members of the community who have extensive experience in this area. I think it's extremely important that the type of materials that you use to train county employees is neutral, unbiased, and factually accurate. I think that it's extremely important that you do this research, and I think that actually, given the extensive work that's being done on this topic, that you could very much be benefited by establishing an anti-racism task force and having members of the community, members of the board, and others who have expertise in this area to come together and be able to do this research, vet the materials and other policies that are being discussed, and then those recommendations could be brought to the board for discussion. I think, again, it's extremely important that people of color are included in these discussions, and establishing an anti-racism task force could accomplish that by including people of color from this community in that discussion. I also want to comment on the proposed prayer at the beginning of meetings. I think that the moment of silence is a perfect way for people to reflect in their own way before meetings and get into the right mindfulness for a meeting. And unless you include prayers from every single possible religion in your rotation, I think that using a verbal prayer will only alienate people in the community who do not share the same religious views. I think the moment of silence is a perfect way, and that establishing anything verbal that is in particular one religion, again, will only serve to alienate and isolate people in the community. And thirdly, I want to encourage you to continue to allow participation in these meetings from Zoom, from the phone. It's been such a remarkable way for members of our community to be involved in county government, and I hope very much that you continue those practices. Thank you so much for your service. Bye-bye.
Thank you. If there's anyone out there, please call 231-256-8109 if you'd like to have public comment at this time. 231-256-8109.
All right, do we want to comment about all the emails that came in? I'll hold you for the record.
What's that?
All the public comments.
Oh, okay. Yes, yeah. The administrator just reminded me that there are quite a few emails that have come in, and they will be put on the public record when these are posted on our website. So emails and letters that are sent in will be posted as well. It will be available to read.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, this is Lois Bailey calling from the village of Sutton Bay. I'm grateful to report that I am fully vaccinated. However, I realize this is not a guarantee of 100% protection against the evolving variants of this virus. I'm calling this morning to encourage you to pass the emergency resolution to continue remote meetings or Zoom meetings throughout July. I'm feeling a resistance to in-person public meetings on committees and councils that I serve on, particularly if one of the anti-vaccine commissioners is assigned to that group. So on many fronts, please extend the Zoom meeting proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. For public comment at this time, please call 231-256-8109. 231-256-8109.
I come to public comment. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Natalie Wilson, and I'm a resident of Alton Township. I'm calling this because I would like you to, when you consider the proposal from DCS Technology Design for the rural broadband unit, I'd like to encourage you to approve that. The problems with broadband internet connection in the county are well known, and it's widely known that many residents and businesses are unserved or underserved. In order to solve that problem, though, we need to know where the problems exist on an address level basis. The data that would be collected and compiled under the rural broadband inventory survey would be of tremendous value in developing the types of well-defined, targeted, and shovel-ready scopes of work that would lead to successful projects within the county to expand internet. These are also the types of projects that are most likely to win support in competitive grant funding framework, and we need to work on those in a timely manner because the money is available and the time is going to run out for that. So I would encourage you to authorize also the optional services for the digital subscriber line active multiplexes mapping, because a lot of folks in the county have only DSL service, and we need to know where that is, especially because that technology is quickly being outdated, and those people are underserved. I think it's also a good idea to accept the system engineering and estimate component of the project. It's an efficient way to get the type of information that we'll need to, again, approach contractors, et cetera, to, I'd say, ground truth their proposals to those projects. It just seems like it's a very efficient way to get more valuable information. I also think now is the time to act on this proposal. I think the time is of the essence, and there aren't that many contractors who can do this kind of work, and we're really fortunate that there's one that's available to do it now, which will be able to help us in the timely manner we need. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please call for public comment 231-256-8109. 231-256-8109. Okay, we'll close public comment at this time and move on to communications, proclamations, and presentations. And first up, we have the administrator's update.
All right, I'll keep my comments fairly short today because we have a lot of presentations of agenda items, but a couple of positive things. One, we completed all of the required documents for the bond refinancing of Law Enforcement Center by the deadline date of March 31st. And we estimate that will save the county about $114,000, give or take. So that's a positive step, and we look forward to getting that done here and moving forward. And it is simply a refinancing. The number of years has stayed the same. It will expire in 2027, but the interest rates were reduced, and that does save us about $114,000 to $120,000, which is a positive step. Also, I was just informed several weeks ago that the barn at Miles County Park was named the Barn of the Year on the Michigan, I believe it's the Michigan Historical Barn Association. So it's nice to see it recognized for all its efforts over the last several years. As you know, wasn't that long ago, we were talking about tearing the barn down, and we came very close to tearing that barn down. And once we get through this COVID, there is a historical sign that has been approved this year. They're waiting for a ceremony at some point, and they can have a ceremony to put that sign up there. So if you've driven by it, you know it's been painted. There's a new sign, and it looks great. And it's all done with donated dollars and time. And a lot of effort has really gone into that. So I think it's a very positive story. Yeah, Trudy is here. Trudy has a new employee. Mrs. Gala.
Morning. Hi, Julie. Hi. This is Jenny Romo. She is taking the position of secretary in the planning department, and her first day was yesterday.
Would you like to just give us a little brief background on yourself?
Sure. So I'm from the Sutton Bay area.
Could you, I can't hear. Yeah, either speak louder or.
I'm from the Sutton Bay area, so I'm about 5 minutes away from here. I'm the for my thinking, and I have a very spoiled and loving, very loud hound dog in Leelanau County.
She did bring in her samples yesterday.
I did.
I can verify that she's an excellent baker.
Yes, excellent.
Oh, excellent.
And yesterday was her first day, so welcome.
Good, Judy, I'm glad you got some more help finally.
Yes,
You've been winging it
Yeah.
dearly on your own for a while.
a little difficult some days, but
Yeah.
we're getting there. Thank
You
you.
go by Jenny?
We
You
do.
go by Jenny, okay.
And we stole her from the Leelanau Enterprise.
We did.
Good.
She was a master of all trades there at the Enterprise, I believe.
We've done that before and been
Yes.
very successful, so. You have to stay in the planning department now, you can't go moving on.
Good point. Well, thank you and have a great meeting.
Thank you. Thank you.
With April upon us, there's 3 sure signs of spring. One is Easter, one is the flow of maple syrup, and it's Melinda Melton's birthday. We always say that. So here's a traditional apple pie. No, this is a berry pie. Crumb pie.
Oh, a berry.
Little change up. So happy birthday,
Thank
Melinda.
you. Gosh. I like.
And most of my other issues are on the agenda, so.
All right.
I'm not sure if Judge Stepka's on the phone. Judge Stepka was gonna give us an update.
I noticed that Commissioner Lutner's cake pie says 25, and she does look young, but I don't think it's her 25th birthday.
I believe that was last year was her 25th birthday. Carol, is Judge Stepka online to give us an update on the?
He isn't. If we could maybe pick him up after one of the, maybe the NIMRI presentation. He is just finishing a drug court or a sobriety court graduation. He should be on in about 10 minutes.
Okay, there's been some changes in the court rules and guidelines, and Judge Stepka wanted to provide an update to county board, but obviously his schedule is a little complicated. So Carol, just let us know when he's on. It'll just be a brief.
Thank you.
On changes in the courts.
Thank you. All right, then, is that through then?
Yeah.
Okay, so then that brings us to the Pennsy Leelanau District Health Department update. Do we have someone here for that?
There's Lisa.
I'm here. Hello, everyone. All right. Well, thank you for having me today. I also brought along Eric Johnston. I kind of, move it around and bring somebody different with me each time. Last time it was Dr. Meyerson. Today it's Eric. So we're both here to answer questions if you should have them. If it's okay, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I have a PowerPoint that I wanted to share with you. I think I can just go ahead and do that.
You should be able to, yes.
Okay. All right. if I can change it to, okay, can you see that all right?
Perfect.
Okay, good deal. So we just in 2020 finished our 3-year strategic plan. And in that strategic plan, we had 3 different directions that we were focusing on. The first one was about the workplace and healthy workplace culture. We were looking at doing things that would increase our efficiency, keep us all healthy, and maintain the high quality that Benzie Leelanau District Health Department has been known for the past 25 years. And so we did a lot of work around that. I'm really happy to say that we did accomplish most of our goals around the strategic plan, although 2020 definitely, brought us some challenges that prevented us maybe from continuing our normal goals. But we did accomplish a lot of that, including establishing an employee wellness committee and just strengthening our team from the inside out. Maximizing financial resources was another goal that we had in our strategic directions. And, I'm happy to say that we did finish 2020, about $100,000 to the good this year, even in a really difficult year. So we've been working for years on, maximizing all the financial resources that we have at the health department, including our revenue for charges and services that we provide, as well as any, insurance billing revenue, writing grants and partnering with community partners to make sure that we can stay steady and strong as we move through the challenges that face us in public health. And then the third one, ironically, is catalyzing public health presence. One of the problems that public health has always faced prior to last year was that nobody knows what we do. And, I remember lots of times coming to see you guys at the county commission meetings and hearing about how we needed to get out there more, and we needed to make sure that the public understands all the different things that we do. And I think even maybe without effort, we were able to achieve that strategic direction this year, because I have never seen so much attention on public health. So it's certainly not the same problem anymore. But I just wanted to share our organizational chart currently. This organization has grown a lot out of necessity over the past year. And so, we have brought on several different roles as we have needed to in responding to the COVID emergency response. And so this just, gives you, and this will be in our annual report, which is not ready for 2020 yet, but this is the kind of information that will be in there. But we have brought on several nurses, contact tracers. Eric will talk a little bit about the expansion in environmental health and the analysis that he did that has allowed him to bring on an additional sanitarian after many years of our administrative division being very, very small and maybe not even keeping up with the growth of the rest of the agency. Dodie has been able to add an additional accountant this year, and we are looking at the possibility of strengthening our billing team. So just trying to keep up with the demand of work that we have to do has been challenging, but we're so grateful for all the awesome team members that have joined us throughout the year. So I thought I would give you a little update on each of our divisions. I asked them to, as we did our Board of Health member orientation this year, and I just really want to thank Will and Patricia for their support of the health department on the Board of Health as our new members. They've really been diving in and learning about what the health department does, and we really couldn't do it without you and appreciate your support so much. So Dodie identified the administrative division as the division that really supports all of the health department resources behind the scenes. So they are the department that, houses human resources, technology, finance, building resources, all of those things that are really the backbone of the organization. And when I asked her what her top 3 accomplishments were within her division of 2020 was, we were able to quickly pivot and provide remote technology when everyone was directed to work from home if at all possible. We had never done a lot of that before. And Dodie and her team, and in partnership with Wyant, who we contract with for IT services, they were able to very quickly pivot, get people to be set up to work remotely and continue on with the public health services that we continue to need to be able to provide. So that was a huge success. Generating electronic transactions for our accounts payable has been a great gainer of efficiencies as well. Not having to, process as many checks and manual processes. Anything that we can do that is electronic, of course, is going to increase our efficiency. And then also along those same lines, this year we developed an online system for employees to renew their benefits. And so rather than Dodie and her team having to process every single benefits renewal, they were able to do that themselves by entering into a portal online. So that has been a great thing for all of our team and especially administrative services. Their top goals for 2021 in admin are looking at the purchasing processes and how can we streamline those in sort of the same way that we've done with accounts payable. Hiring another account clerk, which I am very happy to say has already happened. And those of you that have been with us for a while know how hard Dodie works and how little they've grown over the past years. So we're really excited about that. Shelley started this week and will be a great help for Dodie and her team. And we have successfully started and will continue to work on an addition at the Benzonia office. In that office, we have some partnerships with Community Mental Health and a federally qualified health center that provides physical, mental health, and dental services. And they've just grown exponentially over time. And so we keep looking at how can we expand that building to meet the needs of clients and staff. So Dodie wants you to know that although her division is small, it's efficient, and the investments that she's been able to make in technology have really improved our efficiency. And she just recognizes that and so do I, as the agency continues to grow, we have to grow our backbone as well. So then in personal health, where we have many of our traditional public health services related to the things that we do for individuals and families, their goal is to provide data-driven, individual and population-based initiatives that improve health and well-being. So some of their accomplishments in 2020 obviously have been responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. That has really, really strained our personal health team. Not only are they the ones who normally provide immunizations and case investigations for communicable disease and cover our public information for the most part, they have had to do all of those normal things on top of the growing strain of the COVID-19 pandemic. So they've just really developed an awesome team that has been able to pivot and respond to that effectively. They've been able to adapt to changing models of care. So we've been providing WIC for a year through telehealth. Those services have never stopped. There are some things that have to be done in person, including childhood immunizations, which have taken a huge hit during COVID-19. And so we've been able to do outdoor visits, drive-through services to make sure that kids can still be vaccinated and families can still be served. Our nurses who do home visits do that remotely. They even held remote play groups and work like that throughout the year. We were able to finalize some contracts with our Medicaid health plans for our Community Connections program this year, which we've been working on for 5 years. That is a key part of creating sustainable funding for that community health worker-based program, which has not stopped throughout COVID. People certainly have been living under difficult conditions, and problems like employment, not having money to pay for your utilities, transportation, housing, all of those things certainly haven't gone away. They've gotten worse. And so our community health workers and social workers have been very busy during that program. We're happy to say that we earned the Pathways Community Hub certification, which we had been aiming for since the start of that program. And having contracts with Medicaid health plans to provide a sustainable source of funding was key to that and key to the sustainability of our program going forward. And then, of course, the development of the Leelanau County Early Childhood Program. And I will talk about that in a later slide specifically to give you an update on where we stand with that. Michelle's top 3 goals for her division this year were to advocate for the continued use of telehealth services when appropriate. So we're certainly looking at all the things that we've learned throughout COVID and what do we keep that is working well, but what needs to, what needs to pivot back to normal. And so we're constantly weighing the public health needs that have always existed with the need to keep people safe related to COVID as more of our community becomes vaccinated. And then to fully implement our Leelanau County Early Childhood Plan, really excited about the things that are happening there as well. We have learned a ton about providing vaccinations off-site and at drive-through locations, places other than our health department clinics. And so, we did that with the flu first in the fall, and now, as you know, with the COVID vaccine. So I think that that's just going to increase our flexibility and our visibility in the community. And we really have, I can't say enough, a huge job in front of us catching kids up on their needed vaccinations for childhood. And then, of course, just to be able to continue our timely case management and public information as we lead our community through the rest of this pandemic response and recovery. I'm going to go on. I will talk more about COVID and early childhood at the end here, but I'm going to move on just to share some numbers. I'm not going to read all of these to you, but I do want you to know that, besides COVID, we've given over 1,600 immunizations to 1,000 different people this year. And we have over 1,300 women, infants, and children enrolled in WIC. We have continued to see our moms and infants in our maternal and infant health program. We've done over 1,000 visits, whether through telehealth or in person this year. So I want you to know that we are committed to all of public health, not just COVID-19, and that this work has never stopped throughout the pandemic. And then I am going to pivot to Eric and let him talk a little bit about environmental health, because they've had some great accomplishments this year and have some great goals going forward too.
Thank you, Lisa. So obviously this past year was interesting and unusual in the fact that we were kind of clicking along until March, when we had to transition into the COVID aspect of things. So before COVID, we were really rocking and rolling with radon awareness. We implemented a new program in 2020 where if people brought in a non-perishable food donation or some sort of toiletries, we would give them a free radon test kit in the month of January. And that was quite successful. So we did it again this current year, and we raised over, oh man, it was boxes and boxes of food. So it was great. So that was wonderful. Just prior to COVID, we also got our Leelanau County records scanned. They were in that process, and it got done about March. And ever since then, we have been working on redacting all the information that's personal, that we don't want getting out to the public, with the ultimate goal of getting those records available to the public 24 hours a day. So we're getting close to that. So that's been great. When we got into March, as everybody knows, we had to transition quickly into COVID mode. And part of that, we worked with Northern Michigan Health Systems to plan, set up, and staff a COVID testing clinic just west of Graylickville there. So that was a nice partnership. We learned a lot. It's helped us out with the vaccinations that we're doing currently. And we're very proud of our work there. So from that point forward, we also developed toolkits for restaurant owners and campground owners and all that, trying to understand the executive orders and emergency orders that were coming forth. A lot of our owners really appreciated that help and assistance. We're happy to do it. In addition to all of that, obviously, we still have to do work. As you can see at the very bottom of the list that Lisa's showing you there, all of those things that we do that a lot of people don't understand that we do on a daily basis. So I have to commend my staff for continuing to do all of that. And we had another record year, believe it or not, even though it was a pandemic. So I was flummoxed and floored by that, but the staff did a great job. because of the ever increasing numbers, we actually were able to add a couple of staff to try to help our efficiency and to get our turnaround down to somewhat acceptable levels. So we hired a full-time support staff up front, and in 2021, we just hired a brand new sanitarian to help with the turnaround of work, be a little more efficient and not burn out our staff because they were really being run ragged by the end of the fiscal year. So we're happy to say we hired Zach Hartzell, and he'll be starting in the southern part of Leelanau and the northern part of Benzie. We just started in March, actually. So in addition to that, all of our numbers are up by 6% across the board, which is great to see. And I think we've done a very good job on that end of things. In addition to that, you can see all those. I don't want to kind of get into reading all of those because of just obviously you can read it for yourself there. In addition to all of that, we're continuing to do our beach monitoring for 2020. And just like in the years past, we have very good water quality at our beaches around Leelanau County and Benzie County. The exception being after a very long dry spell when we have large rain events, typically those that drain directly to the near the public beach aspect of things. So we're very proud of what we've done this year. In addition to boots on the ground, we've worked very hard to improve our technology here at the health department because we were kind of in the stone ages a little bit with what we were doing, and we have a long way to go on that. There's a public demand for us to get numbers as far as how many historic things we've done. It's going to take a little bit, but we're working on it steadily. In addition to the scanning of the records, we implemented a document management software this year, which has really helped us increase our efficiency and also share our information amongst other agencies in the county. So we're very happy for that. And we're also working on improving our access by the public to our applications so they can do things at home, again, 24 hours a day. So those are the things we're working on. It's a long, slow process, but we're getting there, and we're very proud of what we've done, what we've accomplished this past year, and what we're going to do in this 2021.
Thanks, Eric.
It's Will Bonnick, and I just wanted to say that, I appreciated you doing the no charge to businesses that were closed and you have to re-inspect them. Mm-hmm. I think the health department did a great service to the community by doing that, and I appreciate that. I want to let you know.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate that. Well, we're here, we're in a regulatory aspect, and everybody knows that, but we're also try to be partners with our community and help them along through this difficult time. And we try to be reasonable and thoughtful, and we appreciate your thanks on that.
Thank you. So just a couple of highlights about the Early Childhood Project. Such great work has been able to happen despite all of the attention that has been turned to COVID, really because we have such a great team. And so I am very proud of Michelle. She couldn't be here today because she's actually presenting in Benzie County. And so we are just really proud of her work and her diligence and her community partnerships in Leelanau County that have really resulted in this work being able to continue. So some of the highlights have been that we've established a countywide advisory committee, and approximately 40 people attended the first meeting of that advisory committee, which is awesome. We were able to hire a coordinator, which is just wonderful news. Betsy Hardy, some of you may know her, came to us from Munson. And so she's been not only leading our case investigation team, she has also been hired as the early childhood coordinator. So you'll be seeing more of Betsy in Leelanau County, and she's known to many of you as a long time Traverse City area resident and employee of Munson. They have been able to establish a marketing and outreach committee who is working on developing a plan for how we're going to get the word out about the early childhood project services and supports that will be available for people. Mental health obviously was identified as one of our most important health needs through our community health needs assessment in the last cycle. The community health needs assessment has just launched a new cycle, My Thrive, And I know that the top needs that were identified last time, mental health, substance abuse, and basic needs of living like transportation, housing, help with utilities, et cetera, probably haven't, gotten better over the past year. They certainly have likely gotten worse. And so this continues to be a really important area of focus. That subcommittee held their first meeting and are currently exploring barriers to access to mental health services. And just not early childhood, but in relation to mental health, I do want you to know that we were able to write a grant in partnership with the Health Department of Northwest Michigan to bring mental health services to the Sutton's Bay schools. And so that's just a huge plus for that student population and their families and the school staff at Sutton's Bay schools. So, we just found out about that funding, and we will be able to be providing more information as we move along in the planning, which will start in May and be aiming for services available in the beginning of the school year. So we're looking at lots of different ways to support mental health throughout the community. And this subcommittee will also be continuing to explore those barriers. A monthly newsletter has been established and has been distributed to an average of 78 households. The staff who provide home visits, our community health workers, have provided 53 home visits from January through March. And then we've also identified some outdoor sites for play groups. And so as the weather gets warmer later this month, we know anything that can be done outside is certainly safer. And we'll be moving forward with that really important way of providing support and socialization for Leelanau County families. And then I just wanted to end, and I'm happy to take questions, but I just wanted to end with a little COVID update. I'm sure there might be questions that you have about that, but I just wanted to share our dashboard and share a few points. So just looking back on 2020 in relation to COVID-19, again, I mentioned before that I'm so proud of how our health department's been able to grow and pivot and respond in a way that's just as strong as any other larger area in the state. And again, I think it's because we have such a great team and great leadership. But we've been also able to not only increase our own staffing, but share staffing with other health departments, share resources with other health departments. Those partnerships that we have locally, not only with our local health partners, but with our schools and with our food facilities and with all of you. That's what makes us strong enough to be able to, respond appropriately to this pandemic. And so those relationships have been strengthened and have really served us well throughout this. We have seen a total of 2,152 total COVID-19 cases in Benzie and Leelanau counties. And that probably means that we've traced over 6,000 contacts because most cases have anywhere from 2 to 4 close contacts. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of case investigations. That's a lot of interviews and a lot of talking to people so that they understand the need to isolate and quarantine as needed to contain transmission of COVID. Our environmental health.
Lisa, could you stop sharing the screen so we could see you, please?
There's no.
Oh, I'm
trying to show the dashboard.
Oh, I'm sorry, because there's no data on the screen.
Yeah, the
dashboard.
No, we're just seeing a blank screen, so that's why I was.
Oh, thank you for stopping me.
Okay.
No, I didn't. Thank you for stopping me. I am going to try and share it again and see if it comes. Sometimes if you change while you're sharing, it doesn't work so well.
There you go.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, luckily, I haven't gotten to that part yet. This is about the vaccine, so we're all good. You didn't miss a thing. But where I did leave off was that our environmental health staff, as Eric mentioned, enforcement is something that they are charged with all the time. They have a wonderful and professional approach to enforcement. They always approach any type of enforcement or regulation that they have to do in the most professional way, providing first support and education and trying to help anyone that they're working with to create a path to the compliance that they have. I've never, it's just, I've been so impressed with their work in that way. And that was the case for the over 3,000 complaints from communities, businesses, different, different places within the community that they have had to investigate related to the emergency and epidemic orders that were issued throughout the year, over 3,000 complaints. So they, have approached each one of those in the very best way. And, I think our community is safer for their really hard and professional work. We currently have 288 active cases. That is concerning. Cases certainly are rising. I'll give you a little information on the pandemic risk indicators in a moment. But we have seen, over 1,800 cases recover from COVID in the community. So that is important to know as well. Our focus throughout the COVID response has been on a variety of different strategies involving testing, schools, supporting our schools so that they could reopen safely, working with our community partners to spread important public health information, case investigations and contact tracing, enforcement, and the vaccination effort. So the current status right now, Michigan is at about an 18% positivity rate and has cases per million per day, a little over 600. So that's high. The whole state's in risk level E. I know that there was some attention paid to Michigan yesterday in the national news because of our soaring cases. It's not something that we can't approach. I know that we're going to get through this. Our hospitalizations have been increasing and our deaths have been increasing, but not by nearly as much as in the past. And so I am a hopeful person. Those of you that know me, I'm pretty much an optimist. But I am hopeful in the fact that the deaths are not increasing at the same rate as hospitalizations, because I believe that we have gotten, and I know from the data, that we have gotten many of our vulnerable age group vaccinated. And so I'm hopeful that that means that vaccine is protecting them well and that those deaths aren't going up as quickly, because that is the age group that is at most risk for death. It doesn't mean the risk has gone away, but it does mean that we're moving in the right direction and that our goal of vaccinating 70 to 80% of the community continues to be the most important goal in front of us. The Traverse City region, our northern region, is pretty close to the state in terms of pandemic risk indicators, 18.5 positivity, a little over 500 cases per million per day. Most of our counties are below those numbers, with a few exceptions that are driving them up a little bit. Leelanau County itself is at a 15.4% positivity rate and a little over 400 cases per million per day. We have seen a significant increase in cases being reported to the health department over the last couple of weeks. That is in keeping with the neighboring health departments around us. We have rising cases. So that is something that is true and is here and has to be dealt with. At the same time, we need to continue vaccinating the community, because that is really the path out of this. In response to the rising cases, we did bring some additional testing opportunities to Leelanau County. There are a lot of testing opportunities in the Traverse City area, not as much out in our counties. And so to help with that, we established some state support for testing. So the HANU lab, which does both rapid antigen testing and PCR testing, is coming to the Suttons Bay Old Middle School, right where we do our vaccination clinics, every Monday for the next few weeks. So that's a drive-through clinic. Anybody can go there. Feel free to spread the word. It's from 12 to 6 each Monday. And they will do a rapid antigen test on everyone. If that person has symptoms, they'll also do a PCR test. They get their results within 30 to 60 minutes. And then if they need further testing, they make arrangements for that. Our vaccination coverage in our area, so across the state, when I looked today at the state dashboard, there is about 41.3% of the total population that's eligible for vaccines, so 16 and over, 41.3% in the state that have initiated their vaccine series, meaning they've gotten at least one dose, and then 27% have completed their vaccination series. In the 65 and over population in the state, 70.3% have initiated and a little over 60% have completed. In the Benzie-Leelanau region, we're higher than all of those numbers, I'm happy to say. 54% of the 16 and over population have initiated their vaccination series and almost 40% have completed. And in the 65 and over population, a little over 75% have initiated and 67.7% have completed. So that's great. That is getting really close. And, we just keep plugging away. Our doses are more stable than they used to be. We get about 400 doses of Moderna per week. We work in partnership with Munson and Grand Traverse County Health Department when we need Pfizer, which we will need coming up next week because we will be vaccinating the school population. We're holding 2 clinics that are focused on students and their parents in each county next week. So 4 clinics using Pfizer. And we only get that Pfizer because of our partnerships with Munson and Grand Traverse County Health Department. So that's exciting. Total doses administered by the health department is 13,382 by the end of this week. And we've held 55 clinics in different areas over the last little over 3 months. This week, we'll be giving 400 first doses and 952 second doses. And I just can't say enough about the team of volunteers and community partners and temporary staff and everyone who's just really answered our call to help us with this. So if you look at the vaccine dashboard, this is available on our website. You can see this sharp increase from when we first received our vaccine right at the end of December. We've just gone steadily up in administering those vaccination doses. This just second part here gives you a little breakdown of the initiation of doses and the completion. And, we want that whole ring to be dark purple eventually. So you can see I'm not going to read the data to you. You can visit our website. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that it was there. This is our percentage of total population who have received their initial dose. And you can see that in Leelanau County, we're doing really, really well. We have a lot of people who are willing and enthusiastically getting vaccinated. So I'm going to stop talking. I've been talking long enough. I am very happy to answer any questions, and I'm sure Eric is as well.
Lisa, I just have one. I'm a little concerned. I keep reading about this being an experimental vaccine. Isn't that correct?
So the vaccines that are in use now were approved by an emergency use authorization. So that means that the clinical trials, which happen with every type of medication that comes to market, including all vaccinations, have been completed. And in those clinical trials, they administered the vaccine to about 40,000 people and determine, they get to a point where they determine, yes, this is very likely to be a safe and effective vaccine. They establish that safety profile, they establish that efficacy. But what happens then is the next stage. So it's not an experimental vaccine. It's a normal process that happens with all vaccines and all medications. Once it gets out to the general population, the surveillance of that effectiveness and safety continues. And so that is normal. That doesn't mean that it's experimental in any way. It means that now it's being given to more and more people. So, millions of people have now gotten these vaccines, and they continue to monitor what kind of side effects do they have, what kind of adverse effects might be coming up, what kind of efficacy are we seeing. There have been some different reports that you've heard about. One of them has demonstrated that the efficacy might be even higher than the 95%, might be closer to 99% in protecting people from either getting the vaccine or getting the COVID illness or transmitting it to someone else. I'm sure you've all heard the news this morning about the pause in the Johnson & Johnson administration. That's an example of something that was picked up through that active surveillance that happens once the doses are administered to the general population. They identified 6 cases of a rare clotting problem that they're not sure what the link is to the vaccine. And so they're out of abundance of caution, pausing the administration of that vaccine for a period of time until they can dive into it. But it's only through that administration to the greater population that we continue to develop that expanding body of knowledge.
Well, because it's so new, we don't really know the long-term effects. I've read about that. And so I'm concerned about giving it to children. If we don't know the long-term effects, we don't know how it's going to affect children down the line. Or am I off base on that?
So, we know what the technology does. We know that the technology, so there are some rumors out there that are important to know are not true because it's just not possible with the type of technology. So there's no way that the technology that's used for this vaccine can alter anyone's DNA. There's no way that it can change the DNA of their future children or anything like that. And so we not only know what was demonstrated in the clinical trials, what has been demonstrated in the larger population, but also what the technology is capable of doing or not doing. So it's a picture of all of that information that develops that safety profile.
Commissioner Lautner.
Well, I really didn't have a question, but I think his question wasn't about altering DNA. I think we've heard from substance abuse that the danger with opioids and such is that a person isn't fully developed until a certain age, is in the teens, up into the teens before their body is ready to handle something like that. Otherwise, it can mess with them in ways we don't know as adults. So I think that was the question was, do we know if the vaccine, if their young bodies are prepared yet? Because I don't know what studies have been done on children yet.
Yeah, I understand what you're asking. I think that what I was trying to say was the understanding what the technology can and can't do kind of leads us to that answer. One of the things that's really unique about this mRNA technology, Pfizer is the vaccine that's really being studied in children, and that is a vaccine that was developed with the mRNA technology, which really doesn't have long-term effects because it's a message that is introduced into your cell. And then once it does what it is supposed to do, which makes your cells resistant to those spike proteins, it kind of goes away. And so it doesn't stay in your body for long periods of time. So unlike other medications that function in different ways that might have longer term effects, I believe it's that the technology and the way that the vaccine works that provides that safety profile for children, and that I think reassurance of the concern that there would be long-term effects in children that we don't know about in the short term.
Commissioner Solis.
Yes, first I want to just congratulate and send heartfelt thanks to the staff. Incredible job you've done coming through the COVID period. It's just amazing to see you keep up with everything and yet also do such an outstanding job in handling vaccinations, and testing, and tracing. It's just been an amazing thing. So thank you so much. I had a couple of questions. One on the schools. Is it the Sutton's Bay School that is going to have the vaccination for their parents and children? And are there plans for other schools to hold clinics of this nature?
Oh, yeah. The way we approached the school population was we asked the schools to assist us in surveying parents and students and their interest in being vaccinated, and over 75%. And so we did that for all the schools throughout Leelanau and Benzie County. And out of everyone we surveyed, over 75% were interested in being vaccinated. And so what we're starting with are 2 clinics in each county. In Leelanau County, it will be at Glen Lake and Sutton's Bay. And we're opening that up to all of the students in the county, whether they go to, Traverse City West or they go to Sutton's Bay, but they can come to, they can sign up and come get an appointment at either of those 2 clinics. And then we'll regroup and see where we are of those, 75% of people that were interested in being vaccinated. How many of them were we able to vaccinate through that process? And do we need to add more or do anything different? Possibly.
Excellent. The other question is, I think one issue that is not well understood are the long-term complications from people who do get COVID, even a mild case. And if you could talk about some of what they're calling the long haulers symptoms would be great.
Yeah. So, the body of knowledge continues to increase every day as people experience COVID. And, that is certainly a concern that we're learning more about. It's really been hard to predict who is going there. There isn't sometimes a rhyme or reason to who is going to experience those long haul symptoms. But one thing that has been concerning is that it hasn't been the sickest people, unfortunately. Sometimes it's been very young people, I mean, I know even in my personal circle, I have a couple of friends whose children who are in their early 20s are dealing with long haul symptoms after having COVID. So I know also in our northern region, we've had a handful of kids who have been admitted to DeVos with complicated illness. And so it certainly doesn't leave anybody out. And the evidence is growing every day. And what we know about this illness grows every day. So.
Well, thank you, Lisa. Thank you very much.
You're so welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. So then we have Judge Stepka here to give us a short report. Go ahead. We can't hear you. You're muted, I believe.
Like that.
There, we can hear you. No, I guess
No.
not.
There, we get closer maybe.
You can hear me, okay?
Yeah, you're pretty weak though, but. Yeah.
Okay, how's that?
There, that's better.
Okay. Good morning and for report here this morning. I'm Mike Stepka, I'm the Chief District Court Judge. I'm here to give you an update on some recent legislation that affects the district court significantly in the law area. The legislation is part of a package of criminal justice reform bills passed by the legislature in late December. Bipartisan effort in it was effective April 1st. And what it does is it creates two different categories of misdemeanors. This applies to felonies too, but of course, district court deals with misdemeanors. It divides categories: serious misdemeanors and non-serious misdemeanors. The serious misdemeanors are assaultive crimes, victim crimes, domestic violence crimes, operating while intoxicated, where there's an accident or accident with property or personal injury, stalking, and misdemeanor level criminal sexual conduct cases, and trafficking. So those are the serious misdemeanors. Non-serious are everything else, which is operating while intoxicated or impaired first offense, operating while intoxicated second offense, which is a 1-year misdemeanor, unless in either one of those categories there's an accident with personal injury or property damage. And the majority of our cases are of the non-serious nature, as defined now by this new legislation. And it took effect April 1st. And the biggest thing to note about this legislation is that with non-serious misdemeanors, there is a presumption upon conviction at sentencing, the presumption as a sentence, there should be no jail, no probation, and simply fines and costs. So that is the biggest change for us. Last week we had, and I'm speaking only of Traverse City, we had 27 cases placed on probation. 4 of those were serious misdemeanors. The rest were non-serious misdemeanors. And with the non-serious misdemeanors, again, there's this presumption against jail and probation. But if the court finds reasonable grounds to put someone on probation, they can do so. So we felt that we would not be putting a lot of people on probation because of this legal presumption. But in our first week in Traverse City, we ended up 27 folks on probation in misdemeanor cases, 4 of which were serious. So that was a learning experience for us in that we did find reasonable grounds, 23 non-serious misdemeanors, to place them on probation. What it has to do also is, and Carol can speak to this as well, but it's caused us the number of probation agents in some related positions, because we're anticipating fewer cases being on probation going forward. Okay. But last week was the first week, and we put more folks on probation in non-serious cases than we thought we would, finding reasonable grounds to do so. But that's the major change. It's going to be a big learning because it's contrary to what we've always done. And probation is designed to help people and change the behavior in a positive way. So pretty much always doing that. A little more to quick there. The police now will be issuing appearance tickets in most misdemeanors that carry a year or less. They could do that with that carry 90 less. So now it's bumped up to a year. And then with folks who don't appear for appearance, we have to wait 48 hours before issuing a bench warrant, whereas under the old law, we could do it right away if they have to appear. So that is the gist of what we're dealing with. And Carol, do you have anything to add on staffing and work costs?
I don't, unless the commissioners have questions. I think you did a fine job kind of giving an overview.
I don't see any questions, so thank you very much, Judge, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, so then we move on to Northern Michigan Regional Entity Update.
And good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm Sarah Sursley. I am the Managing Director of Substance Use Disorder Services for Northern Michigan Regional Entity. And I can try to share my screen. I will say I'm not as proficient in Zoom. Let me give it a try here. We'll keep our fingers crossed.
Yes, it came in.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. So I do apologize, and Eric Kurtz, who is the NMRE CEO, does send his apologies as well. We were both supposed to be here, but he did get tied up. So you're left with me. So hopefully that's all right. I'm going to go over just briefly what the NMRE is. Probably most of you are aware of what we are, and then go over some specifics and what we're looking at for this current fiscal year and how it relates to Leelanau County. So the NMRE does serve the 21 counties of northern lower Michigan. We are basically through our substance use disorder service providers for prevention, treatment, and recovery supports, as well as our community mental health service providers. We are designated as a regional entity, and that is specified by the state of Michigan. And you have the specific public health code that does have that in there.
Mr. Chair, you want to tell me that her PowerPoint isn't showing.
Oh, it's staying on the first page. It isn't moving along.
Is it? Okay, my apologies here. I will, let's see. I'll try this way. Is it on? Let's see the next slide.
All right.
And I will note this should be in your packet as well.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
All right,
we do have.
fantastic. So what does the NMRE do? Again, we serve as the prepaid inpatient health plan to the 21 counties in our region, which is basically the Medicaid funding from the state of Michigan flows through the NMRE. We then coordinate that with our community mental health service providers and our substance use disorder providers. So we do receive state funding and contracts for behavioral health services. And for our community mental health service providers, that is for the severe and persistently mentally ill and developmentally disabled folks. So basically funds flow through the NMRE to our CMHSPs. And then we do a little bit more management of services for our substance use disorder services. And I'll talk a little bit more about that and focus in on that one a bit as well. So we do hold contracts. It's about, I want to say 28 providers. It's somewhat ever changing as we grow and as we identify needs and are able to procure providers for these services. So it is ever changing. But I believe at this point we have about 28 substance use disorder providers, 5 community mental health service providers. So looking overall at the NMRE for our fiscal year 2021 budget, which runs October 1st of 2020 through September 30th of 2021, for individuals with severe mental illness, children with serious emotional disturbances, all individuals with a substance use disorder for services, and individuals with intellectual developmental disabilities, the budget remains at about $197 million. Now, again, looking specifically for folks with a substance use disorder, for Medicaid specifically, and Medicaid includes the Healthy Michigan Plan and Medicaid as well. For substance use disorder services, we're at about 12 million. We also receive a block grant from the state, specifically for individuals with a substance use disorder. 20% of that is required to be spent in prevention services. We do spend additional funds. I'd like to spend a lot more, but this is the funding we receive from the state and what our parameters are basically. So we're able to spend $5 million for a block grant for individuals with a substance use disorder, and then about $800,000 for prevention services. Also flowing through the NMRE is its Public Act 2 funds, or liquor tax funding as it's better known as. And overall, that's approximately $1.4 million that comes in annually. And then we're not allowed to take any admin, anything from that. And we, and being good stewards of the money, we have an application process, and our Substance Use Disorder Policy Oversight Board, which I'll go over in just a minute, approves that. But it has to be used for substance use disorder prevention, treatment, and recovery support services. It's very structured with that. And it's by county as well. We're not able to modify that at all. So also this year, we have a couple of grants as well. This is somewhat of a double-edged sword. We like being able to bring in these grants to the area because we can implement some neat programs and really grow on that. Right now we have a state opioid response 2 grant, and this is actually a federal grant that flows through the state of Michigan, through Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and then to the PIHPs. So we have about 1.5 million with that. We also have our state opioid response no cost extension. Those were from SOAR 1 funding. And we have about 300,000 left there that we're utilizing. Our budgets are pretty small, and we have a lot to do in substance use disorder services. So we really do, any dollar, we make it stretch, and we do what we can. We try to get as much as we can so that we can better serve the region. Another grant we have is our Michigan Youth Treatment Improvement Enhancement Grant. And that is for $32,335. That is specifically, it's one provider, and that is Catholic Human Services, and actually in Traverse City, and it works with youth and really focuses on the youth, which is so important. We also have a gambling disorder prevention grant. And we're focused on providing, this year at least, a media campaign on what are some of the dangers and where can we get treatment, what can we do. And then we also have a very small tobacco grant. And with this one, we're focused on a vaping media campaign because in all of our counties, that's what we've heard is vaping is an issue from our prevention providers. So we're trying to do what we can and address that. Now, I had mentioned the Public Act 2 or the liquor tax funding, and we have quite a few projects with that. And we do try to spend what we can. We do have to be mindful of our spending because we do want to make sure that the services provided are effective services too. This serves to, if there are cuts in our state funding, this is the funds that we rely on as well to make sure that our counties are properly served. So for Leelanau County, for prevention services, you can see we've got quite a few projects, which is very, very exciting. I'm a big fan of prevention services. So kind of our routine prevention services, there's a lot of summer programming and experiential learning. We have a project with that. There's also a media expansion project, as well as a youth empowerment for success with child and family services. So some of our more high risk adolescents. We have the media campaign for the 5-county coalition. And that is, it's actually, I believe, 3 counties with Leelanau, Grand Traverse, and Kalkaska at the moment. But that's really, that one's focused on the dangers of opioid misuse and letting folks know about that. We also have, and this is all counties in the region, including Leelanau, but a vaping curriculum that schools can access through our prevention provider network. And it's actually an online electronic curriculum that if somebody is a youth is caught vaping in school, they can log on to this, and it's an evidence-based program, which is fantastic. We also have MiFi incentives for schools, and as with everything else, in 2020, that threw everything off, and our MiFi, which is basically, it's a Michigan survey for youth that can be done in 7th, 9th, and 11th grades that really identifies youth in those grades, those ages, how they feel, how their parents feel, how their peers feel about various substance use services. It goes over other issues, but that's really what we focus on. And it's some great data that we can use. And unfortunately, 2020 without kids in school disrupted that process. But we do offer schools incentives for providing that. It's $500 per grade. And we did extend that, or the Policy Oversight Board extended that through September 30th of this year too, which was great. We also have some projects for Leelanau County for treatment services. And one of those is recovery support services. And that's through NEMCS Recovery Center. And that issues recovery coaching. It also goes through and provides training for recovery coaches too, and that's available to all counties in the NMRE region. And as I mentioned, our block grant, if the block grant doesn't cover the cost of services, our liquor tax funding does help support that, and I'll get into that in a minute. But we also have some navigators. As I'm sure a lot of you are aware, the substance use disorder service, mental health services can be somewhat overwhelming and confusing. And as much as we try to simplify that, and I'm a big fan of that, keep it simple. And if it isn't, let's figure out a way to do so. But this is for navigators for all of our counties, and it helps walk somebody through and supports them as they're accessing services. So I had mentioned that block grant overage. That's going to be a little bit more important this year. We were notified actually right at the beginning of the fiscal year from the state of Michigan that we did have a decrease in our block grant amount. It's significant, and it's going to have an impact. We're doing our best, and at this point, we're not needing to decrease any services or service delivery, which is fantastic. But we are monitoring it very closely, and we'll rely more than likely on those liquor tax funds to support that. And we're working with providers as well and keeping them in the loop with this too. So these are just some of the regulations too with our liquor tax funding. So we do have Substance Use Disorder Policy Oversight Board comprised of one appointee from each county. And then what that group does, that board, is they approve any NMRE budget that includes anything with substance use disorder services in it, as well as any requests, because agencies who are in each county, in each city, in each region, they're the ones doing the work. They know the needs. And we ask that, those are the folks who submit applications for use of these funds. And then we really work to meet with those agencies and get the requests, get a good understanding of the request and how we can get that through, see if it's something already being done, if we could use other funding for that. A lot of times with all these grants coming out, we're able to use that grant funding and kind of save the liquor tax for a rainy day for another service project that might need it. So Policy Oversight Board is the one that goes over all those requests and then makes recommendations to the full NMRE board. And so you're aware too, currently the Leelanau County liquor tax funds, and I will say this is modified day to day, but this is of January, as of January of 2021. So we're a couple months back, and we run about 2-3 months behind in our reporting. But current balance is $144,929. That's current balance. We have funds coming in. We have funds going out very regularly. So it's a moving target, really. But as you can imagine, last year created some issues and will create some issues. We're already seeing that with folks coming into treatment for fiscal year 2021. But with the use of telehealth, with the use of some of our grant funding, we've been able to address some of the issues. There's always going to be things that come up. We're battling an opioid use issue, and really with this, we're always on the lookout for the next substance that folks are going to misuse. And so trying to get ahead of that curve, which is always a challenge. But at that, I will stop for a moment and see if there's any questions anybody has.
Commissioner Wesson.
Yes, thank you for reporting. I think most every year we find that we have a balance of unspent money in Leelanau County. Are there plans to spend that $145,000 for the year, or might we be better using it, applying for more funds?
With this, for this fiscal year, I'm very hesitant to utilize additional funding just because of the cuts in block grant that we've had. I really don't want to have to be in the position to diminish services. And really, if we run out of money, that's what's going to happen. I mean, and we don't want that to happen. Goodness knows the services that we have are already severely limited. So for this year, I would recommend let's keep that there. And then if that balance does grow, we're going to start looking at what are some ways that we can spend these funds that are going to be effective and help people of Leelanau County.
Thank you. Commissioner Sotos.
Yes, when you mentioned the block grant reduction, earlier you had covered that there were 2 block grant amounts, one for $5 million and one, and that was for SUD, and the other was in the prevention, and that amount was 800,000. Did they cut that total amount, or was it a reduction between the two categories?
That reduction is overall between the two.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Howell.
Sarah, this is Gwen Allgaier. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? It's good to hear your voice and see you.
Yes, I miss going to those meetings. One point I'd like to make about the liquor tax funds is NMRE is, and the subboard and Sarah are very, very careful how those funds are used, and it's extremely strictly monitored. So part of the problem that I always saw on the board was having proposals for plans that met all of the stringent requirements. We have excellent practitioners at Catholic Human Services and ITS. They do their best to serve our communities. I think it's very important for the community and the schools to express needs for programs. And then we have practitioners that have to jump through a whole lot of hoops in order to use that money. So the Family Coordinating Council does its best to solicit programs and advertise programs. The schools are involved, but it's a real challenge to use that money as well, because it has to be used well. And it has to meet very, very specific criteria. Sarah, how impacted were our programs by the COVID restrictions this year? The programs in schools, the schools weren't meeting.
Correct. We had, it was quite a severe impact, really, with school services, with our prevention providers. Obviously, that did not happen. I was very impressed by our prevention providers that we contract with. They were able to pivot and do what they could online, so Zoom calls, Teams meetings. But with the school services, schools weren't in session. Now with coalition work, which is another area our providers do quite a bit in, they were able to pivot very quickly, meet on Zoom. And that's still taking place. And actually, I believe, I've heard this and I don't have numbers for it, but attendance has increased. Now for our treatment providers, double-edged sword with this as well, our residential and detox providers, because of some of the safety measures, had to decrease their census. So they couldn't take in the full number of clients that they normally do. To keep them viable and to keep them afloat, basically, we need our treatment providers. We were able to obtain some funding. In the state had a direct care wage increase, which we were able to utilize as well. Now, with our outpatient providers, they have noted that the switch to telehealth, and again, I was very impressed with them too, very quickly able to pivot and provide telehealth services. And I've heard from them, again, I don't have specific numbers yet, but I keep hearing too how successful that was. Because folks with a substance use disorder, it can be very difficult, and they're really afraid, some folks, of coming in for treatment and the stigma associated with that. They were able to call and have a session. We were able to do phone services. We're able to do, face-to-face via Zoom services too. And they were noting that number of no-shows decreased. People stayed in treatment longer. And we're seeing some great forward movement on individuals' treatment plans too. They were seeing successes. So every time I get a chance to promote that with the state too, and the need for telehealth services, especially in rural northern Michigan, and how successful this has been, I always do so. I think they kind of groan when I say that now, but it is such a need here, and I am definitely looking at trying to keep those services. And part of that might be liquor tax funding in the future, because it is not necessarily a reimbursable service. Right now it is with some of the Medicaid funding, but that could change in the future.
Thank you.
Any
You
other
guys do a
questions?
great job.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate that report. It was very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for
All right.
having me.
And I think at this time, we'll just take a 5-minute break, or 10:30, 5-minute break, and then we'll try to be back here by 22, and then we'll move to our action items.
I found Brown's email.
Such a neat.
Two passages.
On the other hand, we don't have any treatment centers.
Yes, that's what I kept.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's gonna help people in our county a lot.
clerk, yeah, we have to wait till after we get someone to take the minutes. Oh,
That is left.
okay. So I should have checked that first.
I didn't even know she wasn't there.
I know it. I usually do.
You're all set.
Okay, we can begin now. Thank you. Thank you, Laura. So that would be the BIS digital equipment upgrade. Oh, Commissioner Lawton.
Yes. I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve the purchase of the installation and upgrade audio-visual equipment for the BIS digital in the amount not to exceed $32,828, and funds to come from the grantor's Band 2% allocation, the remaining funds, I guess.
Support.
Yeah, well, just in approved funds for the 21 district court budget. Okay, thank you.
Did you have any questions?
So just a statement, I don't want to make the assumption, but I do want to make sure that I do understand it correctly, but all of this equipment would stay in the Leelanau County government building, is that correct?
That is correct, yes. It's to upgrade both the district court courtroom as well as the magistrate's hearing room.
Okay.
Well, I have some concerns about this bid because in the contract, it actually says that only the electrical, the power and the wiring and the piping is all got to be done by an electrical contractor. And that's not covered in the, in the proposal. It also says that any carpentry work that has to be performed to put these things in place is not covered in this contract and has to be paid for by the customer. So, doesn't seem to be any provision for that expenses other than you do have an extra $1,000 in your budget. But it doesn't seem to be, I don't know that would cover what the electrician and the carpenters have to do.
The plan is to initially meet with facilities and IT to go over the plan and what else may be needed. Carol, did you have anything else you want to add to that?
I don't think that there should be too much. The basic groundwork is already there. The equipment we have is already in place, and it really is replacing that equipment. I'm not really certain that there's going to be any facility or electrical needs, but again, we would go over that with Jerry and Ron before we start, before we go, sign the contract and have them and go forward.
Commissioner Lautner.
And speaking of some of the electrical, I didn't realize that our DNW guy Gary also must do some electrical, because in Clinton Accounts there was
Yes.
something in there that he did electrical for us.
Yeah, he's a licensed electrician.
Okay, so he's kind of here all the time, and maybe that's something he can do if there's extra.
Right. I mean, I don't know if the new equipment has more outlets, more cameras, more whatever, but usually things are enhanced when you do new equipment, and there is additional expenses to hook those up. So I'm just saying you need to look at that, and we really should have that in this proposal, that those are covered. And I see your budget has an extra like $1,200 or something. So hopefully that would be within there to cover that.
We will definitely get those. Dawn is arranging for those meetings as we speak. So we will get those meetings held and certainly report back as to your concern or question to make sure that we are not spending money that we are not authorized to spend.
Thank you. Any other questions or statements? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. The motion passes 7-0. Thank you for that. Then that brings us to the office or manager position.
So I think Dawn, I'm going to take the lead on this one, but I do believe Dawn has a PowerPoint that she'd like to share. And again, I'm not going to read every slide, but I would like to kind of go through the reason for us asking for this position. One of the challenges the district court has is that, again, we have 3 locations, which is really unlike any other court. Dawn, you can stay right on this slide for now. That is unlike any other court. So when you talk about trying to supervise and manage staff in 3 different locations, it's really challenging. And we also don't have, most of our staff have, or all of our staff except for Dawn and I, actually process cases through the court. Dawn and I work administratively. And so one of the things that we have found over the past several years is that we are losing employees due to clerical staff in particular, due to the lack of training that we are able to provide them. The court is a high, there's a lot of work in, and I just can't emphasize that enough. And there's a lot of details and a lot of processes that you have to know. And we are unable to properly train people, because what we ask is an employee who's not a trainer, not a supervisor, to train the new employee. And that's just not been successful for us. So we, and I want to say too, that we talked about this position long before the legislative change that came down. But that will come into this presentation just a little bit. But we felt the need for this office manager position. And so we thought, how can we fund this position? And so what we did is we chose to eliminate the chief probation officer designation. We used to have like 9 probation officers and a chief probation officer. Now we're just going to have 4 probation officers. And again, that's not part of this presentation, but we won't have a chief probation officer. We had a 0.6 compliance officer position in Grand Traverse County that we have not filled. And we had a 0.8 office FTE office specialist that we're not going to fill. And then in Antrim County, we had a long-term employee just retire, and her position was an office coordinator. But at the end of the day, she really wasn't doing anything different than office specialists in any other court. So when she retired, we reduced that position to an office specialist. So taking all of those funds together, if we eliminated those and used that money to create the office specialist or office manager position, that would be shared between all 3 counties. So again, this just goes back to the fact that we talked about this long before the legislative changes, and that the legislation that Judge Stepka talked about earlier only affected probation officers and the probation office. It didn't affect clerical staff at all. So some of the things that the office manager would do would be to travel to all counties for on-site supervision and quality control. We continue to find that people find their own ways to do things instead of having things consistent in all 3 counties, and that's been problematic for us. Scheduling, training new employees, which would be a blessing. Performance evaluations, and again, this is something we've been trying to implement for the past 3 years, and we just have not been able to find the time to get it off the ground. Writing procedures. One thing that Dawn has been really good at since she's came on as deputy director is that she has really been wonderful about writing procedures, but we have a lot more to write. And so this person would assist in writing the procedures, and that helps with training down the road. OnBase is our paperless product that we use, and that has been a godsend during COVID. Obviously, when the courts closed last March, we really never missed a beat because we didn't have paper files. We didn't have to worry about how the judge was going to sign this, how the judge was going to see this file. We were able to continue right on working. As a matter of fact, our magistrate in Grand Traverse County, due to her personal situation, she worked from her basement and did arraignments. She looked like she was sitting on a bench in the courtroom, but she was not. She was at home, and she did arraignments for a whole year from home. And so we were really lucky to have on base, but we really need someone in our court that can be the on base guru. And right now that's me. And I have to have someone else who can be that person as well. Our website just never gets maintained because Dawn and I don't have time to do it. The state court administrator's office, we have reports that are due to them. 8 reports, 3 in all 3 counties. And so that's time consuming. And again, I wouldn't expect this person to do all of those, but certainly assist with those. And then help with month-end financial transmittals. We have our grants for our sobriety court and drug court, and this person could assist with those. And then, quite frankly, I've worked in the courtroom and as a clerk more last year than I've ever in my career in the court. We just need assistance. There are times when, for various reasons, we're just super shorthanded, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense that I'm the person doing that. But when there's no one else, it's got to be me or Dawn. And so this person would help us in that regard as well. Next slide, Dawn, please. So again, I think I've covered this, so we can go on to the next slide. Again, the importance of this position for us would be that we have a large number of employees in 3 locations, and it's hard to keep morale up when we can't be present in the Antrim County office or the Leelanau County office as much as we are in the Traverse City office. And so this would allow us to have one more person to help us in that regard. Kind of already talked about this, so we can go past this, Dawn, please. I think I just don't want to cover the same thing over again. So I just want to say on number 4 on this, we have 15 office specialists or 15 clerical people in our 3 court locations, and 8 will have 2 years or less experience. And that's really difficult, because that leaves, I mean, I can give you an example, just a real quick example. Our office coordinator in Traverse City was on vacation, Noreen was on vacation, and then our person in Antrim County had just retired, and during spring break, all 3 of those people were gone, and something came in, and one of the new people said, "How do we do this?" And I said, none of us knew. And so those are the kinds of things we just can't have. And so of course we are able to reach out to other courts and ask, but that's quite embarrassing to have to do. And certainly something we're trying to overcome. So that is another reason that we really feel like we need this position, is to provide that the help with processes, to be the go-to for training, and to help with making sure that we get the new employees that we have, and we have a number of them, to be experts in the field, like the people that have left us. I think I've covered this too, Dawn. Got that? So just kind of running the numbers, the cost of the office manager, and if you look at the bottom part of this in particular. If it's the a step 6 person, I always kind of like pick the big numbers. The step 6 office manager wages with a family, it's a cost of about $78,600. If you spread that over the and it's a shared position, the cost to Leelanau County would be somewhere in the vicinity, I believe, of $7,100 if my math is right. I might not be. I just don't know if that's. Hold on, give me a moment. It's about $7,100. And quite frankly, this is where I'm going to kind of bring in the new legislation and the other changes that we're making because of the elimination of so many probation officers. This really would still be a cost savings to Leelanau County. Currently, Leelanau County does not cost share the probation officer. You have you fund a full-time probation officer in Leelanau County, and then the 2 clerical people in Traverse City in the probation department, you cost share. So you've always paid about your share, which is 9% right now, of the clerical staff wage and benefits, and that's going to continue. We have reduced our probation staff down to 4 probation officers, and they will all be cost shared across all 3 counties. That's going to save Leelanau County about $34,000. And so the cost of this office manager of $7,100 is still an overall cost savings to Leelanau County. And we feel like, and so it was not part of our plan originally to that it would be a cost savings, but it is because of these other changes that we're making because of the new legislation. Dawn, can I look at the next slide? Oh, yeah. And so just do a little, I know that one of the things that we wanted to share is that, compared to Circuit Court and the Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Office, not Leelanau County Sheriff's Office, is that the ratio of supervisors to employees, we have just Dawn and I for 30 employees, and the ratio in the other areas are significantly different. So we don't feel like adding the office manager position takes us out of what's reasonable for a supervisor to employee ratio.
So
Was there
Carol?
another slide?
Carol?
Yes, ma'am.
Carol? Thank you, Melinda. Before you go on, I was looking for the slides I wanted to ask you about because I was concerned about the ratio, especially right there. And I don't remember it was in administration, but it was DS something and I can't read the screen. But so those supervisors, I think there's 2, 2, 2, and then it goes 3 and 2, 2. Are those you and Dawn in all those instances?
So on the first column where it shows 86 DC, the 2 supervisors to 30 employees, so a ratio of 15, that's Dawn and I. Okay. The next two columns are actually the 13th Circuit Court, and then the second column is the 13th Circuit Court. The third column is the 13th Circuit Court Friend of the Court. So
those are other different supervisors other than you and Dawn? Are they
absolutely,
4 people or 2 people?
2 people.
2 people for
right.
both of those columns, okay? Then
right.
It is not. It's 2 separate. So those are 2. I split those out. So Circuit Court has 2 supervisors to 6.5 employees. FOC has another additional 2 supervisors to 21 employees. So it would be 4 total.
Okay. And then your 4th column, who is?
Those are Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Department or Sheriff Office data. So not really relevant to Leelanau County's numbers, but I think it still shows that in comparison, our numbers
3
are.
Supervisors for 2 employees, so Grand Traverse should be concerned about that, not us then.
Yeah, that's exactly correct.
Okay, thank you.
Dawn, do I have other slides?
We do not. That's it. One thing I would like to point out, Carol, if I could, is that when we talk about the two supervisors, Carol and I are the only ones who can handle any kind of employee discipline or employee issues. We have two office coordinators, Noreen in Leelanau and Sue here in Grand Traverse, but they can't assist us with any kind of employee issues that could result in any disciplinary or any complaints or anything like that. So having a third supervisor would really help out with that type of work as well.
I just wondered now, you talked about you're eliminating some of the probation officers, and those same rules will go into effect in Leelanau County in our district court, or not?
So the new legislation is effective as of April 1st, and that's law, so that's effective everywhere. But because of the new legislation and the fact that, like Judge Stepka said earlier, most of the cases that the judges put on probation now are non-serious misdemeanors, and there's an assumption that most of those cases would not go to jail and will not get probation unless the judge finds a therapeutic reason to put someone on probation. We just felt very strongly that we wouldn't need as many probation officers as we had previously. And so we met with the county administration and county finance directors, gosh, I want to say sometime in February, kind of put them on notice that this legislation was coming and that we felt we needed to make some staffing changes. And so we have done that. And I think that we were probably one of the first courts in the state to do that. But I don't want to get off topic with this, but so yeah, all of those changes are effective across all of our counties. So yes, you physically will not have a probation officer sitting in the Leelanau County office. We will have one probation department, and it will be 4 people. Quite frankly, all of our probation officers are still working from home. They haven't been in the office in a year. So clearly, case management can happen from anywhere, and we will continue to provide those services to Leelanau County, but it will be a shared cost rather than Leelanau having a dedicated probation officer. There just would not be enough cases to warrant that.
Commissioner Russell.
Yes, I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the creation of a non-contract office manager position for the 86th District Court. This position would be cost shared between all 3 counties.
Support.
Any Commissioner Rush?
Yes. Carol, one thing I would like to see, I will support the motion today. However, what I would like to see from your office is a flow chart of existing, how you're structured today, and how that flow chart will look once this person is engaged. So that we have
We'd be happy to do that.
Yes, we need to have a little clearer understanding. It seems to me that this position, you've got this particular person in this position going in a lot of different directions. The other thing I would like to know is how often are we going to see that person in Leelanau County? I'd kind of like to know what kind of service that we can expect from this position.
Sure. So we'd be happy to provide that to you. What Dawn is showing right now is our current staffing plan, and we will make adjustments to this if this position is approved in all 3 counties. We'd be happy to share that with you as well. This staffing plan she shows right now is current, and this does not have the eliminated positions that we are eliminating as a result of the new legislation. So this is current. We will have a update with the new legislation, and then we would have another update, if you will, if we get this office manager position. And I'd be happy to get those to you as well. And I think that your other question is valid, and that is one of the things that we would make regular presence up there. One of the things that we want to do is be in the Leelanau Antrim and Antrim offices on a weekly basis, and this would allow us to do that. I have to be honest, though. Well, honest, because of COVID, we haven't done any traveling at all. So for the year, we haven't been anywhere.
My other, thank you for that. My other question here is, when I'm looking at these different, as Melinda had pointed out, these different entities or agencies or divisions of your department, it appears to me as though you've got a lot of administration already. And
so that first column is just us. The first column that says DC or 86th district or something, that's just our court. And I think that the intent of that slide was to compare how few leadership positions our court has comparatively for the number of staff we have compared to other departments or courts. And we use the circuit court as an example. We use the friend of the court as an example. And then we use the Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Department as an example. So we really don't have much management staff in the district court for the number of staff people. And the fact that one of the things that we are that makes us different, not special but different, is that we physically have employees in all three counties, whereas the circuit court and friend of the court do not. Their staff are housed all in Traverse City and travel to Antrim County or Leelanau County, but we physically have staff in each county, and that does make it challenging in terms of supervision.
I think, I would like to comment on that as well. I think if you're referring to the flow chart that I put up here, we really can't include the magistrates and the judges in that administrative piece.
We can't read your flow chart, Dawn.
I'm sorry?
Dawn, we can't read your flow chart, but you could probably forward that to us, would be helpful.
Sure, I can do that.
Maybe I can help out.
Go ahead, Rick.
When you look at their chart, they have, what I see is like 30 employees for 2 supervisors. And if you look at circuit court, they have like 26 and you have 3 supervisors. So they are under supervised, compared to the other court. And you got the sheriff department, you got the DB, and then you got the road patrol, you got the jail. That's what you guys are getting confused with. If you just look at the first two columns, district court and circuit court, it makes more sense.
And that's kind of the point that I was making. We have information, but I would like the information narrowed down somewhat so that we have a clearer picture of the structure that you're trying to implement. I certainly do appreciate you reviewing and pulling your funds together so that you can support this position. And it's like I said, I'm going to support this today. However, I would just like to have a little clearer understanding of what your short-term and long-term picture looks like going forward, because legislation can change once again and probation officers may come back. So,
well, and I guess that's my concern, is that this does rearrange things around, and I appreciate you doing that, but it doesn't eliminate those other positions. You're saying that you're going to eliminate them, but we do not do that. This motion does not put that in there, and I'm concerned about that, because you could still.
Right. So we will be making that recommendation. I don't want to say, so we gave our employees that we are layoff notices sometime in March. We started that with a layoff effective date of May 28th. And the reason we did that is we wanted the bumping process to happen So we knew where we would end up with people, and we wanted those people who were actually going to be losing their jobs to have an opportunity to find a job if they were actually going to be out of a job. And so I think that has worked out relatively well. But our intent is, once that May 28th comes and we know that this is where we are in terms of staffing, we will be coming back to all 3 counties with these positions are going to be eliminated from our staffing plan. That will happen. That's why I didn't want to tie the legislation to this request, because it kind of muddies it, but it's the legislation piece of it, the staffing elimination, that will come later. And I think that you can trust us in knowing that we will be bringing that to the boards fairly shortly.
Okay, we'll have to trust you to do that.
Well, you know that we've always been straight up with you.
That's true.
That was my concern. I want to make sure that our motion is contingent on us taking those positions out of the staffing level, so that in the future, as Deborah said, things change. We just wouldn't want those positions in the staffing levels that could automatically be filled. So
absolutely.
I think that's very important. And so the person, I will check in, but it sounds like our probation officer in this building's already been told they will no longer have that position. They may be applying for one of the new positions. I don't know. And then my final question would be, why is step 6 for the office coordinator? Is that based on the person you have in mind for them coming in?
I just
them above?
No. I always give the worst case scenario, Melinda. It would not be, there's nobody in mind. There's, the person would come in at a step that is, if it's someone we hire off the street, which I really don't foresee us doing, I kind of like to promote from within. But if they come in off the street, they would come in at step 1. If they come, if we hire an existing employee, we would follow the county's policy on placing them on the scale appropriately. So just step 6 as a worst case scenario.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you for that.
Commissioner Russell.
So, Carol, will this new positioned person report directly to you?
Dawn first, and then me. Yes.
Okay.
Dawn would be the first person she or he would report to. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. The motion passes 7-0. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. So then that would then bring us to the Lake Leelanau Lake Association presentation. Thank you for being so patient with us.
Thank you for taking the time.
Is this the remote for the presentation?
No.
No.
She just controls it remotely.
Okay.
Just ask her to.
Sign? Not me, Laurel. She's
No,
on.
you just have to say next slide and she'll.
Thank you. Well, good morning. My name is Nancy Boca. I'm a board member with the Lake Leelanau Lake Association and a year-round resident of Bingham Township.
Maybe it was a next slide, please.
I'm sorry.
I can't hear her.
You can't hear me?
Ask about to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Maybe
so
we
it's
have to bring
clear.
that microphone in, the one that's.
No, the other.
The other one.
No, it's the other microphone.
It's the other microphone.
If they sure doesn't matter.
That's why we can't hear you. Now we should be able to.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
A little bit?
Yeah, you fill out.
Okay, so our community is presented with a major environmental and economic threat to Lake Leelanau. Today, we'd like to brief you on the problem, our response to date, and a long-term solution. Next slide, please. our president of the Lake Association, Tom Hyatt, will be co-presenting with me. Tom has built and ran a successful business for over 30 years. He's also chaired numerous national and local nonprofit organizations. In the audience, we have Brian Price, who is our lake biologist and is acting as the coordinator to the response to this threat. You may know Brian. He was the executive director of the Leelanau Conservancy for over 20 years. And we also have a community member of the Lake Association, Steve Martineau, who's a longtime board member and former chair of the Leelanau Conservancy. Next slide, please. So as I know you all know, Lake Leelanau is a beautiful, pristine lake. But recent trends have led to a crisis that we cannot ignore. Increased property development has resulted in loss of natural shorelines that protect the lake. The conversion of cottages to full-time residents puts pressure on old septic systems. And most importantly, the record tourism has led to an increased number of boats from other watersheds being put into Lake Leelanau. Lake Leelanau has 11 boat launches, public boat launches, and none of them have boat wash stations. And so this makes the lake especially vulnerable to invasive species. So today we'd like to talk about a very grave threat to the lake, namely an invasive species called Eurasian water milfoil. Next slide, please.
Yeah.
Do you want a copy of it? I've got copies.
There were copies out prior, you got a revised one yesterday.
We have 1,000 emails coming in.
But I have an extra one if you'd like, if it would be helpful.
So currently, several governmental agencies like the DNR, EGLE, which is formerly DEQ, local zoning ordinances, and I'll just wait a second.
Please wait, sorry.
Yeah, that's
I'm trying
okay.
to follow along with you, but like Melinda said, we
It's not,
probably,
it's not loading, so
yeah.
Oh, I see.
says it is, but it's not.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So currently there are several governmental entities like the DNR, EGLE, which is formerly the DEQ, local zoning, and in one small nonprofit that ostensibly share the responsibility of Lake Leelanau's stewardship. But these organizations lack the authority and/or the funding to adequately defend the lake against these threats like Eurasian water milfoil. So we've concluded that this shared responsibility is not enough to protect the lake from the threat of invasive species. And we acknowledge that some people may question the need for more governmental oversight and may be reluctant to want to pay the cost of protecting the lake. But this lake is facing an unprecedented challenge, and it requires a fresh perspective on how the lake can be protected and bold action on your part to make sure that this does happen. Tom?
Thanks, Nancy. So as Nancy mentioned, the key problem that we're here to talk about today is Eurasian water milfoil. Scientists have studied this problem for more than 30 years and agree that it is the single most invasive aquatic weed in North America. It was probably introduced to the United States in the 1940s as an aquarium plant And because it has no natural check or balance in our ecosystem, it is spread like wildfire in lakes across the Midwest, Canada, and even as far west as California. It presents an enormous challenge already to many Michigan lakes. And we were lucky because for many years it did not appear in our lake. And only in 2019 did Brian Price, as a result of one alert member of our association, confirm that in fact we have it in South Lake Leelanau. Next slide, please. Why is this particular weed one that we should all be concerned about? Because unlike other aquatic weeds, it grows really, really fast. And its long tendrils grow up from the soil and form a dense mat on the surface of the lake. It's also alarming because it survives very cold water temperatures. It overwinters easily under ice and returns each spring. It prefers to grow in shallower water, depths of 3 to 15 feet. But it will also grow in much deeper, colder water, though it might not reach the surface. And it also grows enthusiastically in streams as well as in lakes. You can see a picture of it in the next slide, the environmental consequences. And that shows you what at maturity in summer the weed looks like. And the reason that we all need to be concerned about it is that it's a fragile plant and it breaks easily. And sort of like your worst nightmare, each fragment of this plant then floats away, roots, and can create an entirely new plant. The result is that this dense mat of weeds crowds out native plants and reduces habitat and food for fish and other organisms. And to add insult to injury, this import hybridizes with our local water milfoil, which is a native plant and it's not a threat to us. But the resulting hybrid seems to be even harder to control than the Eurasian water milfoil itself. So once introduced to a system like ours, it is impossible to eradicate for all the reasons that we've described. The best thing that we can do is control it. So what are its impacts on recreation? Well, as you might imagine, looking at the picture, it makes swimming virtually impossible and unpleasant. It was likely introduced into our watershed by a boat, and it's somewhat ironic that boats exacerbate the problem. But you can see here in this picture an example of what happens when a boat passes through the bed of water milfoil. And of course, it makes fishing really frustrating for anglers, in addition to the fact that it reduces the population. So all these things have severe economic consequences. Academic studies which are available show that the presence of EWM in a lake reduces property values by on average 15% when a lake becomes infested with this weed. And therefore, it endangers the economies of tourist-based communities like ours, because nobody wants to vacation, let alone own a cottage on a lake which is covered with dense weeds. So truly, this is an economic as well as an environmental threat to our community. Nancy?
Next slide, please. So what happens if this weed is left unchecked? What if nobody is taking care of managing the lake? Houghton Lake is a great case study. Houghton Lake is around 20,000 acres. It's about 2.5 times bigger than Lake Leelanau. And it was discovered there about 20 years ago. And over the past 20 years, there's been points in time where over 10,000 acres have formed a solid canopy of Eurasian water milfoil. When the plant dies, it washes up on the shoreline, piles up, rots, smells bad, and is such a massive volume of dead weeds that it often has to be removed with a front end loader. So Houghton Lake has been working very diligently on this problem for almost 20 years now. And they now spend several $100,000 each year, and they've managed to whittle down the infestation to around 1,000 acres. And so this money not only is used to keep the weed in check, but to monitor, look for new infestations, and to educate the public on their role in preventing invasive species into the lake. Next slide. Oh, we're there. So this is an aerial photograph of South Lake Leelanau. And in 2020, the Lake Association commissioned an engineering study to determine where we had Eurasian water milfoil amongst other aquatic plants. All of the numbered points on this diagram are places where they have found Eurasian water milfoil. So you can see in South Lake Leelanau, it really is a major infestation, estimating 7 to 10 acres. And you'll notice that the infestation is along the shoreline, going to Tom's point about how it prefers the shallower water. But that should make us wonder, if it were to leave South Lake Leelanau, would it clog up the Narrows, the Leland River, and the Cedar River, one of the most ecologically important treasures in all of America, really. So to keep EWM under control, yes, Commissioner Rushton?
Is it in the North Lake?
It hasn't been found there yet.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So to keep EWM under control, it's going to require annual weed control programs, vigilant monitoring, and educational programs for years to come. Like Tom mentioned, once it's there, you never get rid of it.
So we'd like to just spend a couple of minutes telling you what we've done as an association so far and what we're planning to do this year, because it's been, frankly, a Herculean effort for a small nonprofit like ours. Until we discovered this weed, our annual budget as an association was about $50,000 a year. That continues to be our base budget, but just in 2020 alone, we raised an additional $100,000 from a few generous private donors and one foundation to undertake a crisis remediation plan to address this threat. We believe we have controlled about 3 to 4 acres totally. That's the amount that we were able to treat with this with these funds. And thanks to Brian Price, who led this effort and who was personally involved in bringing it to the attention of the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians. They applied for a federal grant and received federal funds to help us wage this battle. And they spent about a third of that, or about $40,000, in addition to our $100,000 to address this amount of acreage that I mentioned. But these costs don't reflect the more than 1,000 hours volunteers have spent writing letters, raising money, meeting with donors, and driving boats for divers to remove this weed. We have leapt into action, engaged really excellent scientists to help us assess this problem, and used, as far as we believe, the most advanced technologies available to address this threat. But we want to emphasize that we're just beginning and that the threat will be with us a long time. So if I could have the next slide. This shows you the 3 strategies that we have employed last year to address the threat. In the largest slide, you can see a boat which we purchased and which Brian equipped, which is deploying a large burlap barrier, 40 feet wide, 400 feet long. And we use these barriers to put over the largest of the beds. And they have the effect of smothering the plant by depriving it of sunlight and inhibiting photosynthesis, and thereby killing it over the course of 6 to 10 weeks. Our divers throughout the summer would cut little holes in the burlap to check the progress. So we monitored, recorded all the data from this progress, and then we'll return as soon as it's warm enough with divers to inspect these sites that we treated to see what the results were. The other strategy we used is depicted in the upper right-hand slide, and you can see a scuba diver. For smaller areas, particularly those areas where maybe Eurasian water milfoil is mixed with other native plants, the only practical way is for a trained diver with a bag to hand pull these weeds and then bring these weeds to a surface. So it's very labor intensive and very expensive. And finally, we use the strategy called diver assisted suction harvesting, a big mouthful. And it only means that, again, scuba divers working on a specially equipped pontoon boat harvest weeds by hand and feed them into a tube which hangs over the side of the boat. They are sucked up and deposited on the surface of the boat, bagged, and then trucked offsite as fertilizer for a lucky farmer's farm. But again, it's expensive, it's time consuming, and for all of our labor, as I mentioned, we were only able to treat 3 to 4 acres. So what are we planning for this coming year? It will be very similar to last year's program. And we'd like to pause and just tell you what we've learned now almost 2 years into this battle. The most important thing that we're here to tell you is that we as an association are tapped out. We leapt into action. We've done everything we think we could possibly have done to manage this threat and address it with intelligence and zeal. But it's too big, it's too expensive, and it's too important to expect a small nonprofit like us to tackle. And it's also, frankly, unfair and unrealistic to expect that private donors will continue to fund a long-term systemic problem. We're lucky that they've sponsored us and supported us so far. So that's why we need a long-term solution to address this long-term problem before it gets out of hand and becomes even more expensive to address than it is now. Nancy?
Next slide, please.
This is back to the beginning.
No, it's
No,
not.
no. One more, please. Thank you. So given all you've heard, you might be wondering, what is the solution? So after very careful consideration, we are recommending the formation of a lake board. And before I get into specifics of what that means, I want to be clear that this solution does not require the county to provide any funds. So we are asking that this Board of Commissioners pass a resolution to form a lake board as authorized under Public Act 451, Part 309. So more than 50 years ago, the state of Michigan recognized, given that we have 11,000 inland lakes, that local governments needed a mechanism to help manage local lakes. And so this statute provides a framework for doing exactly that. Since the statute was put in place more than 50 years ago, over 100 lake communities have put in place lake boards, and they are primarily in place to battle Eurasian water milfoil. So the statute is very clearly written. It specifies who serves on the lake boards, what projects and programs can be undertaken, and how these costs are financed. Next slide, please. Let me explain briefly how a lake board works. After a resolution is passed, the lake board members are named, and the statute requires that the county commissioner appoint one county commissioner to the board. The drain commissioner or his representative becomes a board member, and then the local townships surrounding the lake, there's 6 of them, each appoint a representative to the board. And once this board comes together, then they select one lakefront property owner to be a member of the board. So the board members then meet and they commission a feasibility and cost study to assess what needs to be done to meet the needs of the lake. The statute then authorizes the board to suggest an assessment based on these studies and determines who will be assessed for the cost. The statute says that only those that receive a direct benefit shall be assessed. And from our research, it almost always is the lakefront property owners. So the statute specifies that public hearings occur along the way to review the feasibility studies, the cost assessment, the special assessment district. And so it provides transparency and accountability to the public. So today we are asking this Board of Commissioners to consider passing a resolution to form to establish a lake board as authorized by this state statute, tentatively to be named the Lake Leelanau Preservation Board.
Yes, thank you. One quick question, but I have other questions, but this one is a new question for me. You said, Nancy, that it is almost always lakefront owners. If not lakefront owners, who?
Anyone that receives a direct benefit, so oftentimes, or sometimes I should say, backlot property owners. Backlot, they're owners that live across the street.
Have access.
Right. And we have seen, or heard anyways, of indications of maybe marine businesses that really do receive a direct benefit may be part of that special assessment. But primarily it has been lakeside property owners.
So I guess that, well, if I may, so I just, okay. Couple of questions then. If we approve this board, as board commissioners, and we say, we set this up, then does this board have the full authority to decide who will be assessed?
Yes.
Does it come back to this board of commissioners?
No, it does not come back.
So, okay, that's a concern for me then, because you have 1,600 owners that live around the lake?
We think 1,200 to 1,300 parcels.
And how many of those do you think are in favor of this, or have you been able to, how many people are in your association?
If I may address that, Commissioner Lautner, our Lake Association represents 425 members, or roughly a third of all parcels, although we don't know how many parcels may have more, how many owners may own more than one parcel of the 1,300.
Okay. So that's kind of, that's what I'm wondering, because you're talking about parcels, and I did ask the other night how it would be assessed, because with the dam, we set up a process that was very fair. So in other words, somebody might have a lot of frontage or several parcels on the lake, but they're not buildable, they're not improvable. So they're not assessed as high as someone who has a home on the lake. Are you looking at doing something similar or just doing it parcel and making it that the easiest way to assess?
So if I may, Commissioner Lautner, we've asked Steve Martineau, who is an attorney and who has studied the statute carefully, to address any questions about how the Lake Board statute reads. If I can turn to him to answer that question, I'd appreciate it.
Commissioner Lautner, the statute does not grant the county commission the authority to wade into this subject. It's really up to the Lake Board. Now, that doesn't mean, though, that you will be appointing one of the members. And the Lake Association leadership has taken the position and feels that it ought to be the riparian landowners that should bear the burden. They are getting the most direct benefit. But the statute does not specify that any of the government entities have a way other than through the people they appoint.
Okay. Is it Martineau or Martineau?
Martineau.
Okay, so not Mrs. Martineau, was a teacher, huh?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
French somewhere in the background.
Oh, old teacher, huh? All right, so the other thing I kind of wondered about is we're putting a lot of money into the dam, and the entire county is paying for it. And yet we received dozens of letters from the Lake Association that, well, we don't want to pay for the dam, we don't want to pay for the dam, and everybody uses the lake, and that was the argument is, everybody uses the lake, so we don't want to pay for the dam through an assessment. And now you're saying, well, we want an assessment to take care of this. So my concern is that you're going to come back and say, well, then the entire county should pay for 50%. And that's really, if that can happen, I won't go for it. Unless we can put a clause in that it would only be riparian owners or backlot owners that would be assessed, I can support this. But if it's going to be the rest of the county, yeah, we're already paying for the dam. We're not going to pay for this too, in my opinion.
So
the statute provides that a county may contribute up to 25%. Doesn't require it, but it does specifically say that a county commission at any given year could support it.
Commissioner Lautner, if I could correct one of your comments. As the president of the association, we did not say that we would not be willing to pay the.
They wanted us to pay 50%.
Exactly. We said that we would be willing to pay, as we have historically paid, up to 50%. Subsequently, John Popo, who's on our board and also, of course, on the dam board, let us know that the county had decided that they would pay all of it for this particular maintenance issue. So we're not opposed to sharing those costs.
Well, yeah, that because we received dozens of letters saying that the lake didn't want to pay for that. So we continue. In fact, even today, we're going to approve even more bills for the dam, and it's starting to nickel and dime us. And I understand where Mr. Pope's point came from. If an association were put in place, can we put any more restrictions on the lake, such as boats that couldn't come in from outside counties? There's no further.
Well, let me just say, and I checked with legal counsel, and Mr. Martineau's correct, because we checked with our legal counsel several times. The county board's authority is limited to setting up the lake association. Once that is set up, you do not control the funding, who sits on the board, other than you have the right to appoint one commissioner. The decision how to assess the fees and what amount is up to that lake association board. That's my
to the lake.
Correct, Mr. Martineau?
Yes, that's all correct.
So your authority, their choices were to have every township approve this or go to the county board to approve this. So that's your option. Your authority is limited to potentially establishing this lake association, and that's what it is.
If I could just mention, it's not a lake association board. the Lake Association really will be hands off.
It's
It's a governmental board.
Yeah, I understand that. I guess that's
Yeah.
one of my bigger concerns.
Commissioner
So from what you just said, this board could decide that the county has to participate financially 25%? And they could mandate that?
No.
No,
So,
no.
Yes.
Okay.
They can only assess the people who benefit. County isn't defined as one of the parties that would benefit.
So, but can that be clarified? Could you clarify your question?
Well, I mean, we own property, so we would have to pay according to the property we own on the, if they assess riparians. We own the dam, so we would have to pay something because we own the dam. Of course, that's my understanding, is that anybody who owns property can be assessed.
I think, Mr. Bunnick, Commissioner Bunnick, that the Lake Board will come up with a plan how they would like to assess it, and then it will have a public hearing. And so they may decide that governmental entities aren't required to pay. They may decide that a nonprofit, Leelanau Conservancy owns a 1.5 miles of frontage of swamp. They may say that that portion is different, like with the dam board. They can develop a plan that attempts to do what's fair to address this need. It's kind of like, as I thought about it, the only time it would be perfect, this assessment district, is if I did it. As soon as other people have opinions that are different from mine, it can't be perfect. But what we're trying to get is a good result, because this solution can't wait for perfection. So we're trying to get some rational effort, and I can't tell you what it would be.
Okay, so I asked the question of whether the county, because the lake is benefited through public accesses, et cetera, that the entire county benefits. That was the argument with paying for the dam, that everybody benefits from the lake, therefore the county should pay 50%, and that's what ended up happening. So I asked the question, and I understood you say, yes, you can be assessed, the county can be assessed up to 25%.
The county has the right to decide on its own if it wants to.
The county has a right to decide on its own if it wants to.
Yes.
Okay. And we will get a copy of the statute before Tuesday night?
Well, yeah, this is just a presentation. This is not on next week's agenda.
Okay.
This is just an informational piece. If any commissioner wishes to proceed to have this on the agenda, it'll be on the May agenda, and we'll have the legal documentations and the resolutions and so forth. Today, I believe you're just giving a presentation, you're not asking.
That's correct. That's correct. We want to answer any questions.
I believe they want to give you, and I'll speak in your behalf, you want to give the commissioners a month to think about this.
That's
Give them a
correct.
heads up.
Yeah.
And if any of you wish to, procedures, you can ask what's on the May agenda, and we will have copies of the official documents.
Because I was going to ask if we needed a motion to move forward with this, and we're just saying, no, we do not.
Yeah, this is supposed to just be a presentation today.
So then we can request to have it on the May agenda, which I certainly will.
Thanks. I will be back to answer any questions that may occur between now and then.
Thank you. Interesting presentation. A concern, I can see, we do have a concern. How many townships have you approached on this particular issues? And how many of those townships that you approached support your position on this issue?
We've talked to all 6 townships.
Okay.
And when we started 2 months ago, reaching out, our thought was we would get a township by township vote, which could form a lake board. And so we changed our approach when we realized the county could do it on their own.
Okay.
So at that time, we had talked to 3 townships that were very supportive of the idea because they thought they were the ones that were going to have a resolution. And then the other 3 townships that we talked to, we were looking to inform them. So we weren't asking whether or not they would support it.
Okay. And like I said, you do have another option besides this board. correct?
Township, we'd have to get all 6 townships to file a resolution.
Now, a couple things you said in your presentation. You said that once this invasive species is present, it's impossible to eradicate. You also said that this species is very fragile, breaks off, floats down the river to a new spot, roots itself. I'm looking at some of the measures that you've taken and how effective have these measures been, which I don't think you shared with us.
I didn't, because we'll really only know that, Commissioner Rushton, when we get back out on the lake this spring.
I really can't understand.
Sure, I'm sorry. We really won't know, Commissioner Rushton, how effective these measures are until we get back out on the water this spring and send down divers to look at these sites.
And see, my concern with the 3 approaches that you've taken here, your statement, when it is fragile, breaks off and floats down the river and starts anew. And in looking at these 3 approaches, I don't see any of these that could be effective long-term. Now, is there a chemical process that you can use?
I'm going to ask Brian Price, who's led the effort, to comment. Yes, some lakes do use chemicals, but the conclusion that we came to after a lot of research is that the potential side effects of using chemicals, as opposed to removing these weeds by hand, are much worse for the ecosystem than a less invasive approach. But some lakes do use chemicals, including the example that Nancy gave of Houghton Lake. But let me, if I could, ask Brian to comment, because he's been out there personally working in the field.
I'll try to give you my honest assessment. First of all, we think we have a one-time opportunity because this stuff has been in the lake for probably not more than 3 years. And nobody had, often it's 10 or 15 years before anybody does anything about a new infestation like that. So we got it, but it's spreading pretty rapidly, which we learned in 2019. We found it at 11 sites already. But it hasn't sexually reproduced. It hasn't formed the canopy like that one picture you saw in the presentation. No flowers. I've not seen any flowers. We believe that we can get it under control, potentially, through these physical only means, barriers and divers. But if we don't, and it gets away, and it forms those canopies and it's sexually reproducing and hybridizing, then you're absolutely right. Our physical attempts to control this would have to be abandoned. And then there is a progression that you can go through. I hope we don't get there.
What is that progression?
I think, in my mind, the progression would be biological controls. There's a weevil that has inconsistent success, but it does very little harm to other things. Why not try that? Last resort is widespread use of chemicals. I guess you never rule anything out. I'd love to not get to that point where we ever have to even think about it.
What's the anticipated cost to get this under control? Does anybody have a ballpark idea?
Well, I think
Could it be $1 million?
No, I think we're looking at, I would say, at least several $100,000 a year.
Okay, so over time, let's say it takes us 5 years. What's the history of eradication? Is there any history of eradication from lakes?
No, it will not be eradicated.
Okay. So it's a control process that will continue from now until
Doomsday.
Is there a doomsday coming?
I hope not.
I would like to offer a slightly modified or maybe a little bit more optimistic The use of barriers such as what we did in Lake Leelanau last summer, in Lake Tahoe.
Are you referring to the burlap that smothers? Okay.
Well, actually, they didn't use burlap, but they used a similar tarp. It did eradicate from large areas of Lake Tahoe Eurasian water milfoil entirely. And when I called the researchers to investigate this, and I asked them, you did this work 3 years ago, is it still gone? They said, yes, we monitor every year, it's still gone from the areas where we were able to get it. So can we bring it under control? I actually think we can.
Right now.
If you ask me in June, once the stuff starts growing again this year, I could give you probably a better assessment. I think our costs should come down. You know, we're spending money at a pretty good clip right now to try to get on top of it. But if costs don't come down, that means we're not gaining. So.
Well, and that's part of my concern because right now we don't know the language specifically under the legislative act that would give you certain authorization. And I have a couple of concerns with that. One being that you would have, it appears, whoever has a direct benefit from the lake. Well, let's talk about who has a direct benefit. Swimmers, fishermen, boaters, people who live on the lake. So, I mean, you can expand that to a lot of different people. It could not only be people who live in our county or in the districts, the full county, and then those people who visit. So I'm wondering if we can approach this in a different fashion. One thing is, my question to you is, have you approached the DNR about a boat washing system? And if not, why not?
Yes.
There, to me, is a considerable benefit to be able to have some sort of boat washing, because we're bringing it in somehow. And if they're boating, they're taking it someplace else.
Yes.
So have you?
We agree, yes. So the Lake Association has been developing a boat wash station at the Bingham launch in partnership with the DNR. We are stuck right now in raising the funds. It looks like what we had envisioned would be around $80,000. And so we are about a third of the way there raising that money. But if you think of the Lake Association, again, spending $80,000 on 11 boat launches, every launch would have to be controlled. So again, it goes to the capacity of the Lake Association to be the group that is responsible for doing all this work and raising all of that money. We are not a big enough organization to take that responsibility on, although we're working on it at the current time.
Are you a newly nonprofit?
No, the association has been in existence 40 years.
Okay. So what about Eagle?
Yeah, so Eagle has an aquatic invasive species program, and they have plenty of signage that we can get from them, but that's about it.
Okay.
And the DNR even, you should know that there is a law in Michigan saying that you cannot launch a boat that's not clean. It doesn't say you have to wash the boat. And so in working with the DNR, we wanted to know if they would support us in requiring the boats to be washed once we put this equipment in. And they will not, because the law doesn't require a boat to be washed. It just requires a boat to be clean. So one of the things that we have to tackle is a real culture change in getting boaters to understand they need a clean boat before they can put it in our beautiful lake.
What about other grants for your purposes?
Yes, we've applied to Eagle for a $40,000 grant for the boat wash station, and that hasn't been decided yet. We've applied to numerous foundations, and the message we are getting is we don't want to give you money for a boat wash because there's 11,000 lakes in Michigan and they all want money for boat wash stations. So it's a particularly tough problem because the need is so great across the entire state.
I do see and understand your level of concern. I am always a little bit skeptical about putting a vast amount of power in the hands of a few. I prefer to have the townships weigh in on this directly. And for me, I would much rather see the township take the issue and let their voices, the government closest to the people, which is your townships, weigh in. I will not support this today.
This is a problem that we are most likely going to have on all of our lakes. As such, we've got to get to some different mechanisms for dealing with this. I would anticipate that this is just going to be part of the future cost of living on a lake for lake owners. Having lived on lakes for 35 years and experienced other invasive species that had to be dealt with, it's a difficult problem. It's always easier when everyone on the lake is involved financially. So I support you guys looking for solutions, and you're actually leading the way for the rest of the lakes in the county, I believe. So I'm glad we're not voting on this yet. I'm glad that you are in an exhaustive process of educating and researching. I do believe that this is probably the type of thing that we are going to have to do, where lake owners are going to have to assume responsibility financially for keeping their lakes pristine. It is also in the interest of the county to support that. A few years ago, when I asked Rob Herman what percentage of our tax base was involved with lake or waterfront ownership, it was 51%. We're a county based on tourism. Our businesses depend on clean water, on pristine lakes. A lot of our citizens depend on those jobs. All of us depend on our tax base. So I support your exhaustive search for solutions that we're all going to appreciate you having done this work.
Thank you.
Well, if I may, I'm sorry, just make one or two concluding comments and then answer any additional questions that you might have. I would just first like to thank each of you for taking the time and for inviting us to make the presentation to you, because you can tell we've been working hard and we're very concerned, and we've used all of the arrows in our quiver, so to speak. We also want to thank you because we know you work hard and you're here all day listening to presentations like ours. We simply want to thank you for your service, because we appreciate that a lot of people come before you with requests. But to summarize 3 key points, the first is we're not exaggerating this threat. And if you have any concerns that we might be, we would just ask that you Google Eurasian water milfoil and look at lakes where it's gotten out of control. And you'll find plenty of scientific papers and plenty of data to support our presentation today. The second thing I want to say is that our association, as I mentioned, represents 425 households. Our 14-member board which represents homeowners on both the North and the South Lake, voted unanimously to ask you to create a lake board. And in a second resolution with only one dissenting vote, we passed a resolution recommending that if a lake board is established, lakeside homeowners be the primary people who would be assessed. And we recognize that we are perhaps among the largest taxpayers in the county. We have a vested interest in protecting our property values and the lake itself. That's evidenced not only by our love for the lake, but by the many hours that we've spent already working on the lake and trying to find a solution to this problem. And the last thing I want to mention is that if you should pass a resolution to create a lake board in May, we will have your backs, because we will stand in front of you to address any concerns that might be expressed by homeowners. This week, we're writing all of our members, as well as all of the property owners on the lake, a letter explaining why a lake board is needed and inviting those individuals to contact us with any questions or concerns that they might have. We're providing them our email addresses because many of them are our friends and neighbors. We're also giving interviews this week to the Enterprise and the Ticker to explain why we're calling for the creation of an independent lake board to protect our lake. And moreover, we pledge as an association to work in partnership with a lake board if one is established, because we think we've learned a lot and we can transfer a lot of knowledge and we can do other things to support a lake board's work. So like each of you, we care a lot about this community. We are unpaid volunteers. We work long hours because we believe it's our obligation, and one that we share with you, to leave a lake and a community that is as strong and a lake that is as beautiful as it was when it was left to us. So that's why we ask your consideration of our suggestion, and are happy to answer any more questions that you might have.
Not a question, a comment. First, I commend you for your presentation. Well done, and I don't think you're exaggerating the problem. And I'm very interested in you coming back in May. I think we have a tendency sometimes to say, let the townships deal with it, or let the villages deal with it, or I think this is something we're all in it, and we need to hear more.
Thank you.
Commissioner Love.
Thank you. I think it's very commendable what the Lake Association and the volunteers and organizations that you've done so far, and I think that's great. My concern is at the cost per residents who are not riparians. So I'm still very unclear on this because we've got two different things. When I talk about the county, there's the County Board of Commissioners budget, which now, if I understand it, may pay up to 25%. But the rest could be per who benefits. So if this board decides that someone in Casson or Empire Township benefits from swimming in the lake at the swimming dock, are you then allowed to say, okay, we're going to assess every resident in the county? This is what I'm unclear about, and that's my concern. So I will be reading it because Lake Leelanau is only one of our lakes. Leelanau County has 39. If all 39 lakes decided they needed a lake association and they needed to assess, then that 25% would be paid by the county, and then the other 75 would be shared also by the those who benefit from those lakes. It could get very much, it could get very costly for those of us who do not live on the lake or really don't enjoy the lake other than to look at it drive by. So I don't know yet where that's going to end up, but But I look forward to reading the statute. Chet, you will be getting us that?
Yes.
Or okay.
And if you wish to consider the resolution, that'll be included also.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rush.
I agree with Commissioner Wessel. I do commend you for your presentation, and I do recognize the concern. However, it's a bigger issue. They're attached to this request in my perspective. The other thing is, you had mentioned that Lake Tahoe had the problem, or an associate mentioned. I would be very interested to do a little research on this to see what other communities have done to eradicate the problem in their lakes. You know, to see long-term. This is not something short-term. This is going to be a long-term. It's going to be education. It's going to be application. There's a whole host of things here that we're going to have to deal with. And as my fellow commissioner said, 39 lakes in our county. That's why I really do support a local, this coming from a local organization or the local townships for that next to the people position.
But you do appreciate, Commissioner Rushton, that it would be very difficult for all townships to get their support.
I don't doubt that. But in the meantime, what are you doing? You're educating at each individual township. You're providing a level of education, and you know, I don't think you're going to get much support for that without the education.
Well, we agree that education is extremely important.
Exactly.
And in fact, perhaps it's important to mention that lake boards that do exist, more than 100 of them, as my colleague mentioned, a key item in their budget, like at Houghton Lake, is education. And the lake boards, if they feel and if the community supports it, can also engage not only in educational activities, but also build, for example, a boat wash station. So it does provide homeowners and representatives from the township and the county to work together to come up with a lake-wide solution.
It's always the assessment that concerns me.
I understand.
It's not only the assessment for lake owners, it's the assessment on all of our citizens in the county.
But if I could finally make one point in conclusion, and that is that most of these associations, the assessment is only on riparians. And in fact, we have been advised by attorneys who have worked with other lake boards that it is politically very difficult to establish a lake board if in fact the assessments are beyond the members of the lakeside community. So that's why we passed the resolution that we did, saying that that's our recommendation should such a lake board be established.
I haven't read the statute, and that is my concern. What is the level of power with your assessing? And we'll look into that after all of this. Well, you know, what does that power look like? I thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you, sir.
Well done.
Thank you.
I just had to say one thing is that, I mean, when we were looking at repairing the dam and saw that it was going to be about $20,000 to $40,000 a year, we kept it here in the county, not feeling it was worth setting up a special assessment district. You know, but now if we're starting to talk 120,000, because you take, let's just say it's 100,000 or it's 150,000 a year for duration, and you got 20 to 40,000 now on the dam. I mean, maybe the county, rather than setting up another form of government, this special assessment board, keeps it here in the county and actually sets up the district for taking care of the dam and taking care of the Eurasian milfoil or any other things that come up. You know, or, you know, I'm just, you know, and if it might be a different way to look at it. I'm just trying to think of other alternatives, because I just hate to see more governments, and when she mentions that there's 39 lakes, I can see Glen Lake, you know, they do what they do, but if it gets in there somehow, then they would have to have a special assessment. And then there's Lime Lake, and then there's Little Traverse Lake. And so I hate to see every time you get another form of government, you know, we've already got that with fire departments, you know, we've already got that with villages and townships. And so you know, that's just another way that I think an alternative that we're maybe not looking at, that I think this board could look at. And then it'd help us then with taking care of the dam as well. You know, because I wouldn't want to see this board, the lake board, also take over the dam, because then that becomes another set of things, and that we have a court order where the county's responsible for it. So I don't know, you know, because we've had those other meetings, we've talked about it, been thinking about it quite a bit, reading about it. So that's just something I think we need to think about and consider. But I see the problem, and I see that somehow it has to be resolved. It's just how to go about it, you know, what are all the alternatives, and what's the best one overall for the county, for the lake, you know, for the lake owner. So.
And maybe we should have a little bit more discussion about that aspect of it, to see if that's something that we can put together.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. And, you know, that's why I appreciate this presentation now. I think you did a wonderful job, but it makes me think that, you know, are we forming just another little government that's for the people to pay the expenses of, you know?
You know,
I hate to get rid of volunteer work, you know, that's.
yeah. You know, I guess, you know, the point of having 39 lakes in the county, if this county board were to have special assessments for all of those, and this board be in charge of all of those lakes, it seems to me like that is an awful lot to ask, and that a small body, you know, focused on one lake's needs, because they could be different. Even though it sounds like lots of small, new little government, at least it's focused and isn't one giant problem.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
You know, I was thinking if we have to do a whole bunch of these, there aren't enough of us to go around for all these.
Oakland County has 50 boards within Oakland County.
50 preservation, so they've got to have a solution, because I'm sure those commissioners are going to.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If you'd like to have lunch, you just fill this out now. So if you want- You have no doubt to raise your hand, or if you don't want lunch, let Laura know. Very well, 20. Your presentation. Yeah. Very, very well.
To the sheriff's office, law enforcement officer vacancy.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sure wish you didn't have to have us.
No, it's not. It's not.
I'm in it for the long haul, though. No, I read this like. I just give you.
Go back and look.
Yeah.
Right.
Where the holes are.
So this is about hiring the deputy. This time, I think it's, what page is it?
38?
It's 38. Mr. Locker.
Oh, yes, I was correct. I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners to approve the Sheriff's Office to hire one law enforcement deputy position effective 4/21/21.
Comments about this, Sheriff?
I just want to thank everybody for their caring words and those who came, tried to attend the funeral, those who, helped. There were so many county employees. Some of them stepped forward and gave up to 40 hours of annual leave, vacation time to Bob's family when he passed. So just, it's a great place to live, work, and play. And I reiterate that. We're very fortunate all to be here and work together. So that's it. And this obviously is to replace Bob Bailey, Detective Bailey's position. And we need to get moving on it because we're short of people because of the FTO process and training of our 2 new hirees we hired and all the new sergeants, 3 new sergeants learning their trade. So we're kind of in a jam for time. So.
Yeah, sure wish you didn't have to be in front of us with this.
Well.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I did just impromptu bring in that report. We just got it done. So if you have any questions, feel free to call, but it's pretty much on the surface, self-explanatory. But if you read through that, it's pretty interesting. Animal control is still our biggest issue. So, dogs getting hit on roads, cats biting people, cows out in the road. So I guess we live in a pretty good place if that's what we have to worry about. So.
Cows.
Yep.
I need to erase this. I think I already have one.
Oh, I gave you one.
You gave me one before.
I gave you last year's because you were a new commissioner,
Thank you.
and that's the one just fresh off the press. So.
Okay, well, you had dog stuff last year too.
Yes, we did. All right. Do you have anything else for me or? All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
Yes. Yes, we did. Yeah, that brings us to building safety and secretary.
Yes, as you know, we've had a return with Paul Hunter. Amber Weber has taken over those responsibilities. Amber was split between 2 positions. And I'm simply asking to replace the support staff positions as part of the budget, as part of the budget. And our busy time of the year is coming up, and so we would like to get a full staff.
Quick question. I would be happy to make this motion, but what if you don't appoint Amber to the department head position?
Well, that's, she's in for 6 months. She is right now 3/5 inspect, well, she was, I'm saying that's prior to March. She was 3/5 inspector, 2/5 support staff. So we've had a 3/5 opening. If she does not, for some reason, work out, we still have a vacancy in our inspector department. So there is, no matter what happens, this will be a big, worst case scenario. I don't think it's gonna happen. If for some reason it does not work out, everyone will go back to being an inspector.
Okay.
And we still would be within our budget.
Okay.
Are you making the motion?
Sure. I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners to allow the Building and Safety Department to fill the vacant administrative secretary position.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Brings us then to the maintenance seasonal part-time position.
Yeah, I don't think Jerry's here, but in our budget several years ago, you established a part-time summer position to basically help with the parks and cut the grass so Scott can work on other projects. We had it someone for 2 years, last year to the COVID and everything else. We chose not to fill it, and we're hoping to fill it this year. As part of the budget, it's part of the budget.
I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve hiring a part-time seasonal maintenance worker, $528 maximum for county parks, to run from May 1 through September 30 at a wage of $15.96 per hour.
Second.
Commissioner Rush.
Are we gonna have enough work for both Scott and this new
Oh,
person?
yes, there's plenty of work. This person will probably focus mostly on cutting grass.
We have about 40 hours of grass cutting.
Yeah.
Just miles.
That's where Scott can actually do some of the projects at the park. The 2 years we had it, it worked out well. So we're hoping to find someone, obviously, also, which is, part-time help may be a challenge, but we're hoping to find someone.
All right. And that brings us to senior services.
didn't vote.
I'm sorry. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Hello.
Senior services.
Yeah, so I'm just coming before you today to request a
approval of accepting a contribution from the area agency for providing the MIPA outreach services for seniors. And the total is $600.
Commissioner Solis.
I move to recommend to allow Leelanau County Services, Senior Services, to accept a contribution from the Area Agency on Aging of Northwest Michigan for providing seniors with MVA beneficiary outreach assistance totaling $600 and placed into the Leelanau Senior Services contribution from the agency account number ending in 281 start and ending in 677.000.
Support. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
And that brings us to, thank you, April. Brings us to the American Rescue Plan update.
Yeah, I placed this on the agenda hoping I have more details, but that's not the case. On your desk, I put, I think, like a 7-page sheet there, but it's very general. There is no specifics there. They hope to have guidelines released anywhere from this week to the middle of May. I just checked this morning. We have not received our first payment yet from the funds. I checked with the treasurer's office. There's a lot of discussions. The only sure things are you cannot use it to pay off debt retirement that has been established in the past. Retirement funds cannot be used. You cannot use it to pay to lower property taxes. You can use it for infrastructure based on the meeting time and mostly they're northern Michigan. Administrator, I have one Thursday, I have one next week that matches sponsoring. Almost every county is kind of looking at what we're doing is broadband service. That's by far the biggest issue in northern and central Michigan. And so at some point, we will get more specific details, but from what our person from the Michigan Association of Counties and what the National Association of Counties is telling us and Networks Northwest is the criteria for broadband will be pretty general in terms of how the money is allocated. That seems to be by far the biggest issue, challenge in northern and central Michigan. All of the counties are looking at that option. Once we have those guidelines, I think, once we have the very specifics, I think it'd be very appropriate for us to probably have a special meeting and focus on this. The good news is we have through December 31st of 2024 to allocate the funds. So half the funds should be here approximately the next month or two. And then the other half will come at least a year or so later. We do have through December of 2024. The biggest difference from the previous grants, which the community development block grant, is those are reimbursements. This is money they will get up front. Once you spend the money, then you have to submit the report. So just a few specifics. You can read all this, but in a nutshell, that's basically what's all that's in these 7 pages here. And so everyone's still working on that. I've been hearing comments that could be as early as this week or as late as mid-May for the specific, because everyone's waiting. Everyone's kind of standstill waiting until that happens. But the one common thing is broadband seems by far the biggest focus of what counties are looking at. It's a major issue everywhere, especially in northern Michigan. And so if I hear any more, like I said, I do have a conference meeting on Thursday on this. And then next Tuesday, Networks Northwest is sponsoring some Marshall County administrators. They are working with the federal government trying to get specifics. At some point, we will be given a liaison officer to help us help respond to our questions. I don't know how big that region will be for this officer, so it's hard to tell. So it's all up in the air. But like I said, the few definite no's and a few definite yes. But broadband is by far the biggest issue. I think statewide. I've been at some statewide administrators meetings, and that is by far the biggest topic of discussions, especially looking at the peninsula. Those people have not been part of our discussions, but I know that's been my far focus with them. And on the eastern part of the state, and obviously in central North Michigan. So I have more information, I'll get it on as soon as possible. And at some point, I think it'd be very wise for us to have a special meeting, once you really know what the rules are, and come up with plans, because I'm getting calls from different units of government asking how they can apply for these funds. And so, I'm telling everyone just to hold off until we have some guidelines. And, the good thing is, we don't have to decide right now, we have, like I said, through December of 2024. So it's all this year, all 22, all 23, and all 24. So we do have some time here to not rush into it.
So it's December 31st of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
We will get the money approximately half of this year, or the next month or so. The other half probably next year. So it'll be 2022, but we have through the end of the 24 budget year to allocate those funds and issue the reports. As I understand, the reports will be pretty similar to the community development block grant, where we just have to just give summary of how the money is allocated. In theory, they could come and audit us at any time, and for those grants, we have all the receipts anyway, so we're fully prepared. But it's going to be, I understand, a fairly simple process, which it was for the community development block grant, which I'll talk more later on the agenda. But it's progressing. The report I gave you does give you the broader picture of how much was given to tribal entities, how much was given to other groups and organizations or anything. So I thought you might find that interesting. But if you're looking for guidelines, specific guidelines, we don't have that. The biggest thing is there's a difference from the previous grant. The state will not be involved with this process. The previous CARES Act, the money went from the federal government to the state and then to the counties. This will go from the federal government directly to the counties. It'll be funneled through the Michigan Department of Treasury, but they are not involved with establishing the guidelines or the criteria.
Thank you. Any questions? So move on then to number 6, the rural broadband survey proposal.
And this kind of links into it. And just based on my conference calls, many counties are considering doing this because obviously broadband is a major issue. And because I know this has been a major issue with the commissioners for several years. It's one of the goals for 2021. We've been going forward. The LIP committee's meeting. Matt has done a lot of work. Matt has been meeting with the fire chiefs, with the 911 units on what we can do to all work together. Once again, to come up with a major plan. There's no question we have issues with broadband, cell service in the county. I think all of you can drive around the county and probably can pinpoint exactly where you can drop a call. I can tell you exactly between here and Suns Bay where the calls are dropped. I can tell you exactly from here to Allen Township where the calls are dropped, on 22 and so forth, and all of you can do that. But, and Matt can give more of the specifics, and I believe some people are here from LIFT also, because I'm not a member of LIFT, but we have talked about, and this ties into the company providing a survey. And by survey, I'm not talking about the type of survey that was done last time. This is a mapping survey, that it's really difficult for companies to come in and look at the regions, or for us to come up with a plan, and we know exactly where the concerns are, in terms of where service and not service. So this is a mapping survey, and that gives you more information, but as I understand, if this is approved and once the study is completed, you can look at every parcel and they will tell you if there is service, what type of service and what level. As I understand from our discussion yesterday, they do is it a PIN system, man?
Yeah, pin onto the rooftop or the resident, yep.
Yeah, so they will come up with a plan for Leelanau County that you could look at every parcel. And for example, you can look at Commissioner's Budget House and it'll tell you whether it has service or not. If it has service, at what level, right? At the quality of the level, is that correct?
That's correct.
Speak here.
Yes.
And so that data can then be used for our planning, and used for the fire departments, the townships, and can be used for potential servers or companies coming in wanting to provide services. Yes. And for establishment of a tower and so forth. So, Matt, you want?
And that's kind of the challenge that we've met with expanding broadband in the county, is that we know that we need to, we don't have a good idea of how to do it best. And what this survey is going to do is not only map out exactly what residences have right now, but it gives the ability for ISPs to take that information and identify exactly where they can best utilize their business model in order to help the citizens of Leelanau County. So as Chet did say, it's going to pinpoint per residence what kind of broadband internet they have right now, what kind of speeds they can expect. And see, the problem with the models that they use right now, even the ISPs, when they take a look at Leelanau County, or when citizens jump on the internet and see what is in their neighborhoods, the block census data that they use is not entirely parcel specific. If we take a subdivision, for example, if it's right off of M204, the residents on M204 may have good service, and they're going to count that good service for the entire subdivision, when that could be the only house in the subdivision that has high-speed internet. So that's not an accurate picture of what we have in the county. What this survey is going to do is actually spell out for each residence of the county what they have and what kind of speeds they can expect. So it gives us a good model in order to build a project for what we have to do with the funding that we have coming in, and it gives the ISPs more ammunition for their business model for our citizens.
Matt, what about, are you saying it will check every household? What about undeveloped properties?
As far as agriculture and whatnot?
Let's say you have a farmer who sells off 80 acres and now you got new subdivisions going in. Will they have an idea if they're going to have internet and what level of service with this?
They will have a better idea than they would normally. It would all go on the GIS data that they work off at the time of the survey. So if they sell off the parcels like later this year, it will not be included.
And this is based on our discussion yesterday, Mr. Bunn was part of it, so help me here. As I understand, if there's a building on the property, they will build it on the building. If there is no building, they will pick the center part of the parcel.
Okay.
Is that?
That is true, yes.
Greg, you may want to come here. Greg Monroe is part of the LIP program, and he's been involved with it. So Greg, you want to come up here and answer? But as I understand, and that was actually brought up because, for example, I'm just using my property. I have 15 acres. If you go to the center of my 15 acres, it's the swamp area. So what they're going to do is pinpoint my house, who's on the very tip of my property. So it'll be more accurate, because if they just did all center pieces, it'd be a better parcel, but it would not be the true, because you could have a 40-acre parcel, the middle of it may be completely different from where your house is located.
Right.
So they're gonna go from the homes.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what.
Internet and is deer blind, okay.
Well,
Basically,
it's the
what you're
motivations.
saying is anybody that has properties, they need to put these little deer blinds up.
Right. Yeah, make sure you address it though, just to be safe.
Clear. Okay. Hi, Greg.
I think all of you know Greg Monroe from the capacity and the Substance Abuse Prevention Coalition, but Greg is also a member of the LIFT, as I understand. It has been working. And then we have another gentleman here. Do you want to stand up and introduce yourself?
I'm Doug Quickly, and I'm also here to support the project on behalf of LIFT. I have a statement that I gave to Chet, but I'm not going to. Every one of you has supported better internet service for our county at one time or another, and this is, I think, an important milestone going forward because of the data that will be acquired. And yes, it's good for the communications companies, although some of them will tell you they don't need it because they know what they want. But it's also good for the public. It's good for you. It's good for the townships because, like in my case where I live in Leelanau Township, I want to know who's being served and who's not, and how are they being served. And this data will give us that information. I'm fortunate, but I know a good portion of our township is totally underserved. And I look forward to this as being a blueprint going forward, information, and will yield accountability over time so we can say, when are we going to get served? How is it going to be served? And there are multiple providers. This is not effective to the individual providers. They can all do whatever they can best do. But for us to get service to the whole public throughout the county, this is a great start and foundation upon which to build. So we support it, and I speak on behalf of the LIFT committee.
And I do believe that this could be part of the Recovery Act's covered under that.
Yes.
And I mean, we don't have the rules yet, but this would definitely seems to qualify for it. So it's not going to actually come out of the county problems.
Just to follow up on that, at the meeting I was at, I would say most of the colleges in North Michigan will have this type of survey request on their agenda in the next several months, because everyone's got to say, this is the first step. They really can't go further unless they have this information. So this will be a typical issue I think most counties will be looking at. And from our discussions, without obviously having the rules, the people that were leading the discussion agree that
Statement you can take. Excellent.
Commissioner Sutis, did you want to make a motion?
I sure would. So just kind of contemplating exactly what our motion should be. So I would move that I would move to recommend that we, just get this correct, that we fund the rural broadband survey proposal, and that will provide us with the data necessary to move forward with a plan for enhancing internet, high-speed internet service throughout Leelanau County.
We'll have to figure out which parts.
You know what the cost in there, I believe it's $44,400, correct?
$44,400.
And who's the provider?
In fact, I think he's probably having trouble coming in. It's DCS. His name is Chris Scherer.
Should that be in the motion?
Yes, it should be.
The clerk can come up with the final motion for next Tuesday with all the specifics.
Can I have a second? Second. Okay. And then, where would the money come from?
Well, for now, since we don't have the funds, I'm guessing, and you're the accounting person from the contingency fund, but I'm sure this would be an eligible expense from the American Recovery Act funds.
Commissioner Locke.
This is the only proposal we've got in front of us for this. So shouldn't we put this out for bids to see what other companies do this sort of thing? That would be my first question.
Well, we'd have to probably put that in the motion then, if we don't want to go out for bids.
Well, this is the
Well,
only.
I know what you're saying, yes.
Yeah, this is just one company, I guess, that does this sort of thing. Are there others? Would be my first question.
There are many others.
Okay, I
However,
think that's generally how we,
but the fact that there are many others does not preclude the notion that they're not already completely booked up. And the issue that you're facing, it's just like any other leadership decision, you're doing a risk analysis. The risk of inaction here far exceeds the risk of action, in my judgment. If you don't.
that's for us to determine.
Well, but let me explain my logic. Just from the risk is that if you choose to pass on it, which is obviously your prerogative, and then you decide 6 months from now it's a good idea, my estimation would be that if you went back to these providers, they'd be booked up for several years, because all these governmental entities, not unlike our own, are looking to solve the same problem. So there are many firms, but there's many, many times the available work. So this is really time sensitive in my judgment. I think that's what you were making. The point you were making.
I would say it's a reasonably low price for something that puts you at the head of the line far ahead of other counties who will be coming along wanting to do the same thing. So I think there's definitely a time loss of money by delay.
Yeah, the data derived from this survey is very, very valuable at this price point.
I think that it could be, and I understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate that, but I really would have liked this to have gone out for bid a month or 2 months ago, and I would like to look at other proposals. We just had the one. And the reason I asked that question too, or the second part of my question, thank you, Mr. Chairman, is that after you, we've got another update. And after reading that, I just wonder if we should have put that on hold and hear from another provider. Because my thought process is, I'd like to hear from all the providers. I think it could be, in reading the one, either this one or in Cherry Capital, they've got 900 inquiries on the books or whatever. And I think those 900 inquiries, if you've got one person in one area looking for internet, they probably got 4 or 5 neighbors also that don't have good internet. So that's, is that by already that provider might have 5,000 people they know in the county, and they know where they're at. They have their addresses. So each provider probably has similar data already, and we haven't heard that from all the providers. It's pretty clear. What we've also got is, information that is not as critical. Yeah, you're gonna survey every person. You're gonna hit long down east M22 on the east side of the county where charter's heavy. Well, they've got internet, but would they be happier with something else? But yet they're already served much higher than the west side of the county. The west side of the county, we know, has got virtually nothing. So we already know that's the highest area that needs the biggest amount of help. And, so we got a proposal that's saying we can get there already. So should we even do the survey? We'd say, well, yeah, it's only $44,000 and yeah, it's coming from federal money, but is it better served? That's my question. So, so that's where I am on it. I want to hear both proposals first, myself.
Commissioner Soto.
I think we're kind of confusing some things here. There are other companies, about 4 or 5, and talking with Tom Stevenson, there's about 4 or 5 firms that could do this. This is not an ISP. This is somebody who's going to be objective in doing a survey and coming up with data. He's not associated with implementing or providing service. So this is probably our best shot at having an objective database, and we're talking not anecdotal data, we're talking data in terms of what exists in our county and what our speeds are. Basically, it's a gap analysis. And yes, individual providers do know who they're serving. Oftentimes, they don't wish to share that information, nor the speeds, plus the speeds that they're providing sometimes are their speeds you actually get at your computer, and sometimes they're not for a myriad of reasons. So this will give us an honest look at what our county really, the status of our county right now in terms of internet service. And from my perspective, if you're looking at spending money, 4.2 or any subset thereof, plus looking at the grants coming down the pipe, and there are a lot of them, there'll be heavy competition for this. You want to know what you have before you start investing in anybody, with anybody. And as was said, this data will be available to any provider who wants it. But more importantly, it's a beginning point for us to know what we have now in 2021 and what we need in terms of our underserved areas and our areas that may have some service, but and our areas that have no service, of which we still have many. So timing on this is crucial. Yes, we have until December 31st of 2024, but once we have this data, I'm sure Tim Malone and Ray Lapine, who's also here today with Agri Valley, could both tell you how difficult it is to get their hands on equipment right now. and manpower and all the different things to put in place a service. So the faster we move, the more we have a better opportunity to avail ourselves of additional funds coming down the pipe. Plus, we know we have townships, at least I know that I've had in contact, that are interested in broadband and want to look at partnerships. Plus, we know we have the Grand Traverse Span. So as soon as we know what the status of our county in terms of service, we have the ability to move forward. And we should be doing that with someone who is an engineering firm who can do this and provide the information that ISPs can then take and utilize to enhance their service.
Mr. Watson. Thank you. Yeah, we've been meeting with LIFT for 3 or more years. And we talked to all of the ISPs that were willing to sit down with us, 9 or 10 of them. All but one of them have shared the concern about the accuracy of the data that's available. All of them saying they need to be convinced of need. And now we're up at the point where we found a vendor who has a staff person in Sutton's Bay. It's just completed a study in Washtenaw County that was very successful. We know they can do the job, and we know they can do it within the next few weeks. We need to be up there in front, because when the counties start spending this money, we're going to not be at the front of the line unless we get our act together. Our county is so desperately in need of this. And my township, from Leelanau Township, half the area doesn't have broadband. I get more calls on broadband than almost any other issue, almost all the other issues combined. Some of these are rural areas. Some of these are almost suburban areas that have masses of houses. Omena Point Road, Charter believes is already connected. And the people on Omena Point Road get a signal from across the bay, and they have to get up early on Sunday morning and get their work done before somebody else turns in and steals their signal. Timing is critical. We've checked the references, we've checked the product they deliver, and this board all the time waives bid requirements. And I urge us to waive the bid requirement and support this motion.
Thank you. I understand that the motion that was put on the floor did not get a second. No. It did, okay. It's interesting that you have the information that you just spoke about, but I don't think all of the commissioners have that same information. You've got a background check and some other information, is that correct? I don't have it.
May I respond?
Yes.
I mean, we reported consistently about LIFT updates. We've announced meetings. We have on the county website all of the LIFT meeting and all of the LIFT meeting notes. Anybody's been welcome to attend those. Anybody's been welcome to ask a question. We have not kept this secret by any means.
The company. I'm talking about the company that you're intending for us to vote on to hire. You've got background checks or whatever it is that you just said that you had. I'm looking at this today. I don't have that in front of me. I'm not opposed to moving this to next week. I understand that we have a time concern, but the other thing that you have to recognize is, as Commissioner Lautner brought up, is we do have a process in place as far as bids. And so I was going to suggest we move this to next week so that we can clean up or polish this up a little bit, get a little bit more information and move forward with it. That would be my recommendation. Because right now I feel a loss. And so I would have to vote no because I don't have enough information.
Commissioner Sulis.
I appreciate what you're saying. The references were sent to our county administrator, so he has them as well. And
I'm sorry. What references? I don't think I received.
for the DCS, is in the email that you may not have affected, but that's not what I was gonna say.
Okay, I don't think I had.
But what would be really, you didn't, but you weren't asked to do anything with it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But what's unfortunate is that the gentleman who is doing the service obviously isn't able to get in on our program today. So you can't ask him anything about what it is that he would be intended to do.
I'm guessing Laurel has to let him in and she's out getting lunch. Let him go to her computer.
Okay.
I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing.
Because I'm sure it's a little frustrating on his part too. And he can just pick up and answer the technical questions. And provide you with additional information and talk more about what was done in other counties and provide some of the information that we don't have. So that's a legitimate concern, Commissioner Rushing.
So, I mean, I guess we can talk to this guy afterwards, and you want to take a 5-minute break here and get while Chet's finding this out, and then,
Sure.
you know, let's just do that, and then when he can find out he's on there, we can do that. Let's wait for that then. Sorry about that, but I think that's.
Well, we weren't here to make the pitch because it's not our, we're just here to support it, so.
Well, you know, if we could get him, that would be good.
We are.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if that we can correct it. What do you need?
We take a break for 5 minutes.
He is not here right now.
So I've seen you on the Zooms. Did you stand the whole time? It looks like you use a standing
I
desk.
do. I have a standing desk. I typically, I try to stand all morning and then in the afternoon, maybe I'll sit down, but yeah, for the most
Commissioner Curtis Little.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to add to my motion.
1 second, still lost. Okay.
I'd like to add to my motion to waive the bid policy. And then leave the motion as it stands.
Is that okay with the second?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, no, hold on a second. I have Al Dwyer as a second.
Yes, it is that.
Okay with the third too.
Okay.
I guess both of them did, but I.
Oh, okay, they both did. I only had Al Dwyer.
That's
Okay,
okay.
that's fine.
Commissioner Lott.
Could I hear how the motion is worded?
Sure.
So it was on the fly. So I have motion by Sotis Little to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to fund the rural broadband survey by DCS that will provide Leelanau County with a plan with a cost of $44,400. Funds to come from the general fund, seconded by Al Dwyer.
And the addition.
And the addition would be revise the motion to state waive the bid policy.
So it's really difficult not to have the motion in front of me. I would like to amend the motion to say that we will move this decision on this forward to Tuesday night, because I want to hear the next presentation, and I want to study this a little further from what I've learned today and heard today. So I would just like to move it forward.
Parent will support it.
So where to slip that in, because I don't have it in front of me.
Mr. Chairman, if we vote on this, does it not move it forward? And it isn't a formal vote. It's a vote to vote on it for real next week. So we're in essence.
Right, I think either one does the same thing. I don't think
I
it's-
disagree.
Okay.
To move it forward says that we will not only ratify it Tuesday night, but we will also, in a sense, make the recommendation. That says we will move it forward for consideration next week, but we're voting either yes or no today on this. And I don't want to vote no. By moving it forward, it moves it forward Tuesday night, but we have more information before we make the final decision.
Either way, it's gonna move forward, and, I think it's, so we'll vote on the
So let's
amendment
vote moving
first.
forward.
We'll vote on the amendment first. If that passes, then we vote on the amended unit. If it doesn't pass, we go back to the original. Everyone understand that? Okay, so all those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Okay, all those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, we'll have to have a roll call vote. I'm not sure.
Commissioner Lautner,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins,
No.
Commissioner Rushton,
Yes.
Commissioner Sotis Little,
No.
Commissioner Wessel,
No.
Commissioner Elgar,
No.
Chairman Bunnick.
Yes. Fails 4-3. All right, so then we'll go now to the original motion. Okay, and again, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
So the motion passes 5-2, Lautner and Rushton opposed. Commissioner Rushton.
I have a question before we take that final vote. And it's in regards to the funding mechanism that's currently coming out of general fund, correct? The way it's proposed.
From what Administrator Janik stated, that this is going to be part of your delivery of your CARES, your act, is that correct?
Well, at some point, we don't have.
At some
the
point,
funds
that's
yet.
correct.
The odds are
So just like with COVID, when this started last year, we point off under emergency management a line for situations like this.
And that was my question.
Yes, so it will be under emergency services,
and it will be a new expense, and it will be the expense line item, I believe, until
Yeah,
2024.
for example, last year we spent 170-some thousand for COVID-related stuff from general fund. However, once we got reimbursed, that's an accounting thing. that we can
Right, I got
explain.
that part, but, and it does qualify.
Well, I'm sure it will. We don't have the guidelines. I can't say
Okay.
100%.
What happens if it doesn't qualify?
That would come from our contingency fund,
Okay,
just like all the money we spend on everything else.
I just wanted that to be on the table.
Well, thank you. So then, thank you very much. Now we will move on to Cherry Capital Connection. Thank you. I really appreciate you coming
I'm
here.
going to stick on for you.
Oh, thank you. Take my glasses off
So then we'll go through the regular.
so I can read.
Well, she had another, she amended by waiving the bid.
That was just an addition to her motion.
It's added to the original motion.
It was added to the original motion with the second opinion.
She specifically said she amended the motion, that's why I thought there would be another
No, I said
vote.
added to the mask, maybe it was a little blubbered.
I actually
Go on.
asked her to say only added to instead of.
Okay, my misunderstanding.
Yeah.
I would have voted differently, but
Okay.
got next week.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Ready? Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank you for making broadband an urgent topic. We, as a provider who made a significant investment in Leelanau County, we're grateful to hear that.
Yeah,
Mr. Malone, you're pretty muffled. It's hard to understand.
Okay,
That'd be better.
okay, so thank you for making broadband an urgent topic to the extent that you have just expressed. It's heartening to hear that as we invest in Leelanau County. So I'm here for two reasons. One is to give you what's appearing to be an annual update of what we're doing in Leelanau County. And then at the second half of it is to present a plan that I think will make a good impact on solving the problem for now and in the future. So since last year, we've made a significant effort in delivering a hardline fiber to the home solution in Leelanau County. COVID has introduced urgency, which you've expressed here, so that work from home, education, telehealth, a myriad of activities that require significant bandwidth and reliability in its delivery. Cherry Capital Connection is a family owned. We consider ourselves local, even though we're an Elk Rapids family. But this region is very much local to us. We are a telecommunications company and been servicing Leelanau County for over 18 years. Matter of fact, we were the first provider in Suttons Bay. We relayed a signal from the Elk Rapids water tank, ricocheted off the Chantel and Old Mission and brought it to the Silver Tree Deli in Suttons Bay. And that's what got us our start in Leelanau County. So we were here before AT&T and Spectrum delivering broadband, not on a broad enough scale, but still we were here first. In 2019, we got our feet wet in doing fiber to the home. We did it in Sheboygan, Crawford County, and Charlevoix County. What we were very excited about, it was a very small project, only 145 houses passed in Sheboygan, and we ended up with an 82% take rate. So once our biggest problem was people think it can't be done. It's too expensive. It takes too long. Those are all great arguments. Once the consumers, we had about 50% of the people say yes. Once we got our plow out there, we got our boring machine out there, almost daily people were knocking on our door, asking when they could sign up. And so an 82% take rate is pretty significant in the industry. And it's a model that we have moved to Leelanau County.
So in Leelanau County, we approached a number of different communities. Gills Pier Road, which is about 30 miles of fiber. It goes north to Carlson Road in Johnson, and it goes south to Leland Woods along M22. And we've extended it a little bit on the east side of M22. It encompasses about 300 households. To date, we have 225 that have signed up for it and 181 that actually prepaid to make sure we weren't going to run away. They wanted us to make a financial commitment to doing it. The biggest problem Leelanau County has, it doesn't have a robust fiber infrastructure available for even a provider. That's pretty limited. We were able to negotiate some deals, and we got significant bandwidth out of Leelanau County to our data centers in Charlevoix and Elk Rapids. So that's making the possibility of doing fiber to the home a reality. We don't believe in doing a hybrid approach when it comes to fiber. We want end-to-end fiber in everything we're doing. And so that was finally resolved in January of this year with the creation of a distribution center on Gills Pier Road. And this week, we're starting to reflag the routes. We have about 2 miles of fiber in the ground, and we'll have all 30 miles completed by August timeframe, with the hope of as many of the 300 households passed connected to our network. So it can be done. We do it on a limited budget, but it's persistence, and we have a great model for doing it. We have recently been awarded RDOF. We are one of 3 companies selected to solve the broadband issue as defined by the FCC in Leelanau County, and only one of 12 companies in Michigan that were awarded dollars for that. We had already completed a survey. ArcGIS has artificial intelligence. It'll tell us every parcel and every building on every parcel, and it tells you which one is a home and which one's a garage. It's a pretty simple process. It takes about an hour and a half to get. And we've used that data to understand what Leelanau County has for us. We've actually done 8 counties. We have that data on file. It's probably the same data that this gentleman uses. It's pretty common through ArcGIS to get that data. So with RDOF, the one thing we noticed was that 85% of the RDOF winners, including Cherry Capital, was fiber. Wireless was a 15% of the awardees. That's very unusual. Under the CAF funding, it was almost 50% wireless, 50% fiber. So the general trend in the industry is to do fiber, and the monies allocated under RDOF were for fiber, which is gig capable services. And so that creates a whole nother problem for fiber in Leelanau County, and that is having big enough pipes to handle everybody having gig level capacity. And that's what RDOF is going to make a foundational change and shift and create a loop in Leelanau County with our efforts as we interconnect with fiber in Benzie County. So we have fiber going out of Northport, and then we'll have fiber going out of Benzie County, and it'll be fiber that was capable of, gig level services in an aggregate to solve the problem within Leelanau County. So doing fiber is just a matter of funding. And so with Gills Pier, the consumers made a commitment to us, a financial commitment to do it. We are now working in 8 different townships on fiber efforts. Omena is probably the most aggressive in their next step. They don't want to be behind. We've given them $1 million project to do it, and it will interconnect Gills Pier's project with Omena Point, and will service another 325 customers. And the consumers are stepping up, investing in this because they want fiber to the home. They want fiber. They want gig service. They want unlimited data. These are all things we've polled. We have over 900 entries in our database talking to people in all but one township, telling us what they're looking for and how quickly can they get it. So our RDOF build totally is about 350 miles of fiber, but that's across 8 counties. That's not just Leelanau County. Leelanau County in itself we're estimated about 950 miles of fiber. And what we're talking about is fiber down every road connected to every home. That is the plan you should be embracing. That's a 50-year plan that will handle the needs of the consumers. It does not say give them something less. They deserve gig level services. I can't stress that enough. Our family has taken on a financial burden to get that started here in Leelanau County, and we're more than happy to do it. So the question I would have to ask my family is making a personal investment in Leelanau County. And I'm curious how many of you feel or know of how many households in Leelanau County have available gig level service? Does anybody have any idea what that is? I would say it's probably, what?
Probably none.
No, our customers have it. So I know it's more than none. Okay, I would say it's probably less than 5%. And that's probably pretty high. Okay, so my next question to you as county commissioners is how many of you think the taxpayers should have gig level services available to them for choosing to live and play and work in Leelanau County? How many believe they should have it?
I'd like to see it.
Yep, so that's a should. Does everybody believe they should be able to get that? Or no? We only have a couple of people that feel like they should?
I think we all think that.
Okay.
I think people should have what they need.
Well, what they need by federal standard is gig level service. I mean, that's what the feds are telling us we need. That's what's happened with COVID, is the amount of data that's going through there for us to be, a viable community is to have gig level service.
Tim, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be.
Nope.
What I was trying to say is there are many people who have access to cable right now who choose not to have it because they feel like, they don't want to stream movies, they want to talk to their kids.
Right. But yeah, okay, I appreciate that. So the other question is, how many of you feel they can get it or could get it if a plan was put in place? And that's called funding.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay, the other question that we always ask townships and where we present is how many people think they should be able to get it. The next question is, do you believe you could get it? Because there's a lot of people that believe that it just can't be done. We're rural, it can't be done. So, the could is the action. And what we're trying to do is trying to change the conversation and say it can be done. Because again, when we start these construction projects, our biggest problem in acceptance is they don't believe it can be done. They want it, and until we start construction, they don't believe it. And once they see it, then it becomes a reality. And so it's a real fine point, but it's one we're trying to stress in our conversation, because for all too many years, we don't think it can be done. It's just, it's the same story over and over and over again. So I guess when we're approaching this, we had to ask ourselves, and we'll ask you, is do you believe that it's a private sector investment only to solve the problem? The next question we ask people is, do you believe it's a public investment only? And there's mixed reviews on that. Some people believe it should be a government-run network. Other people don't. So we try to convince and talk about the subject to change that conversation. And RDOF brought us to that reality for the first time in our history, is that it is a private-public strategic partnership in order to solve the problem. Because if we don't work together, it's not going to get done. There's just too many obstacles. There's too many barriers. And so, again, I'm going to challenge on a study, I'm less concerned with what people have because I'm trying to get them gig service and I know they don't have that. What I'm going to challenge the county and all the townships is talk to your staff. Find out what they would do if they owned and had available a fiber optic network that connected all the assets within the county and interconnect all the townships. Ask them how that would benefit them, because we've done that in the private sector and they jump all over it. In the private sector, when they interconnect all the remote facilities with gig level services, they say it's a game changer in the way they do business. Things you might want to consider is that you would have a private cloud. You're not going to go out to the world. You're going to have a cloud right here at the government center. And all the townships and all the county assets can get to that cloud. Matter of fact, you have two of them so that in case something happens to this wonderful building, your data is not lost. But it could be on 100 gig connection between facilities. That's very expensive to lease. But if you own that fiber and it's maintained in our proposal by Cherry Capital, what could you do with that? What if your remote computer at home is connected to a gig connection and you're trying to run a meeting? You won't have problems getting on with Zoom. There's not going to be any problem because you can actually run on your own voice server meetings. You can run your own private meeting, bringing in and inviting the public to it, not having to worry about going to Dallas, Texas, or Houston, or wherever Zoom has their server, and trying to get that connection back to you. You want to talk about remote backups, remote storage, modernizing your telephone system. I'm not sure if you're on VoIP or not, but VoIP is and SIP is reducing the private sector's telephone bills. Safety monitoring, environmental monitoring, shared GIS databases. The litany of the examples of what you can do when you're interconnecting all those facilities to fiber is really unlimited because you're talking gig. It's like your Cat 5, that cable, when you plug it from computer to computer, just 3 or 4 years ago when you had a capacity of 1 gig. Think about connecting this building with the Pit Road Tower at 10 gig. It's like if you're there, it's like you're being here. That's the reality we're trying to challenge Leelanau County to consider. And we put together a plan to do it. So when you're talking about RDOF and you're talking about Gills Pier, and there's a map on page 3 that you have to turn your page to look at. Those lines indicate the Gills Pier project. Those lines and those blue spaces that those lines go around is what RDOF is going to deliver. What RDOF did is also changed it from a provider's perspective. It's no longer how many subscriptions can I get. RDOF is requiring us to connect every home along the route, whether they're a customer or not. So we now talk in not houses passed, but in houses connected. So if you're not in the blue area, you're going to be a houses passed under RDOF. But within that blue area, we're going to connect those homes to the internet, independent of being a subscriber of Cherry Capital Connection. Yes.
Yeah, good question. Okay, so I'm curious about that. Mr. Miller, you said, so what we're looking at, the hot pink is Gills Pier area. That's
At the top, yep.
now?
That, we have 2 miles in,
Okay.
and frost laws. We had a number of challenges in the county. We had a natural beauty road, the dirt portion of Gills Pier, that took a 90-day delay.
We're full of challenges.
Yeah, but we got through all that.
So with our job dollars, you're going to do the lighter pink? That's
Yes, the lighter pink and the blue areas very specifically are the census block groups identified by the federal government under our CBG.
Because you receive that money, you're going to connect all those homes
Yes.
inside the blue. So as you pass, because you got this RDOF money, as you pass a home, you said you'll lay it there
We'll have a vault, we'll have a point for them to connect, but we're not going to focus on connecting the home.
So do they have to connect to you, or can another ISP who's already in that area buy that strand from you and they serve that?
And so as an example, and what we're going to offer for the county, PFN has already approached us as a regional player, and they want to buy tubes of fiber as we're doing the construction. That's not uncommon. I bought strands of fiber from them when they built from Acme to Elk Rapids. It helps to justify the cost of construction and defer the cost of construction. We know they want to get to 911 at this center with something other than Spectrum. They like to own their own fiber. So it's not an uncommon situation where telephone companies will, through an IRU, either lease at a carrier level or will offer participation in the construction and have that what's called dark fiber available to them. So it helps me with construction costs, and it helps them because the ongoing maintenance is my responsibility.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, were you finished?
Yes,
I'm just trying to follow here what you're proposing, and had a couple of questions. What are your costs to lay fiber per mile?
Per mile, so what we use, we just got done doing a 950 mile project for our investors to get that funded, $33 million. And as we surveyed it, we were within that 8-county region. We were able to determine a 60% plow ratio to a 40% bore ratio. And the reason why that's important, the bore ratio in this county is about $6.75 a foot. Okay, plowing is about $2 a foot. And so the ratio works out to be right around $3.86 to $4.05. If the ratios are slightly off, what we budgeted is a $3.86 to a $4.05 basis, and that's 4.8 million feet of fiber on that particular project.
So what I'm asking, Tim, is I
Yep.
realize there's a cost for digging the hole. There's a cost for the conduit.
Right.
There's a cost for the fiber.
Okay.
What is your total cost?
Total cost is works out to be about $28,000 a mile for both parts and the plow. And that's the big factor. That plow to boring ratio really throws it off.
So let's just stay with the Gills Pier area, where I commend you for the work you're doing there. How many miles do you have in Gills Pier?
Right now we have 2 in. We're going to do 25 to 30 miles. We're not, because we're going to do some spurs off of Janik Road and a couple others. But it'll end up being right around 25 to 30 miles completed.
And your 15 permits right now cover that whole area?
The Janik roads and some of Christensen Road, there's a couple of segments there that we didn't include in the original project. And so we're going back to the road commission and adding those segments. It was demand. People saw we were doing it. They said, hey, we're only half a mile away. Can you do it? So we're adding it to the project.
So for Gills Pier, given the 28,000 per mile, and your 30 miles, it's $840,000.
Yep.
Your RDOF award over 10 years, meaning a total amount, which can be spent over 10 years, is $327,000?
In Leelanau County, it's $386,000. It's $5.6 million across the entire of the project.
But the money you were awarded for Leelanau County
Yep.
is $386,000,
Yep.
which congratulations. And that has not been authorized yet.
No, June 7th. Yeah.
So that money you will have to put towards the $840,000.
No, it cannot be used for Gills Pier. That $800,000 was my personal debt.
Okay. Plus the investment of your customers.
And investment of the customers, yes.
And so that money, the blue that we're seeing, will go towards, and I think you said how many miles? I lost track. It was large.
For all of our RDOF, it's 350 miles.
Yeah, so that to $28,000 per mile. So the $386 that all the blue I'm looking at is a start.
Is a start.
To funding.
No, so what we do is we have a what we call the RDOF plan. It's straight RDOF. It's what we submitted to the federal government. It's a 6-year build. It's 8.9 million. So we are funding a $5 million gap. We've already worked out the financing on that, and that will allow us to lay that 350 miles of fiber with our existing teams over a 6-year period in those 8 counties. We have brought in outside investors and increased that RDOF. We call it RDOF Plus, which now brings us up to 950 miles of fiber, which allows us to go on that pink line and connect those homes. And that will address a total of 14,000 households, of which about 1,500 are included in those pink lines in Leelanau County. And that project is $38 million. And we're working on funding that project. So as we grow, we're going to expand. So it's just a matter of finding the funding.
Yeah.
And so what we're doing for Leelanau County today is we've calculated it's about a $30 million project to complete that 950 miles, which just happens to correspond with our RDOF. They're very, very close. They were within 10 miles. So I'll just say 950. So to do Leelanau County and have fiber infrastructure in place is about a $30 million project. And we're asking the counties and the townships to take the ARP funding and essentially buy strands of fiber that can be used as a government network, and that would be about a $6 million investment on your part. We would maintain it and take care of it. It would just be dark fiber. So if you put in 100 gig optics, you get a 100 gig circuit. If you put in 10 gig optics, you get a 10 gig circuit.
The RDOF funding, which is the Rural Opportunity Development, I'm not aware of that. I know that's been put off by the FCC director for 12 months. There was going to have another auction in spring, which you have to apply, like you did for this one.
Yep.
You don't have an agreement that they're automatically going to fund. You would have to apply.
Yep. Reverse auction is what it's called.
That auction has been put off for 12 months because they want a map.
Yep.
Because they feel like the block census maps are not sufficient as a number of people were awarded.
Yep.
That probably should not have been. So that will come maybe in December or spring of next year.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just talking timing. I think what you're proposing is admirable, but you had said this was a 50-year plan.
No, fiber is a 50-year investment.
It's a 50-year investment, and people are looking for broadband, high-speed internet service now that will serve their needs.
So based on funding, again, it's funding.
Yeah.
950 miles, if you had 3 crews, 2 boring machines, 2 plows per crew, it could be totally completed in as quickly as 3 years. Okay, now, RDOF allows 6 years, but we've done both financial models where you're funding a gap, and based on retained earnings reinvestment back into the company based on subscriptions, it can be funded. It's a common model that's used in these fundings. So if we were to do RDOF under our current plan, we'll start in Roscommon County because that has our biggest number of homes to connect, and we'll move backwards to Leelanau County. Okay, if we get our funding like through ARP, we can put a dedicated couple of crews on Leelanau County, and as the revenue is generated, we reinvest that to make up the $30 million project there. And we'll also draw in private investment in order to make it faster and faster. But that's our responsibility, not the county's responsibility. We're making a commitment, just like we're going to go to Cherryland Electric and we're going to go to others to make a commitment to us in order to make this construction work.
I understand.
Okay.
I just want to be clear, these are not dollars you have now.
I don't have your $6 million today. No, I do not.
For future dollars, you have to compete in the auctions each time to get any future dollars.
Yes. Yep.
Beyond the 386 you have today. And any other grants you would have to compete with.
Sure.
Forward. So I'm not trying to minimize, I just want to be clear that everyone understands that this is not money we have in hand, but that we can take our little $6 million and add it to a $30 million, and it's going to yield instant over the next couple of years. It's
So what I'm asking for you today is not to fund the 30 million. I'm asking for you to become a customer of Cherry Capital. And the asset would be the strands of fiber that have a value greater than 6 million. And challenge you to talk to your staff to identify how would you use that. Now, under RDOF, I have to meet certain milestones and certain, otherwise I don't get it. So I'm not asking you to write me a $6 million check tomorrow and I walk away. As the administrator has says, you can distribute that all the way to December 31st of 2024. But what I'm asking you to do is to become a customer of Cherry Capital Connection, value and identify how many strands of fiber you need, and make a commitment to Cherry Capital Connection to work with Cherry Capital Connection. And we will, either I will underwrite it, but we'll get investors, because what investors want to know is how many customers I've got.
Commissioner West.
Well, I want to, thanks for being here. I want to first say, I've had a couple of contacts with Tim, and I've been very impressed with his follow through. I've texted him late at night and tried to arrange a meeting, and early the next morning he arranged it. So thank you.
Thank you.
That said, I think this is all real premature and not a chance in the world as far as that we're going to get fiber to every home, because there's some outlying homes that are isolated and you don't have enough funding to do that. And we've got a lot of other providers that are interested in, and it's on here as an action item, but I'm almost confused because I think you've planted a seed. We got a long agenda, and I think it's time to say thank you and move on.
Okay.
Commissioner Long.
Well, I just have one quick question because you sparked something which actually it makes me very excited for Leelanau County. You said with 2 crews or 1 cruise, it could be done in 3 years. Leelanau.
So what we were doing for Leelanau County was 1 crew that is actually 2 boring machines, 2 plows,
Okay.
and it takes 23 drop people. But that 950 miles could be done in a period of time, which as aggressively as 3 years.
But if with enough funding, if just even whatever, say if you were able to double your crew and move
Yep.
twice as fast, I want to get back to the point that whoever's laying the fiber, and I don't care who, if the ISPs are working together to buy from you where you are, and then they spread out from there, and then the next one might pick up there and they'll spread out from there. And working together, it can be done. It's going to reach those outlying places a whole lot quicker. Because as you said, there's the power companies do have fiber to certain places within the county already. And that's another part, which I know because you've been talking to them more than I have about that. So
Yep.
There's a lot of potential. So.
So we came here to respond to Ty. We came here today to lay out show you a plan. This is what we're doing. Okay, and challenge the notion that it can't be done, because we think it can. We've done mile-long drops on driveways. Some farmers have mile-long driveways, and we've done that, and got it to them. So, I'm just here asking for your support for the concept of delivering gig and working with Cherry Capital Connection with the idea that our goal is to get a portion of that $6 million to make it happen and define the assets that you're going to assign to that 6 million. And that's a simple request. So it was an action item that I was looking for. Okay. I'm not trying to do anything other than offer that as a viable
I
plan.
think he's got that. What he's saying is that with our long agenda, we'd like to move on.
Okay.
To the next item, and we appreciate your time.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it.
No, that's okay. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, so we have the stop. We got Mr. Chair.
Jerry, what's?
Mr. Chair. Yeah. What? You need a break? Go ahead. Well, are you gonna break for one second, Jerry?
Yeah, this to make this quick.
You're up. What do you want? You wanna take 5 minutes?
Where have you been? You've been so busy. Waiting for you.
Take that up.
Shut up. You be quiet. You be quiet.
Take that so they can.
Calm down. Calm down.
They gotta eat lunch yet.
You haven't had lunch
I
yet?
don't think they've had lunch.
I thought they ate on the road.
We get through this, then we're gonna take a half-hour break for lunch.
Okay, right now? Okay, we'll wait.
No, you get
So
through with
make it quick.
So what a mess you've
Well,
made.
let's just wait. Mr. Russell gets back.
Okay, sure.
Right.
What a mess you've made out front.
You're welcome. I must say, I have Cherry Capital Connect on Herman Road, 8210 East Duck Lake Road. Phenomenal. No, Cherry Capital.
Are you
I
sure?
hear that a lot.
I beg your pardon?
I hear that a lot.
No, it really, but
Do you? Okay.
yeah, we put it on my barn and pointed it at your tower. Comes out of El Grabas and it was $50 a month. I mean,
You know what, I had him for quite a while, then they upgraded the equipment, and then it didn't work in my place anymore, and he said I had to get a tower, call the tower. You know. I didn't
Selling
like that at all.
towers.
Well, that's a challenge accommodation. It's various.
Right.
From roll to roll, from neighbor to neighbor.
It wouldn't go through, whatever, there were some leaves or something in the way.
and I want them to put a nice little tower on top of the hill over on the farm, you wouldn't even see it and it would just, we could all be happy together again.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
When you start with the software, you guys can focus on the different projects.
Sounds great, condition.
Say that again?
Parking lot, it could be anything.
Where's Jeremy?
We're just waiting for,
Commissioner West, I told him I didn't call it.
it's very tiny.
Yeah. It's hot, so,
Talk into this.
no, it's hot, so.
All right, we'll be back under order now.
All right, let me just quickly start on the stop it, because that's a simple one compared to the other one. As you know, you improved the piping downstairs last fall, jobs and working, job was done, by all accounts, it's working extremely well from what Gary O'Connor says. And at some point, we said we'd come back to cover it up, we don't want to cover it up until we make sure it was working properly. It's been now 4 months, I believe.
Correct.
It's working properly. So Jerry went out and got quotes, because it's less than 5,000 to cover up. If you've been downstairs, you see the pipe there. It simply is to cover up the piping in a nutshell. Jerry, thanks for going out. I think you got 4 or 5 quotes.
I got 4 quotes, correct.
Well,
Commissioner Locke.
I know we have to cover it up and I would say quite sooner than later. And this is just a quote, but building prices are doubling daily. How close is this gonna come into this? Or is it gonna end up being over 5?
The 3450 is what I'm proposing. From Boma, I talked to him this morning and it's a good price.
Basically,
It's a good price.
The materials Jerry purchased, correct?
We had purchased the materials
Here.
Oh.
and we had some here too.
That's why it's a fixed price.
Yeah, it was what it was. We went from $8 a sheet to $60
Yeah.
a sheet overnight after February, so.
If you go out and walk downstairs at some point, you'll see all the materials laying there.
Super, so then
Jerry was smart enough to purchase that quite a while.
Correct.
very good. That's gonna help us a lot then. Well, I would move to recommend the board commission to approve the agreement with the BOMA Corporation for the Government Center lower level pipe housing project in cost not to exceed $3,450. Funds to come from 775.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you for that.
Thank
You
you.
want to compliment Jerry for having the perception to buy all the material.
Procedure, right?
I do have to compliment him every now and then.
That was that
Oops.
was a good move. Who would have known?
Yes.
Well, we know.
We're able to use some of the stuff we had from when we built too, which is a plus, so.
And that brings us to the update on the soffit.
Okay, Pete. Pete Lebo is our contractor that we hired, as you all know, and he's overseeing the project. So I'll let him try to explain where we're at.
Right.
They do have the pictures in there.
Well, good. Phase one of the project, I can come in under budget. I can replace the wood that's damaged, labor and material. I can put it back together. Those pictures are great. And the water's been in there for probably since when it started, when you built it in 07, I think, right? Okay. So that report is that I can replace that rotten wood. The structure behind it, the steel beam and everything that's in there is, that's quite a building that they put up for you. The quality is there. There's no issue with the structure. So I can put that trim on that holds everything that is exposed to your eyes now. So, if you tell me to go ahead and put it back together, I could put it back together and you wouldn't even hardly know I was there. So that's the real good news about most of these pictures. So phase one, we're on schedule, we're on budget, and I can complete it, in the next, go ahead.
Sandra, see what you're saying? Are you saying what we see looks really ugly, but beneath it is very strong, so you're just gonna cover it back up?
I'll take off what's there. We're looking at the pictures on the lower half of the page, excuse me, the bottom, the third here.
Yep.
All that, the rotten wood that's been saturated over the years, I'll take that all off. All that's connected in through to that steel beam that's behind there. If you look at in Jerry's, down in the prints, in his photographs, I can see that it's all steel in there. I can see that it's all bolted through into that steel. I'll be able to get that out by taking the fasteners off, putting new material back in there, trimming it out the way it was, that it will accept that fascia, complementing the soffit. It's all the same. Go ahead.
What was the cause? And have you corrected the cause?
That's a great question, and it's a very complicated answer. Okay, so water's going to win. Water infiltration water's going to win. Gravity, the dryness, all those big words, sucking the water back into areas. I really feel that the water that you see in the top left is coming. Okay, that puddle of water up there. I'm inviting you to the second floor outside the courthouse in your leisure. Look out that window and you can see that water today, tomorrow, till it evaporates, and then it's going to come back. That puddling of water is resting up against the building.
Running towards the building.
How can we correct that?
Yeah,
How do we pardon me?
How?
Yeah, we changed the slope similar to the way it was drawn originally. We have an as-built building, and we've talked about that in other conversations. So the water is being trapped. The water's getting deeper and it's coming toward the building. It's sloping. So I want to change the pitch like it's drawn, but it's drawn in a very talented way that causes issues. If we can slope the water away from the building and into the gutter system that we're salvaging, okay.
In part, yeah.
In part, yeah. But when you get up on the second floor looking out the window, you see it on both sides of the structure. So when the architect built it or designed it, and then it's built, there's complications that kick in that good guys that you hire to do a good job and a good roof, there's issues that happen with water. So changing the slope of the roof without changing the design that we paid a lot of money for in 07 is for me to invisibly create that flow toward that gutter that we don't see it from the front door. Okay. So I have to change the slope. All right, I present the option to change. You have to change the slope if you want to reduce what you're seeing up there.
Well, what I'm interested in pursuing, not just covering it up until the next time it rots and then we have to do it again, is getting to the root of the problem. And is the fix that you have in place effective? over the long haul? And if not, why not?
It's a great question, and I'm concerned as you. This large picture right here, I think the culprit is right there where the intersection of all this stuff coming into the good brick. Jerry's tried to maintain that vertical line there. I really feel that cavity was right there, and it's turned into an implant, okay? So it migrated downhill, and that water got in there, couldn't get out. The architect designed it not to come out of there. He didn't want it to get in there. So it's as built. I would then create some of the terminations and the flashing that you see in the white lines, and that's my issue right there. That's my toothbrush right there. To get rid of the ponding of water, I want to change the slope from the round to the sloping. I've got to get it, excuse me, I have to bring it up over this little line here.
The bottom picture.
Actually, ma'am, the picture on the lower right, yeah, that's Jerry didn't take a very good picture there above that, yeah. And it's in that same one. That water, I'm trying to get that water to come over there with gravity. I want this building dry because when that brick gets wet, you can see it today, when that brick gets wet on that vertical plane, it's not good. That mortar's dry, it's gonna suck moisture in, what'd you say?
Sponge.
It's a sponge, yeah, very good.
So basically, you're changing the pitch of the roof?
If I could build it as drawn, because it's not built as drawn on the original, yes, changing the pitch by this much.
Right, that's all you have to do, and that's really what you're talking about. I mean, he's gonna change the pitch of the roof, you'll have to pre-shingle it and, and fix it back up so that the water runs off the roof, it doesn't stay on there all the time.
So when you go up on the second floor, you won't see the puddle on either side.
You gotta do it on both sides.
You have to do it on both sides, yeah.
That's what I was looking for, the fix, the long-term fix.
The forever.
So Pete, just so I understand, and obviously you and Jerry and I have not talked about this. You have a contract for us, what we call phase one for $5,000. Did you say you can complete this project correctly, fix the problem and stay within a dollar amount?
Not that dollar.
Not that dollar amount.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
Phase one will be completed. I can, again, put it back together in phase one. The soffit area, like we had discussed.
Right, so how much will it cost properly?
I've got some anticipation costs. We're not just almost to that point. I know the committee has a procedure that you follow. If I tell you to fix this problem, I can do it for less than $35,000. Okay? If I can do that, if I can solve the problem and put my reputation or my warranty on it, okay? I can't patch it and warranty it. I can patch it and fix it for half of that. So if we try to get the water away from the building and then patch half of that really good roof that you have a really good rubber membrane roof that I would do the same product again, but I would have to complement it.
So let me ask you this, because in the fairness of time and everything, you're not at the point today where you have a proposal for us. Can you come back next Tuesday with a proposal?
Absolutely.
Because that's what the board really needs to see. So this is a nice update, but right now, as I understand, you don't have a solution for us, correct?
Oh, I have a solution.
Okay, but you don't have a cost.
Not today, no. No, the agenda, go ahead.
Well, there's no sense in putting it back together until we can get the thing repaired.
Exactly.
I mean, I wouldn't say have it put it together and finish this. I'd say let's get the problem solved and then we'll put it all back together.
Do we need a motion to move it forward to next Tuesday?
I think this is just an update. I don't think there's any action.
He said he could get the proposal.
Can you
by next
get it to
Tuesday.
us next Tuesday?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
So we can move it forward.
They're talking the entire.
Yep.
Full cost.
Yeah.
So
The replacement of the
It's
whole.
not gonna be,
I think we should, because I appreciate what you're saying. Now we kind of know what the problem is, but I guess the question is, we're gonna have to decide, do we want his price on fixing it, or should we put it out for
Well, what we
bid?
should, yeah, you're right. What we should do is, I think we hire you to come up with a solution for us. Tell us the solution, what it takes, then the board has to decide whether they want you to bid on it or whether they want to go for bids.
Absolutely.
But without a price, because, I mean, there's not gonna be.
can I,
No, but what we need is, and that's, right now, you're giving us a solution, you're not bidding on the project.
RFP.
right?
We really need an RFP because
Yeah.
we're going to just,
But we can't do an
That's it,
RFP until we know what the problem, how, we need to develop an RFP.
Right.
Pete, you're gonna give us the permission to develop an RFP, correct?
What's our,
Request for proposal.
absolutely.
Right, that's what we need.
All right.
I
We can't do an
really
RFP
need.
without knowing what to put in there.
Okay, the question I have is, I've got Pete on board. We hired him to get us to this point, but he cannot give you a number because, as you know, you can't lay a number out and someone come in $50 under. So the other thing is, I feel that we need a person to oversee start to finish, which has been rare around here over a number of years. And Pete's the man to make sure it's going to get done the way he wants it done, regardless of the number, or he has people in mind, but there are people, but I would like to see this board say, Pete, we want you start to finish, because we bring in other people and everyone's got a different idea. I know a guy who knows a guy, and we've hired him. He knows this building. I'd like to see the board back him.
But as I said earlier, with building costs, I'm being wondering now that we have the problem, should we be looking for just a temporary patch for, say, 6
Well, he's going to do the full shot. He's going to make sure that it gets done, but to find out who wants to do it. But I don't want to lose Pete because he knows the game here. He knows what has to be done. And I need someone that's going to say, I want it done this way. This is how it goes. I don't want anything half, because we can run into that real fast. So we need him to be the man.
Let me just summarize. We hired Pete to do phase one and come up, we have basically hired Pete to find out what the problem was. And you have done that, and you have identified the problem. The next step, I think what we're saying is, we don't, at least I'm thinking, I don't want a price from you to fix it, because that does put you unfair for bids. What we need for you is tell us how to fix it, that we can put together an RFP, and that way companies can bid on it and go through our normal process. Yeah, because I can't go out for an RFP without knowing what the solution is.
Can you do that within the cost that you've
But
already
as I'm
submitted?
saying, the bigger question is right now, do we want a temporary fix
No.
for 5-6 years and see if materials cost
All or none.
drop? Or do we want to just go ahead and fix it right now?
Well, I think Pete come with a plan next Tuesday, then we can have
Okay,
that dialogue. Because right now, we don't, you're telling us you don't have enough information.
So you should have a motion to move it to next Tuesday.
I'll make the motion.
You can make the next
Yeah. Oh, first.
All those in
7
favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
And in closing, I don't know how the agenda is going to pour out next Tuesday. That's not a board, is that a board meeting or is that just a?
No, it's a board meeting.
Okay.
So these folks.
And just, I know there's a lot of important people throughout the whole day today that are, and I'll be back for the public comment about scheduling the agenda.
You're one of them.
Hey, thank you all very much. I really appreciate your service.
Thank you.
We really appreciate you doing that, Steve. Thank you so much.
I like this building. It's a good building.
Are we all, any other
Probably.
questions before I go? We all set?
Well, I think we're all set, Jared. Thank you. Don't have anything else. Now, yeah. You want to do lunch or you want to go get through with Steve? Okay. I'm sorry, Steve, we're gonna break for lunch here now.
I've already had my lunch.
I know.
We have How much time?
So, yeah, let's try to be here at 2:30.
Yes.
All right?
Yeah.
I demand that you be here at
There you
2:30.
go.
We can do 35.
Yeah, you know how well that works.
The chair is back in the whip.
I don't know why. Doesn't take me that long to eat a sandwich.
No. I think the food's.
Stretching, when you're trying to stretch, that's.
This is a. You know what I was doing, working that hard today, Rick, didn't you? No. Who's in charge of scheduling?
Did you tell him 10 minutes?
We always tell
Well, they need to be reminded just.
We're gonna have to remind them each time now.
I can
Good luck.
schedule.
Yeah. It's like saying we'll take a 20-minute break. Well, you're in complete control.
Yeah.
I'm back.
I stopped short of bringing
No, it's in the back room here. So Deb, all I saw was your name here.
I'm sorry.
I just saw your name here with this here. I thought you were real
And
fast.
that's not a problem because I
It's my
debated,
fault. It's my fault.
if I should get soup or if I should go for a sandwich.
Then after I text Laurel, I look and I go, oh,
She said, Reuben.
Reuben.
I can get that another time.
Or did you get the Reuben too? No.
No, okay.
No.
Yeah, well, I can do it right now.
I need time.
Sorry.
I'll grab it from you now.
No. You know, I'll tell you the truth, no. They should live to be 200 years old, they wouldn't pay it back. Do you need me to stay calm?
No, I was just gonna walk out with you.
Okay.
All right. So sorry.
How you doing, sir? That's all right.
Are you here to?
Hold on, let's have a second.
You're here to report on the Veronica Valley.
Yeah. I'm here for that. Okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
Unfortunately.
Sorry.
My dad was gonna.
You go do it, yeah.
Good to see you. I'm wonderful, I'm wonderful. Who's this guy?
This guy. This guy.
I'm ready.
I was kind of looking. Is it over? No, we're going back 4 hours. What time should I be back, guys?
I think you should make it look We're gonna be out of here by 4?
I better, yeah. We should be.
Where am I?
One side of the road.
Okay.
Tape issue.
Okay, go ahead.
Corn plant.
That's okay.
Okay, ready?
Like to call us back to order. We'll be number 9, the drain commissioner, the GDI consultants.
Hi, Steve.
Go ahead.
This is a renewal. It's actually a new contract, the same as last year, with GEI and Brian Sensi. For general services, we kept the amount the same as last year.
Any questions? Commissioner West.
I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the as-needed consulting and engineering services agreement for general drain consulting between Leelanau County for the Leelanau County Drain Commissioner and GEI Consultants of Michigan PC as presented. Funds to come from account ending in .801.000.
Or
Okay. Commissioner West.
Are the funds for his services, can they be recaptured through, I don't know, what are they called?
Districts?
District
drain.
Not this, no. These are not recaptured. All of the other things he's doing can be recaptured from districts because they relate to the specific districts that are in motion.
So basically general services, is that what you're telling us?
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Long.
Yeah, so I misunderstood that. I thought this was for the drainage district that we'd be recapturing. So what all is he going to be doing for us? And does it have to be by, is that just contractual for the year, whatever you need?
1 year, it's just for 1 year. It's, when I ask for opinions about an area that may become a district or may not become a district, we have water flowing and I need to know a technical engineering answer to a question with respect to drainage in the county. Some of these things do become districts, some don't. People are approaching me on a regular basis now, wanting to know what can be done with certain issues and from my perspective, whether or not something could possibly become a district. And the work that's done pre-district can't be recaptured by law. So as we approach having a district, there's a certain amount of money that goes away that we can't get back. One right now that a fair amount of money has gone toward is Lee Point. Bingham Township is currently looking at the possibility of doing a resolution like Empire Village did last year in declaring a drainage district for the area around Hendricks Park and Lee Point.
I would think one of the things, an example would be right by my house, Broadway. They looked at that being a district, and then they decided the village itself paid to have it fixed and put some culverts in and put some drains in and now it's taken care of. So that wouldn't be, but it'd be like consulting, the way I read it, as we do with our lawyers. You ask for an opinion on it, you get the opinion, and then we have a consulting fee. And so that, I think this would work almost in the same way.
Very much so. Brian and I met with Suttons Bay Village. They were very close to declaring that a drainage district. It was a very straightforward situation that I encouraged them to try to figure out a way to do it, because I believe in what they did do, I think is really going to fix that situation. It was very straightforward, regular soil erosion control permit done, and they did step up and do it. And that money fell into this contract that I'm talking about here.
Another question, in the event that a drain district is determined that that's what's needed, after we've consulted with the with your guy, can those charges then be applied to the drainage district?
After everything that's done, after it's declared a district. So once, say if Bingham Township does the resolution, then from that point forward, everything is on the district.
Okay,
That happened at the Village of Empire.
okay, I think I have a very clear understanding of what you're looking for here. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
So it's as much as you need him. He doesn't have a cap on hours or days or anything. It's as much as you need him because it's contractual.
Correct. The cap is the $7,500. So when he runs out of that, we'll see where we are. I'd have to come back to you folks to ask for more money, but
That's guaranteed. That's just a guarantee that he can charge us up to $7,500 for as much as he uses his hours up quickly enough, but.
You could use that in a month.
Well, it'll be up to Steve. It won't be up to the engineer.
correct. He won't,
I
he can't charge above 7,500. If he wants to do work and not get paid for it, that's his decision, but I won't pay more than 7,500.
So the contract, there will be a contract, or you're just saying you will contract his services for up to that? That's what you're budgeting. Do we have a contract with him? Because that's what we, as the previous documents are, correct? His insurance and all that?
It's a contract and he has insurance, just like a regular
So
contractual
it's-
person.
So it's different than our attorney. In the sense that we're just saying, yeah, we'll use your services for up to $7,500 in the year, but we're not really contracting him to be, yeah.
It's a as needing consulting and engineering services agreement. And his company, GEI, provides the insurance documentation that we require.
Right, so
We're allowing Steve to spend up to 7,500 consulting him. I think that's what it is.
that's exactly what
But
we're
it could be,
doing.
like you said, it could be used up in a month, it could be used up not at all. Just depends on how much he uses them as a consultant.
Right.
I think it would have been helpful if we would have had the contract to look at.
There's in the e-packet, there's
It's in the board contract.
there's the makeup that went through corporate. It's kind of marked up, and I have the clean one here. I was surprised that the clean one wasn't there.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it.
Well, that's only the insurances, correct?
Well, the full contract is in the package.
Yeah, it is.
It was drafted by our legal counsel.
While I was reading board policy, I'm looking certificates of insurance. Oh, I did after, yes, I did see that. Yeah. In his hours, he gets, what was it, it's per hour then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need a motion.
We have that.
You do have it?
In
We're all
support.
set?
Yes,
Well,
I'm watching on monitor.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you much.
Thank you. All right, so then that brings us to the Park and Rec, Veronica Valley.
Good afternoon. For those listening, I'm John Popa. I'm on the Parks and Rec Commission, and we have before you a proposal to replace the culvert into the Veronica Valley Park. It's a 100-foot long culvert. It's been there probably for 50 years or more. It's in horrible condition. It's caving in, and we need to replace it and also bring that entryway up to standard and put it in with a smaller culvert. We're asking for the road commission to do it because it's easier for them to do it, and you can have an intergovernmental agreement. I think that's what it's called, something like that. They'll do it efficiently instead of going out for bids. I can elaborate on it more, but I think
So they're gonna narrow it up. Are they gonna make it a bigger one, or is it gonna be?
it'll go another size bigger, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. How long are they gonna have it now?
It takes a 30-foot entrance. I'm not an expert at putting those culverts, but I know you're gonna need 5 foot on each side, so we might put in 3 lengths of 20s.
But it'd be a 30-foot entrance instead of that 100-foot.
Yes, that 100 foot's a different issue. That's a safety issue there. And that culvert plugs up because it's so darn long and it's rusted out. Some of the pictures show you that.
So you're saying this will cost $5,000 total?
No, probably less than that.
Commissioner Long.
I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners to waive this bid policy on requirements and enter into an agreement with the Leelanau County Road Commission to replace the culvert at Veronica Daly Park at a cost not to exceed $5,000.
Where's the money coming from? Is it coming out of Parks and Rec's budget?
Yes.
I'm sorry, the answer was yes. Thank you.
Just a quick statement. We had quite a bit of discussion on it. And I normally wouldn't support this motion because I would just as soon have this go to a person doing business in the county that can put this in. But since it is county owned and the road commission will fit it in, we're not going to beat this price for putting it in. So that's why I supported it.
So the motion is for up to $5,000.
At a cost not to exceed 5.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you for that, gentlemen.
Thank you much.
Thank you much.
Long time for that today, Mr. Palmer.
So at this time, we're doing the open prayer request, and so since I've got this on the agenda and I'm talking, I turn the lead over to the vice chair.
Okay.
And I would make the motion that we add an opening prayer between our pledge of allegiance and the moment of silence.
I'll support.
So, I mean, yes, I've talked to, groups, the Leelanau Men's Group, they were unanimous about this. I talked to the Bay Council from the Knights of Columbus, which has 42 members. They were unanimous in this. I've gotten emails from pastors concerning this. And so I thought I'd just put this on our agenda. I think at these times that at least the one thing we can do, if we can't lower the taxes, if we can't, try to help them out in other ways, then I think at least we can say a prayer for them and for our county. I thought this is a wonderful thing, at least we can do that doesn't cost anybody anything but a few moments of time. Commissioner West.
Thank you. Well, I've thought about this a lot and I wrote down just a couple of notes. But when I first saw this on the agenda, I was quite sure that no matter how well intended, this was an issue that would not serve our commission or our residents well. After much thought, I think that, and much reflection, I think thought and reflection about how we work together would be good. And it would serve our constituents and it'd be a good thing. For me, though, it's not about whether it's legal, because we know it is, but is it advisable? We started this meeting today with a public comment asking, inviting people to be involved in a prayer. I, for one, was uncomfortable with that. And so, yes, it's legal, but is it polite? Is it respectful? Is it inviting? Does it make people uncomfortable? And I think it does. I prefer that we do our business in silence, and I would support changing our moment of silence to a moment of silence, prayer, and reflection. And I would take advantage of that silent period all the time. If this commission chooses to have a prayer, and I think it leads us down a slippery slope, but if this commission chooses to have a prayer offered at the beginning of each meeting, I think we're going to have to invite persons of all faiths and of all religions and of all belief systems. And I believe that's going to cause lots of people to feel as I felt at the beginning of today's meeting. And I do not object to people praying, and I pray. But I don't want people saying the prayer for me. And I was very uncomfortable today even though it's well intended. And I'm not going to keep talking about this, but I did do a lot of research and I found a statement from the Americans United for the Separation of Church and State. And I'd like to read it. It's just 2 paragraphs. All Americans should feel welcome when they attend government meetings or public events. When government officials, town councils, county boards, and other bodies encourage prayer or incorporate official prayer into events and meetings, however, some of the people there feel excluded. Local government meetings in particular are an important time for citizens to come together and have a say in how their communities are run. Local governments are also the government offices that people are closest to, so they should strive to be inclusive and neutral regarding religion. Americans United opposes official government prayer to ensure that government officials keep public events, government meetings, and proclamations inclusive. And I urge us not to have a prayer at the beginning of our meeting, but have an opportunity for silent prayer and silent meditation. Thank you.
Commissioner Elba.
I also agree with the idea that we start our meetings with a prayerful intent, because our job is to serve the people of our county. As such, I agree that if we instituted a prayer, we'd have to have a different religion represented every month in order to honor all of the constituents, all of our people, all of our residents who live here. And I also believe it would become contentious, because if we say the prayer representing one view of religion, there will be people in the audience or people listening who know they're not being included, and that's not what we want. We don't want to introduce any contention. I love our moment of silence, and my request would be that it be longer. This morning, I do pray during that moment of silence. And this morning, I took note of how much I could do, and I couldn't get my first thought completed. So, to truly honor the way all of us approach our God, I would request that the moment of silence be a true minute instead of a few seconds, so that all of us can go to our center, go to our own God, and come to this meeting with a sense of unity and prayerful purpose. And I think that honors all of our residents, it honors us, it honors our purpose here. So I won't support a verbal prayer.
Yeah, I'm going to support the motion because, well, for a number of reasons. But first reason being, I've heard a lot of support for this idea, because it's for a number of reasons. And I wish I had found some of the quotes. Ty did a very good job on your research, because my research was going to be on things I've read where it's shown the emotional impact prayer has on conduct and on situations, regardless of your denomination and regardless of even whether you believe or not. They've got scientific studies that just show that it's a helpful thing. And the one I like the best, because I don't want to start picking one denomination against another one. I think that we could find a very neutral prayer. I appreciate today's. It is the oldest prayer. It's one that I know wherever I go, nearly everyone, if not everyone, knows it and can recite it. As opposed to several others that, unless you're of the faith, you can't recite those prayers. But I thought the pastor of the Empire United Methodist Church really did a fantastic job putting together a prayer that is just perfect for what we do here and what we would be asking for. And that's what we do here at this table. And I didn't see any denomination, no picking and choosing, and it just said simply that we say, we come to you today asking for your wisdom and support as we begin this meeting. We pray for guidance on the matters at hand and ask that you will clearly show us how to conduct our work with the spirit of joy and enthusiasm. Help us to work together and encourage each other. May you grant us the wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times. May we have a sense of welfare and true needs of our people and have confidence in what is good and fitting for the people of whom we represent. May we have the ability to speak together in harmony, even when there is honest disagreement. We pray for the agenda set before us today. May you guide our minds and our heart to making the best decisions that we can to benefit those who live and work in and around our beloved county. And in your name we pray. So it's just directed. She wrote this directly at what we want to do. And if it helped us in any way to have that sense, after that being said, and move into the meeting with everything set before us, after that, you have your moment or your minute, it's fine, of reflection where, you can have your moment of silence and find your inner peace, as you said, or whatever you would need to do. That's generally, it can be for anything. But I just think we pick a prayer like that that's directed to what we're doing, why we're here, and how we are going to conduct ourselves. I just really like it, and that's the one I would recommend we use. And she says, it can be shortened, and it can be, but I just really liked it. I thought it could really help.
Commissioner Rush.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Lautner. I think that she put a very targeted prayer together that this board can use. It's targeted for the actions that this board is going to take. It does not lend that opportunity of segregation, you might say, as far religion to religion. There's a million of them out there. Everybody has a different God. But the purpose of that particular type of prayer hopefully would allow a blessing to all of us so that we would work together better and be a little bit more congenial towards one another. I would support that prayer.
Sets a tone.
Any other comments? Commissioner Sudas-Level, we're on number 11 right now for talking about open prayer. Commissioner Rock.
I see all sides here. I think your intent, Will, is, we have 24 meetings. So there's 24 dates there that we gotta fill. I think there's about 25 churches in our county, and I think it's a great idea. We're involving the community, all religions. The tribe can, whoever their pastor is, they can show up. Just 4 months ago, we swore in a new president. They had 3 prayers at his swearing in. No one complained then. They do it in Lansing. The governor's always telling us every time she's on a conference, let's pray for COVID. So I don't think we have anything to lose here. Like I said, it's involving the community, and I think, there's not either priests, ministers, pastors, clergy people in our county that, if you set it up right, those 24 dates could be filled in advance. You're gonna know who it's gonna be filled, and they show up and give their prayer, and they're off. And so I don't see I see both sides, but I don't see where it's a bad thing, and I'm gonna support it.
Commissioner Wessel?
I see two different ideas here. And when we come to vote, I don't know which one we're voting on, because one idea was to adopt a prayer that you liked, that speaks about how we do business together. And I have a problem picking a prayer that we're going to use. I heard another proposal that let's invite a variety of people to come in and give us a brief prayer, a brief message, which expands our awareness and I think is more inclusive. I'm adamantly opposed to selecting a prayer that this group says, this is what we want the audience and our residents to listen to each week or each meeting. I will not support that. I could support inviting a variety of people. Maybe we could each take responsibility for a month and invite 2 people from our townships, from our districts, to come in and give us a message. That's quite another thing. But selecting a prayer is, I think, slippery slope.
Commissioner
Okay, let me clarify. I mean, when I spoke, your intentions, I thought, were not to select a prayer as a group, but to go out in the community and make it available to the clergy out there who would like to come here and say a prayer. That's what I would support. I'm not going to support where 7 of us pick a prayer. I mean, I want the community involved.
Commissioner Lott?
Yeah, I don't disagree. I just threw this one out there because having read all the public comment we received, there was a lot of devil's advocates. I read in the comments. So, they're like, well, it's going to get political, or it's going to get this, or it's going to get that. That's why I thought, wow, this is the most neutral prayer to what we do here. I certainly am not opposed. In fact, we even could ask them there would be certain guidelines for Peter Cole, please ask them, please don't get political, or whatever we need them to do in the prayer, but just off the prayer based on what we are doing here today. I don't know if there's a denomination that I haven't been in and prayed with and haven't received benefit from. I've even been to tribal ceremonies where I don't understand it, but I received benefit from what they were doing just because of the ceremony of it all. So, I'm whatever it takes to get it done. We can.
Well, I mean, my original idea was that there are 25 churches. I know we have the 25 meetings, and that it would have to be voluntary. We can't say this church, but a minister from one of those churches, whatever they are, would come, a minister or a representative. You don't want to just pick people out of the public,
Right.
But I would think that we would have to have a voluntary thing, and I'd be willing to go to the churches, all the churches in the county, and talk to them and see if they had someone that was willing to, or we could do it online and they can sign up. But, I mean, and then that way the entire county's represented, and it is people, that representing all the different denominations. Not trying to promote one over the other, and I've talked to at least 3 different pastors of different churches, and all of them said they'd be willing to volunteer to do it. So that's, just like Rick said, I mean, that's really what my thought was. And I guess I probably should have said that right from the beginning.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I agree with that philosophy. And my other suggestion is if we allow them to zoom in, it would be a lot easier for them. Something to think about.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm not opposed to that.
Commissioner Siddle.
Well, now, having heard enough, I'm kind of up on what you were chatting about with this. And if we're opening it to all denominations, so it could be Jewish prayer, it could be Native American Indian prayer, whatever, then I think it's fine. I think my whole, feeling on this is kind of what I wrote to Gary's Alliance, and that is what I think we need right now is kindness in the world and respect. And if we limit it to just one denomination, then we're not issuing respect to all. It has to be broad, but as long as we're including everybody and have some kind of a plan, whether it's, what Commissioner Wessel said, or you're willing to do it, which would be wonderful. As long as we're inclusive of all denominations, then I'm comfortable with that.
Commissioner Allen.
If they're not able to Zoom, could they send us a prayer and we could read it? That's a thought. I am going to repeat my request for a longer moment of silence as well. But I would support if we have different denominations, if we're representing as many people as we can.
Let me clarify something. So we obviously got a legal opinion to have that it's legal. There's no debate about that. If there's support, it seems like there is support. There are specific guidelines you have to have in place. If this is moved on till next Tuesday, I'll try to get those guidelines for you by next Tuesday. Because there is some strict guidelines you have to follow to be in compliance. So if you move this on to next Tuesday, I'll try to get those to you by next Tuesday night.
Commissioner West.
Okay, now I'm gonna dig myself in a little bit of a hole here because the 25 churches in the county do not represent the entire county. So we gotta go beyond denominations and we gotta move into belief systems. And we gotta give people, I mean, if we're really gonna do it, it's gotta be inclusive. And that's what I mean when I say it's gonna be a slippery slope. Because I think we're all willing to listen to the ministers of our 25 churches. But I don't know that we're going to have audience comfort or commissioner comfort if we really make the prayers inclusive of 100% of the belief systems in this county. And I urge us to be careful, because having 25 churches do it is not enough.
See, I would disagree with that because there isn't anything we do here that we get 100%. And we'll never represent, no matter what we do, 100% of the people. Many of the things we decide that when they're controversial, we're lucky if we have 60% that agree with it, and often I'll have complaints from just as many people who don't like something as do like it. So we talked about fixing Eurasian milfoil. It's the same thing. I've already gotten calls, people who don't want them to do that. Well, but, so if you're expecting 100%, we're never going to achieve that. It's never going to happen. And I believe, and I didn't want to get in, I just wanted to foresee if we could get supported, if we could get it passed, and then we can figure out the details on it. But I do believe if we did the churches, we're going to get the best representation we could of Leelanau County. And we have people of leaders of communities who are going to come and lead the prayer. And I think that would, to me, that's, I think, the ideal thing. But I was just wanting to see if we could get it so we do the prayer, and then we can figure out the details and go by the guidelines. Commissioner Robbins.
Yeah, I just want to add, I think we just threw that 25 out there because that's what we roughly counted. There may be more out there.
Well,
and who says it has to really be a minister? Maybe a 10-year-old girl will want to come in here and say prayer for me. I don't know, I mean, they like to keep it to churches, but it maybe the churches send a, we don't know.
Representative.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, We just threw that number out there. I mean, I don't, there's probably more out there. I don't know. I mean, I know what Ty, I agree with Ty too. I mean, you know, we're not confining it to 25 churches.
One thing we do in Rotary is people, we do prayer or inspirational message. And you may find leaders of different faiths who would be more comfortable doing an inspirational message in lieu of an actual prayer, or maybe that is a prayer within their religion. So, yeah, I think broadening it is what the key is, and I agree, Ty's comment is, you're never gonna, you're right, you're not gonna please everybody, you're probably going to offend someone. But if we include, you know, Muslims, if we include all religions, at least we've got a better shot at people realizing this is not targeted for one religious group, it's trying to be inclusive for
Yeah, well, that was why I haven't picked this one particularly. It's just so neutral, and I think it does aim at working together, et cetera. And I've seen that. Yeah, I go to my club meetings, and somebody offers a prayer, and they're always just a little bit different. My two favorite things, three. Beginning of a NASCAR is the jet flyover, the opening prayer, and gentlemen start your engine. I know the top three things, and the prayer I always enjoy because it always comes from somebody. Well, they're almost always down south, and they're just it's a different sort of prayer than I'm used to, but I always enjoy listening to it. And of course, they pray for the safety of the drivers. That's what they're there for that day. The safety of the drivers, et cetera. That's when I looked at everything being offered, this one is just so neutral. But it doesn't have to be. It just, as Ted said, set some guidelines for those who we do invite in. If there's 24 churches in the county, begin with those. It's a start, and just begin is all I'm saying, because it's never harmful to anyone. Whether you believe or not, if somebody's praying for you, it's never harmful.
And I don't mean to beat it to death. I shared that I was uncomfortable this morning. And I think we have an obligation not to make our constituents uncomfortable. And before we approve, I think we need to look at the details. Because most of what we've talked about are the denominations. That's the Christian faith.
No.
Well, in this county, it's almost all Christian faith. Are we willing to do Hindus? Are we willing to do Muslim? Are we willing to do whatever? I think it's, I'm using again slippery slope, but until we see the detail, we must be inclusive. We must seek to make everybody comfortable. And it's going to be very uncomfortable if we have somebody here someday and most people don't want to participate, although they've been asked to participate on prayer.
But they don't have to.
I know, but it's going to be uncomfortable for the presenter. I think we don't have the details worked out.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening.
And thank you, Mr. Wessel, for stating that. I was making an assumption that might not have been correct. I assumed that this would include Muslims. I assumed it would include, when I said denominations, I'm not talking Christian denominations. I was talking religions, all religions. Yeah, yeah. And I think that's what you were agreeing to.
Exactly. I don't think there's any problem with that.
And that has to be part of the.
Right, it has to be part.
Which hopefully I can at least have a sample next Tuesday.
Okay, so all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign.
Aye.
The motion passes 6-1. Thank you. All right, so then we move on to the septic system pilot program.
Yeah, just a quick update. Last month we talked about picking the next lake. We talked about the health department picking next lake. Rob Herman and I met briefly on the telephone with Eric Johnson. He selected Little Glen Lake as the next logical choice. However, he is very busy this time of year. Rob cannot do the work until he gets information from Mr. Johnson. Eric did not know when he'd be able to get to that point. So Rob is willing to do the map. It's the major effort is on the health department part to get the information to Rob. As Rob pointed out, him making a map is pretty easy. So we're just waiting for when Mr. Johnson has time to transfer that data over to Rob so he can do the map. But he did select Little Glen Lake.
And he has started working on it.
Yeah, I just don't know where he's at.
Commissioner Allen.
And I am glad that he has made a choice, and I sure understand that he is too busy to do it right now. I have a couple comments on that. I would hope somehow, when we find out how we can use the rescue plan money, that we could perhaps, they've taken a picture of the records, so there's a photocopy, but they're still very difficult to access. And boy, if down the road somehow, the health board could figure out a way to get some money to help with that process that he has to go through to truly digitize these records, that would be great and a great tool for our county, for our residents, for our health department. I'd also like to comment on how we are terming this on our agendas. It really is a mapping update project at this point, which will be very valuable for a future septic system pilot, but this isn't a septic system pilot. And I know we started using that term in December when Tony reintroduced this. I think we should be calling this a map, septic mapping project at this point, which, like I said, will be very, very valuable when we truly do a septic pilot, and we've got to figure that one out. So I sure thank Rob Herman and Eric Johnson and his staff for the work they're doing. It's important for our residents.
Thank you. Any other comments? So then we'll move on then to the clerk and the MGT of America.
Is she coming in?
She left, and so she must not be here.
Okay.
She must not be back
I
yet.
can do the first part at least. This is by law, we are required to do a cost allocation plan. We have contracted with MGT for, Jen, probably what, 6 years, I'm guessing?
At least, if not
And maybe
longer.
longer. There's only basically, I think, 2 companies that do this work. We've been very pleased with MGT. They've done the work. It's part of the auditing process and so forth. And
Part of
so the clerk,
The what process?
it's part of the audit. We have to have a cost allocation plan in place. And we certainly don't have the staff to do it. They have done it every year for many years for us. I can't tell you how many years.
Oh,
And they've done an
gosh.
excellent job, and we're proposing a.
I'd be 10 or 12 years, isn't it? 10?
I would say Indy's more.
Yeah.
Mr. Rushton.
I would move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners waive its policy on bid requirements and approve renewing the agreement with MGT of America Consulting LLC for 3 additional one-year periods in an amount not to exceed $7,500 annually, with the funds to come from 101 ending in 801.
Support.
Here she comes.
All those in favor, please raise your, or say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign.
That you covered, Michelle, already.
Motion passes 7-0.
We're on the jury commission now.
Yes, so number 14, jury commission appointment.
Do you have any questions on the jury commission? It's
Is
pretty,
this Joan Schaub, is this John Schaub's wife?
no, Joan Schaub. Did I put Joan? It's June. Did I write Joan?
No, it's June.
June Schaub, she lives over on
Yeah.
204.
Okay.
Um,
June job?
She was appointed for the balance of Jay Johnson's term last summer, and she only really got a chance to work with the jury commission for maybe a month or two. And it seemed to work real well, and she would like to be reappointed. So I did forward her name to the circuit court judges as I'm required to, and they did recommend her appointment. It will be for a 6-year term. That's how long they run. I'm sure I'll be back to you. I don't know how long this group, it's fluid. It seems to change quite frequently when they've had enough of doing it.
I read, you sent it to us under a separate cover. I read it.
Yeah, Laurel did last Friday.
So anyway, I would make that motion to approve June Shaw. However you had that.
To be appointed to the Leelanau County Jury Commission to a term ending April 30th, 2027.
That's what I read. Thank you.
Support.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All
Say
those
third,
opposed,
right?
all opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much. All right, so that brings us to the malfunction copiers.
Is Laurel coming in, or could she?
Do you want us just to talk about them? Or do you want me to look at them?
If you have that information yet, because Ron's not here.
Okay.
Jen,
I don't think we want to replace malfunction copiers.
Last year during the budget process, it was discussed, there's 2 copy machines, one in the administrator board office and one in my office. And they're both, I think when they were purchased initially, they were refabrication, and bids were solicited and received from 6 vendors. There was no money put in the budget at the time because it needed to go out for bid. So the one in her office and the one in my office both really need to be replaced. And this is the same company, we've got the others, so there is consistency in them. And these were really good prices for these. And they just basically need to be replaced. So that's what we're looking for, is the motion to do that.
One copier?
2. Yeah.
2 copiers.
2 copiers for the 14,000.
I know one time you shared them. Somebody shared a copier one time.
They might be, but we have tried both avenues. And at one point there was a thought you could just set them in the hall and people could share. Well, that never works.
Okay.
You've got different wear and tear, and we do a lot of scanning on these too. They're also scanners to scan records.
What's nice about having the same model in each office is if something happens to theirs and it goes down, we have it set up so that they can actually do their work. And if they're really backed up with a copy job, accounting will come in and scan on mine.
I would recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the quote from NetLink Business Solutions for the purchase of 2 Sharp MX-4051 copiers in an amount not to exceed $14,470, with funds to come from the duplicating fund number 645 and fund 970.
And that comes with their maintenance?
Yes, yes.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Brings us to potential county state of emergency declaration.
Yeah, let me give an update and clarification, just so everyone understands.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
You're welcome.
So I believe I'll give a copy of this.
Yeah.
Actually, this morning I got an update from MAC of the 83 counties in the state of Michigan. As of this morning, 39 have passed such resolutions, 15 have determined they will not be passing them, and 29 are like we are, they are discussing the options. So this is in response to the change in the Open Meetings Act. And as you know, as of April 1st, the meetings can no longer be held remote unless either the county or the health department issues a state of emergency. I did ask, does it have to be called state of emergency? Because it's a little misleading, and the answer is yes. To be in compliance with the law, it has to be declared a state of emergency. So what you have here is a resolution drafted by Cole Stoker that the counties that have passed it have used this resolution. So if it passes by a county or health department, it covers every unit of government in that county. So for example, if Leelanau County passed it, all the townships and the villages would be eligible to continue with remote meetings. And I put it here for 3 months here. That's up to you to decide. Most of them that haven't passed for 3 months.
I will support this because I want to support people's desire to maintain, well, especially with the COVID spike right now. I think we have to be wise. We have to protect our residents, especially the ones that are mindful of their health. I love how the possibility of Zoom meetings has extended the role of government and the actions of government to more and more residents. So especially with COVID, I think this is a very, very important move, and it will support all of us and our citizens. So I'm glad we're considering it.
Commissioner Soto.
I'd asked to have it on the agenda initially for one reason, but during our health discussion today, it seems appropriate for COVID itself. But originally, I know, and I know Chairman Buddick has too, we've received a lot of inquiries on when's the county going to do this. It's really been a burden for our local units of government. The health board, Leelanau Township Library Board canceled their meeting because they couldn't get their members to agree to come together. The Leelanau Township declared an emergency so that they could meet for 7 days and decide to declare this or not. Leelanau Township did the same. The problem is, right now there are a lot of really important issues that are on our local township agendas. And in order to meet the Open Meetings Act, you have to accommodate every single person who wants to be at the meeting. So, and you have to be spaced 6 feet apart, just like we did here today. So you get that person who exceeds your limit, then you have to cancel the meeting, adjourn the meeting, and then reschedule the whole thing, which is not a good way to have to do business. Plus, as Commissioner Algar just said, having people be able to participate by Zoom has been amazing. For us, it's really increased participation. But that was my original thinking is, since everyone is kind of looking to us to take the leadership on this issue, it would be a good thing for us to do to really benefit our county as a whole. But now, after hearing also and reading the information from Dr. Lisa Peacock in terms of the rise in COVID and knowing how many cases are now at the hospitals and where we are, it just makes good sense for all reasons to do this. So I appreciate your consideration of this, and obviously I intend to support it.
Yes, the Leelanau Township Supervisor has contacted me 3 different times, encouraging us to support this township. And they did declare an emergency in their in the township, but that somehow that didn't work. And so their meeting tonight has been changed because of this act. So this would be helpful to the townships.
They referenced the wrong public act. It was several townships that, not knowing the consequences, they enacted the Emergencies Act, which we did for 7 days when that windstorm happened. That's a whole different set of guidelines. And Matt Anzork has told them they cannot do that. That can only be 7 days maximum. I was told last night, and I don't suspect, that Elm Township had to cancel their meetings because they had too many people there and they did not have a backup plan. For example, today, I believe we had 6 people downstairs because we do have a plan in place because this room was full. So we do broadcast downstairs, which if you exceed your capacity, you have to have a plan. I believe, I wasn't at the meeting last night, but I was told Elm Township had to cancel the meeting because they had too many people, they could not be distanced, and therefore they had to cancel the meeting.
And they have a large meeting space. Their supervisor had indicated that he thought he was worried that they could accommodate, and I think they can accommodate 50. So they have over that space.
Commissioner Long.
I just was, first I had a question, but then something Ty said. So you said they're going to meet tonight? They're not going to meet tonight?
They had a meeting, they canceled the meeting, and now while we were eating, I got a text that they were having a committee meeting or something. So I don't know what they're doing, but I know that this was an issue for them.
They'd have to wait till after Tuesday night if they want to go under this one. Okay. Yeah, I know it's been a challenge either way. Some townships aren't set up for Zoom, so Zooming has just been a difficult thing and they want to get back to meeting in person, or a combination of both. So this doesn't preclude them. They can still meet in person, and just have to allow.
That's a good point, and I should have brought that up. For example, we actually, even though we technically were doing remote meetings, we still had the option of coming. We did a hybrid.
Hybrid, that's right.
And so they would have that option for the commissioners. The public, though, once they meet a certain standard, depending on the size of the building, they would have to Zoom in.
Okay.
So so basically what we were doing from last, I think maybe June or July, we basically were doing a hybrid, where you as commissioners had the choice of either being in person or Zooming in, while the public had to remotely. Now, because it's changed, we can't have, it used to be 20, it was 10 at one point, it's 25, and now it's 6 feet apart. But the problem with the 6 feet, if you don't clear emergencies, you cannot have remote meetings, and you, like Elmwood Township, allegedly had to cancel last night because they had too many people at the meeting, and they didn't have a backup plan. Fortunately, we have the technology to have a backup plan.
Well, my final point is that, like this morning, sometimes you can't hear the speaker, and it's very frustrating. We had one speaker, and I have no idea what he said because it was breaking up so much. So that's the downside of it, and occasionally that happens. So, as other things, like a meeting where they just lost video in the middle of the meeting and it had to just quit and be done, and those sort of things. But to start, hopefully, I would have preferred maybe till the end of May. I think we're coming into the hot months, but last year that helped a lot. Your numbers just totally dropped off during those summer months, so.
Well, you as a board pick the date, I just put.
I understand, you proposed to.
Yeah.
If I can get a clarification on what it's gonna look like here, are we still gonna be working under a hybrid model?
That's up to you, I would assume you want to continue that.
Okay, and so what you're telling us is the state is not mandating a certain numbered requirement other than a 6-foot barrier.
Yeah, they went from 10, as you remember.
10 to 25 now.
25, and they switched that now as long as you have the 6-foot requirement. So
Okay.
that's why we got to space the chairs.
Okay, got it.
And then we're in compliance because we had 4 to 6 people downstairs this morning.
So we have 3 different areas where our constituents can be involved in a meeting. One would be Zoom, one would be in front of us, and one would be downstairs.
Really, the difference is for you as commissioners. Because right now, unless you're in the military, have a medical condition, or a caregiver provider, you have to be in the room. The majority of you have to be here. If you pass this, it switches it to you, 7 of you make a choice how you wish to participate.
Does this affect our employees in any way?
No.
Okay. However, according to some of my other commissioners, what you're saying is it would be helpful to our townships.
And also, for example, for multi-government, multi-county areas, for example, North Michigan Lakes, they have to meet they can only meet in the county that passed this resolution. They cannot have, for example, if they wanted to have a meeting here this week, they couldn't do it because they couldn't have all the people out, because they're a large group.
Right. Okay, I'm good.
Well, I guess when Lisa was here talking to us, she said that 70% of the most vulnerable have been vaccinated in Leelanau County or in her district, and probably more at this time. So, and to me, this seems to be more about the Open Meetings Act that we can circumvent or, let's say, ignore the Open Meetings Act. if we pass this as an emergency. And it diminishes the meaning of emergency. We're doing something just so it's convenient for us or for the townships. And that's, at least that's the way I'm seeing it. The governor has not put it down that we can ignore the Open Meetings Act. You know, the health department has not put it down, where previously, all we ever said is, go by the health department, go by what the governor says, go by all this. Now, all of a sudden, we're gonna declare our own emergency because they have it. And that's, it just seems to be hypocritical that we've been, for a year now, we've been saying, do what they say, you know, follow what they're telling us and do that. And now we're saying, no, we don't wanna do what the health department says. We don't want to do what the governor and the legislature say. We want to go on our own and declare an emergency.
Let me just clarify that, because in the Open Meetings Act, the modified Open Meetings Act, that was passed by the House and Senate and signed by the governor, this is in the act. It allows units of government to pass a state of emergency. So I see what you're saying, but that is part of the law. I don't want to think that we're bypassing law. The provision, as you know, on open meetings was modified last year. It expired December 31st. It was extended through March 31st. The current Open Meetings Act, which was passed by the House and Senate and signed by the governor, is through December 31st, that you have to meet in person unless you meet one criteria or you pass this. So this is part of the Open Meetings Act, the revised Open Meetings Act.
Right, this new law actually demands that the commissioners be at their meetings, the trustees be at their meetings. And so when we declare this emergency, we're saying we don't want to do that, even though they no longer even allow us to do Zoom in this new act for commissioners. But if we pass this emergency, then we're allowing ourselves to do that, going against this rule that they want us to be at these meetings. The problem that I see with it is that we can't allow as many public in as who may show up. And that would be the only reason, but it goes against us meeting together as a meeting, which is what the legislator wants us to do. Commissioner West.
And I understand that, and I don't support this because I want to zoom into the meetings. I support this because our boards of education and our small townships do not have the space, so it works against the public that wants to attend that meeting, but because they can't accommodate people, the meetings are canceled. And this allows then that not to happen. So this is, the reason I support this is it works to support the engagement in the meetings, and allows the townships and the villages and the school boards and the library boards to continue to meet, even though they can't deal with some of the space issues that they have at their small locations. But in a township hall, when they have staff there, there's no room for anybody else. So they have to cancel the meeting if too many people show up. This gets around that.
Right, well, but part of it is, at least, we have people who zoom in from Phoenix and, Florida and Mississippi, and somehow I see that this accommodates them as well. That they can still zoom in as their trustees or whatever, and be able to say they're participating in it. And that was why this law was put into place, to get people back to their meetings. So if we declare Leelanau County in an emergency, which I don't believe we are in an emergency. So to me, that we're accommodating the people who don't want to come back to Leelanau County for their own meetings. They want to be wherever they are, Colorado, skiing or whatever. And I just don't, I can't support that. But I do understand the whole thing about public, but I'm sure they could work their way around allowing the public to be able to participate in it, whether it's through a phone, through whatever. I mean, there's ways to allow the public to participate. And I don't think that the rush of people coming to the meetings demands that we declare an emergency. So anyway, that's just, go ahead, Commissioner Surslow.
First off, I think Chet's point was that the act that was passed allows this to occur. So they're not looking at it as a way around. I think they were thinking that this was going to be a problem. And it is. And it's, you know, we can accommodate, because we've got space, we've got polycam systems, we can do that. But most townships cannot. Now, some townships, like Centerville, they don't get a big attendance, you know. When they were doing Zoom, they're just simply doing it with a camera, and it works for them. They don't have to. It doesn't mandate that they have to. If they want to meet in person, they can do it, it's fine. You know, in the discussion last night at Leelanau Township, those commissioners always all want to be there. And I have not heard anyone say to me, we want this so that we can be in Florida or we can be wherever. We're really concerned. We're talking about short-term rentals. We're talking about all kinds of key hot button issues that are really important to the public. And right now, we don't have the ability to overflow. We can't do it. So it means we have to cancel our meeting, we have to restructure it, get everybody back together. I mean, it's a mess. If we can solve that for 3 months, why wouldn't we do that? And today, it is true, I take your point, Mr. Buddick, that you know, our most vulnerable have had their vaccination, but, you know, 40% of our population roughly is 60 and up. They're talking about, if you look at the data, 65 and up. And we don't really know how much of our population, but it's some subset of 40%. But that's not who's getting sick. It's the younger people, it's the high school kids, it's the others. And when you get 23 cases in a day, I mean, listen to the numbers that she was throwing out in terms of new cases. It's frightening. So I just think I understand why the library board didn't want to meet. You know, I understand that. And I just think it's something we can do for our townships and we should do it. And we're only talking about 3 months and nobody's going off. Our weather's improving, so there's no need to go forward.
Well, I mean, if we went till April 30th or May 18th, when our second meeting is, I would say fine. Would give them time to figure out how to do their meetings to allow the public in. But you know, we just keep pushing this. It started out for 3 weeks, and then it went another 3 weeks, and now it's been a year of 3 weeks. And now again, we're going 3 months at a time for another emergency. Anyway, I won't support this till the end of June, so. Okay.
I was just going to say, we can pick the date, so if you want to try it through the end of May, I mean, we can change the date, we don't have to go 3 months, like Chet said, even though we're gonna be almost through April. The weather is going to be getting warmer, but like, as I said this morning, you know, I think the numbers maybe have to change or be a little bit flexible. Like today you have a couple sitting side by side, and why shouldn't they? And yet that should have meant one more person could come in, because those two are already basically one person, you know, but then you have brothers have to separate, you know, in the room, or they are, or basically brothers, you know, so technically there could be more people in the room because living together anyway.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Wait, I don't, in favor for what?
Well,
for May?
Was there a motion? No, there's a.
I don't have a motion.
Oh, we don't have a motion.
I was just gonna say.
Okay, go ahead.
Everybody's just giving me their.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm off here.
You're going a little too fast.
Yeah.
I don't know if I ever read. I'll make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners to approve the resolution authorizing Leelanau County to declare a local state of emergency to remain in effect until May 31st of 2021.
I will second.
Commissioner Robbins, I saw you had your hand up. Okay. No, all those, we're ready to vote. Did you
No, I
want?
have a comment on that because the date that we're suggesting, townships only have one more meeting until that date. And I think we have to recognize that our townships and our local boards need help, and we give them 60 days, not 30 days. Their meetings are, the Leelanau Township meeting's got to deal with it at their next meeting if we set this date as we're suggesting. And I think that's unreasonable. I think they need to know where we're going to be. And to me, it's a whole lot more helpful to them if we keep with the original June 30th. So I'd like to amend the motion to put, to change the date to June 30th.
I'll second the amendment.
Commissioner Rush.
We have to look at what's going on in our county. With the level of vaccinations that are being distributed to our citizens, number one. Those vaccinations are increasing at 400, she's getting 400 injections per week, I believe is what she said. In a 6 weeks time, you know, that's another 2,400, I believe. Schools will be out pretty much a week after this date. Townships have had a year and a half to figure out how they're going to go about returning to normal life. I won't support the June 30th today. I think we will hopefully see a downturn in the numbers of infections with COVID. I think we'll know a little bit more about the severity of the COVID. And I think this will give us an opportunity to provide that space for the townships to hold their meetings remotely, but they need to start figuring out how they're going to return to normal life. And if we continue to implement these emergency situations when, you know, our numbers are reversing, it's a little bit ridiculous, I think. So that's it. That's all I got.
Commissioner Solis.
I understand what you're saying, but they haven't had a year and a half to prepare for this because we've been under emergency until the 31st of March. So now they're having to start thinking about it, and I think they're scrambling. By the end of June, our weather starts warming up. I know what will happen in Leelanau. They'll move it to the fire station, open up the bays both ways, and they can accommodate more people there. And that'll be a solution, but everybody will feel comfortable because you've got air coming in, a good ventilation system, so to speak. That's probably what they would do. I think the other thing we've got to be careful of, our numbers aren't going down, our numbers are going up. That's why we're number one in the country right now with a third wave we're trying to avoid and not call it that of COVID. So before we were on the downtrend, but now we're not, we're on the uptrend. And I think we shouldn't lose sight of that, but the extra 30 days, Commissioner Wischel's point is correct. I wasn't thinking about that. That's just one meeting. If you do it to the end of June, that does give them, 2 meetings to hash it through, figure it out, find out what they're gonna do. Then I agree. We've got the solution. They can blow it up.
Commissioner Locke.
That's my point for wanting to support the May 31st is it gets you past Memorial Day. It gets you into June. By June, people are outside. Either you're having your graduation parties, you're starting to have your weddings, you're starting to have outdoor events. So they can open up those doors or meet in the park or meet, under a pavilion. June is an outdoor month. Shoot, for that point, May is up here. So either way, but I just think that May's, they got a month to figure it out. They got 6 weeks to figure it out after next week. So time to figure it out.
Okay, first we'll vote on the amendment, which would be for June 30th. And we'll just vote, a voice vote now, but it would be, because it's a resolution, it would be a roll call vote next Tuesday.
So the amendment is June 30th, you said?
Yes, the
Yes.
amended motion that you'll vote on first is for June 30th.
Okay.
And if that passes, then we'll vote on the entire motion with June 30th. If it fails, we'll vote on the motion for May 31st.
Okay.
So all those in favor of the June 30th amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye. So the motion passes 4-3. So now I'll vote on the whole motion with June 30th as the date. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign, aye. So the motion passes 6-1. All right, then that brings us then to administration and approval of draft subrecipient grant agreement.
Yeah, this is the last step in the CARES federal grant from 2020, the Community Development Block Grant. I'm pleased to announce we have received all the reimbursable money of $281,000 approximately. And to get it to those units of governments or nonprofits, we need to have agreement in place. Because we, as you know, cannot just transfer money. It has to be for a cause. So it's a simple agreement that we have used for our PELT and other things, that if you approve this, we'll send those to the units of government, they'll sign off, and then we can legally transfer money or issue a check for that amount.
Do we have the breakdown of what these are? Like
Yeah,
what
you were
thing
given that
is-
to several times last month and a couple updates, yes.
I have it in the board packet, I thought.
It made it, yeah, we,
Yeah, I got some numbers, but I don't think we've gotten,
The
yes,
second,
it's in the board packet on page 106.
second page shows you all the
Page 106.
subrecipient agreements.
Has a breakdown. $283,579.78.
no, I guess you're not understanding my question. What, like, Bingham Township's gonna get $1,600.
Yeah,
What-
we have receipts for every penny of this.
Okay, that's what, so how can we see these receipts, or how can we see what this is for?
Well, if you like, it's all COVID related.
Well, I'm sure it is, but I mean, I'm just curious what it.
If you like, we have a large file, you're more than welcome to do it.
So how, and it all qualifies like,
Yeah, this was all approved by the state, we have the money. The
the
deadline was
state
December
approved of, like,
31st.
I don't even know what this is, but there's a Leelanau Peninsula Econ Found. So I guess it's a foundation, okay, Economic Foundation,
Mhm.
okay, and that just qualifies because they're in Leelanau County?
No, because they did COVID related, I forgot, it was,
Yeah, but I'm saying, but they
businesses.
must be located in Leelanau County, did something.
yeah, they're all Leelanau County.
But not necessarily county, we don't fund the Economic
No,
Foundation, but yet they.
but the money was for any unit of government or nonprofit in Leelanau County that
Okay.
qualified.
Okay, I guess I thought we had to approve
No.
those, but, okay.
If you like the specifics, we have them in our office.
Yeah, I think we should get the specifics.
Well, you have to come, it's very thick and we have all the receipts, so I don't think you want copies, you want to come and
No,
look
I'm
at it.
just coming.
Commissioner Hopper.
I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the draft sub-agreement for the disbursement of MedC CDBG grant funding as presented.
Support.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. And that brings us to temporary emergency leave policy.
Yes, in January, you extended the temporary leave policy to March 31st. It's for COVID related. I won't go over the whole policy, but it basically says if you have tested positive for COVID or if you have direct exposure that meets the guidelines, the county established 10 days. I'm not asking for additional 10 days for those people, it's simply to extend it to June 30th. Unfortunately, every week since January, we've had people out who either have tested positive or have been directly exposed, including this week. We have a couple of employees this week. The issue is, from a health safety standpoint, we obviously don't want people that are tested positive or directly exposed in the building, exposing other people. There also is the legal issues for those in that have not done this. By our policy, we mandate that if you've been directly exposed, you cannot come to work. Unfortunately, this board has been very supportive, but there have been other cases throughout the state that if you mandate people to stay home, you cannot mandate that they use vacation and personal days. And we don't want people to be falsely, and all employees still have to do the daily health screening test. We don't want people to falsely doing those sheets to get around potentially having to use a personal vacation days.
Commissioner Robbins.
How many employees have had to use this?
I can give the exact number, and when I say employees, some of them was as little as a couple hours after the second COVID shot to the full maximum 10 amounts for people that have tested positive. I'm guessing it's about 17. I can give the exact number. I just don't have that sheet with me. But let's say it varies from a couple hours. I had one employee that had to go home at 3 o'clock because of reaction for a second shot, to people that have tested positive who've had the full 10 days.
Commissioner Law.
Okay, so you just said in the beginning of your statement, I want to make sure, and that's how I read it. This is effective from January 4th through June 30th, 2021. And it's only 10 days.
Yeah, so it's not additional.
This employee, they had to use 10 days. If they get exposed again, they're home on their own time.
They would have to use personal vacation.
Personal or vacation days, okay.
Yeah, this is just an extension. It's not any additional days.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure that's how it was written.
And I'm guessing about 80% of our employees have received at least their first shot. Most have received their second shot last week. And probably, I'm hoping in the next 2 weeks, we won't take, I mean, you never know, but most of our employees have been vaccinated. But unfortunately, every week since January, we've had someone on a COVID leave.
Motion? Yeah.
Move to approve the changes as indicated on the board policy, employee benefits and policies, number 5.09.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Then we have a remote public comment option.
This is almost a moot point if you pass the state of emergency. This was on the agenda. I put this before the request for state of emergency because whether you want to continue to allow people to make public comment remotely. But if you're going to pass the state of emergency, then it's a moot point.
So we'll move on. I figure that's passing. So we'll move on to corporate counsel contract.
Yes, to follow up, you've asked me to negotiate with Coastal and Hosky. And what we did is we verbally agreed to extension. A couple of you asked for more than 2 years to 3 years. So we have verbally agreed to a 3-year extension at 2% per year. All the terms and conditions are the same.
So I would recommend approval of renewal of the contract with Coastal Hosky. With Peter Cole being our lead attorney.
He actually is not our lead attorney.
Well, Peter Cole being our, he's our main attorney.
No, he's not.
Matt Norfolk.
Mr. Cole is semi-retired.
He is semi-retired, but in our conversation on the phone, he said he would still be our attorney.
We do, but he
our
has,
main contact here at the county.
most of the work is not done by Mr. Cole, just to be upfront.
Well, I understand that sometimes that you get your specific, but he's our main person. If he can handle it, we get Peter.
That, to be honest with you, that's not the case anymore now. But that's the decision, our contract is with Cole, Stoker, and Koski.
Well, I understand that, but we had that conversation on the phone, and he said he would still be our attorney.
He is for certain things like negotiations. But other things, if you notice, Mr. Cole has not handled them.
Well, I
And
have
hasn't
noticed
for a
that.
couple of years.
I have noticed that.
Actually, Matt was with her.
Yeah, I think, I won't speak on their behalf, but they are
Yeah, they're-
transitioning.
But all
Our
we've had
contract would
Peter
be,
for the
just to
last couple
clarify.
of years was negotiations. That's, I mean, everything else has been either Perone or Matt or,
The process, we send it down to council, they have 10 attorneys, they decide who handles the work. We've been very pleased with that. They all have different levels of expertise.
Do we need that?
And that's common.
Yeah, that's common. Our contract is with Cole, Stoker, and Toski.
I withdraw my motion.
Move to approve the contract with Cole Stoker and Husky as presented for 2 years,
Sorry, it's 3 years.
3 years as presented.
I will second.
You got 2 seconds.
Okay, two. Patricia did it first.
No, no,
I
no, I did. Rick did it.
Oh, Rick did. Rick and Hammond.
Yes. Any other commissioner rush?
I'm just wondering, wasn't Peter Cole pretty much our point contact?
He was at one point, yeah.
And so now there's been an internal change of the company.
Well, I won't speak on Mr. Cole's behalf, but he is semi-retired. He only does parts of Leelanau, and I forgot the other county, it's one in the Lansing area. But the process works, when we have something, we usually send it to the administrative assistant, and they determine internally, they have a team of attorneys that determine who will handle that case, because they have a broad spectrum of expertise.
So when we call there as a county, are we referred to a point person?
It just varies what the issue is, because between Michelle and I, we know who the key people who do what things. So if it's a generic thing, we send it to the administrative assistant. They, as their team, they decide who handles it for us. Let's say a topic, example is the drain commissioner thing here. We send it to the administrative assistant. We get email back that X attorney will be handling this for our behalf.
It seems like it's changed.
Not really. Peter was greatly more involved. He took on the majority of our cases one time. That's not the case anymore. They also have expanded. They used to have, I think when I came here, they had 5, 6 attorneys. They probably have 10 now. Matt Norford now is a partner, which he wasn't before.
No, that's what I was just gonna say. My understanding is Matt is not associate now. He's a partner.
Yes.
So, I mean, nothing really changed.
And he has gradually been taking more of the assignment, but that's an internal. We don't get involved. We don't say, we want this attorney to handle this case.
You know, but it has changed, and Deborah's absolutely right. It used to be you would call and you would get Peter, and then Peter would say, I will have David handle this. David's our guy that does this, or I can't think, Bonnie. Bonnie was the one that will handle that, we'll push it on to Bonnie. So Peter's was our contact person. And in our conversation, I gathered that he would still be our point
Yes,
person.
and some things he is, like a general thing, like this thing on the Prayer Act. That's a generic thing.
But
I
you
just
said
call it-
negotiations, and even Matt did something with the last negotiations.
Yeah, that's a decision they made internally.
So basically, we have a law firm with
We have a law
lot
firm.
of expertise.
Yes.
And the person who specializes in or can handle an issue is assigned that and has the time, which is a bonus. So sounds like a really good thing that they have.
It's worked out
more.
very well.
Yeah.
It has worked out very well, and as Peter said, he is up here. I think he knows our county best, maybe next to David. But Peter knows us best up here.
Well, the reality is Peter only has 2 counties now. He is semi-retired. And I don't know how they're structured internally, but that's the system we've been working for the last several years.
I think I got it through his accident, you know, I know.
It was actually before his accident.
Not very much before, because we sat with him in negotiations, I know, before that.
Well, if you go back and look at all the contracts the last 5 years, you'll see that most of them were not done by Peter. At one point, they were.
I was thinking, talking more about not contracts, but the opinions. That's my concern, is the opinions.
Michelle, you've had,
I was just gonna say, for example, when I called her on anything election related, I would never talk to Peter unless he wants to talk to me. I would automatically go to David Stover. There's some things now where I might talk to, maybe it's on CPL and I get sued. I might talk to Peter and David together, and then I'm gonna talk to Courtney Gavera, because that's what her expertise is. And they have certain experts, they've got someone that can help us with any expertise we have. And some things, Peter is the point person, but there's a lot of stuff that it's gonna be mad, it's gonna be
for
fine.
the dam authority or the conservation district, that's all done by Tim Perone. And has been for years. So they have expertise, and we also know who those expertise are. Right, for example, for Michelle, that's a great example. Anything that's related to elections, you automatically call David Stover to see someone. We know handles that. Dam related, we know it's Tim Perone. Even though he's not a partner, we know that. Yeah. Go to. Just want to clarify that.
No, I think we have 9 people voting on this, so make sure you count your vote.
All those in favor? Aye. You say aye. All those opposed, the same sign.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-1. Thank you. All right. So that brings us to Title VI policy approval.
This was
I
right
had to go out for a minute, but he'll be back.
We're taking a break or?
No, he just got to make a phone
Because this
call.
was recommended by Matt Norford. As we were reviewing policies, he noticed that we did not have a Title VI policy in place and recommended, many federal contracts now, many grants require proof of a Title VI policy in place. And this is one that's adopted by most counties in the state of Michigan.
I know last time we looked at it, Commissioner Rushton had some questions, and so I went through it thoroughly, and I think what she was talking about, she can maybe confirm, but was that, like on page 8, it designates the county administrator as the only person, as part of the coordinator, and it ends up leading out the, any policies or administration that the board has nothing to do with it. And then again, it reemphasizes that on page 13, where it gives all the instructions that it would be only the administrator and the board would have no say in it once we would pass this. And then, when I also looked at it, I thought about this public dissemination. I thought that if we just did it at the government thing, rather than all the other stuff that they're talking about, and then we have to give it out to every contractor that's here and all that, I think we could skip that. And on the remedial action, I thought it should be at least 180 days instead of 90. And then on page 16, it says the department heads and elected officials should create a record of language assistance services provided. So I'm just wondering if then we want to add that, keep that in there, so we ended up, every department's gonna have to have records and set up things. And I think that seems a little bit excessive to me. So those were, then the rest of it I thought was okay. But those were things that I looked at that I was concerned about, but I thought maybe were either a little heavy-handed or over processed. Commissioner Alba.
Your last concern, like keeping of records, I don't think it would be that much, but those are the things that protect a manager.
I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying.
Addressing your last concern about keeping records.
Yes.
That is what will protect a manager and a county government organization if there is a problem. And I don't think you're talking about a lot of extensive records. We don't have that many people with language issues, but that's pretty basic. That's pretty normal to have to keep records for that kind of thing. And it does protect us.
If you want to make changes, we probably should get legal clarification, because some of this may be mandated by the federal government.
Yeah.
And that's be part of the policy, so I'm not sure, just like with this emergency management, this declaration of emergency, we could not change the word, we have to do it like that. So I just don't have enough expertise to know, but any changes you wish to make, we probably should have reviewed by Mr. Norfolk before we make any changes, because we may not be able to make changes.
Right.
It may be federal guidelines or federal mandates.
So it would be, you believe it'd be a federal mandate to, that only you could be the one?
I'm talking in general about any changes in the
I mean,
policy.
I did talk to, Mr. Hubble about being an assistant with it or being part of it, but he was not interested in doing that, so. But I hate to put the entire burden on the administrator only, in one person.
What we could do is, if you give me those issues or concerns, I can clarify them.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just don't know enough. I hate to make any changes on the federal. It may be some things we may have flexibility, some we're not, just like on this. I was hoping to change the term of it from emergency, declaration of emergency management. I was told we cannot change it.
Yeah.
So that's why, I'm not saying we shouldn't do that. I'm saying I just don't know. Before we officially vote on something, we should get those questions answered.
I don't think we're looking for clarification. I think we're looking for us, tell them we want to add those words. So since how you're gonna ask that question. So if you're not just clarifying it, what we want to say is, we're gonna pass this, but we want it to be one other person. So it could be like you
I can
and
tell
the
you on
chair.
many of our other policies, it's just one person in the state
I am seeing that chat.
administrator. So it's not uncommon.
Yeah, and I can't see the board getting involved in personnel matters like that. I think that's the purview of the administrator. I support the idea of Chet finding out what leeway we have.
Yours is yellow?
Yeah.
Yeah, then we can have, if you don't mind, give me a
Well,
copy.
but if the board doesn't want to look at that, then this was just something I was throwing out for the board to think about. Commissioner Rush.
Who's the alternate if something happens to him?
Laurel.
You could appoint, that's a good question.
Yeah.
That's one thing, an alternate. And two, once we go ahead and approve this as written, it appears as though we no longer have any input into the direction that the coordinator is taking. And I kind of have a concern with that. Page 13, training program development. I thought that was something that we were discussing. I would like to see, especially under the training program development, be approved by the county board with whatever you have decided that you're going to use for training. And certain things like that, where once we give this authority to you, then we no longer have any ability to make changes unless we rescind that appointment. So for me,
I'm not speaking about this policy, but in general, you have no authority over the employees. You don't get involved in personnel issues with the.
But we do have a certain, you're employed by us, okay? And once we delegate that power completely 100% to you, we, through this program, have given you carte blanche.
Just like hiring and firing. If you don't like the choices I make, then you make a change in the administration. I'm talking in general.
Well, and I wouldn't want to have to fire you over something as silly as that. So I would like to have some sort of communication oversight on what, type of training you're planning for our employees.
Commissioner Robbins.
I understand why Joe doesn't want to get involved, because it could end up being criminal. My suggestion is I see both sides here. I don't think as a board, once we hand it off, that is our job. That's what we trust the administrator for. My suggestion is if you want a second person, I don't think us as the board should be involved. But talk to Matt and get a suggestion from him who he feels should be the alternate or assistant to it. It's probably the best way to go, to keep it all neutral.
Now, the other thing is, and my thought was, along the line of what you were saying, is instead of having one person's shoulder, you've got one person handling. So what if the discrimination is against the sitting administrator? So I didn't see anything in here,
Then it'll go right to the full board.
it doesn't say that.
No, but that's the way that you're structured. I'm the only employee that you have.
As long as we, as long as, well, our administrator is the only employee we've got, not necessarily you, and that's
No,
why I
I'm
put it
definitely-
that way. So that sitting administrator doesn't tell us there's an issue. There's nobody else to go to.
Good point. So at minimum, we need to look for an alternate.
Well, would it be all right if I gave him the things that I've highlighted and he can ask about them? And see if, or do you want to, how would you like to address it?
I think that's a great idea.
Let's start.
If you have questions, then you deserve to get answers to them. And he can find our answers for us.
That'd be all right? All right, so then we move on. We'll do that then, all right? And we'll move on then to anti-bias training options.
Well, the only update is, we talked about, I believe it was last month, you heard a presentation from Northwestern Michigan College. Mr. Bunnick found, I believe, some CDs and some online classes. And then Ron wanted to mention that our contract with No Before, there's a module there, it's about 40 minutes long, on discrimination. And I believe that was sent out to all of you with an attachment, a brief overview. And I believe that's the, as far as we've gone.
Commissioner West.
I did receive the information from Ron, and I tried to, you had to pay for it to really review it. But I did try to do some research, and I touched base with some community members. And I still believe that before we select a training program, we need to make sure that we know what we're buying, and we make sure it's going to do the job we want it to do. And I'm sure, Chet, you're getting frustrated with this being on the agenda every month and not moving forward. I didn't like what it looked like on that know before something. Because it looked like it was on general diversity, how to get along with gender diversity and age diversity and social class diversity. But I didn't see any focus, and I may be wrong because you couldn't get into it, but I didn't see any focus on racial diversity. And before we select anything, I'd sure like to look at it. And I also think there's a real advantage to have human interaction and discussion and reflection. And I like the community college route better.
Commissioner Rogers.
Well, it's been a long day, so bear with me. The first 4 months I was on the sidelines, watched this go down. Last 4 months I'm on the playing field. And we've made we're getting there. But I also think it's time to move on to some other things too. We finally got the policy for the employees that I think we really needed. I've talked to some of the employees and, everybody wants training for them. A lot of them don't want it. They already feel they're already doing the job. They wake up every day, they're doing their job, they're being professional. We have the policy. I feel that's what we need. From what I've been told, correct me if I'm wrong, the supervisors and department heads have been trained by Cold Stouffer. And their training should be to identify it. If there is a problem, stop it before it happens, and also help to report it to the right person and then have the investigation started. So I think we've covered everything as far as the county employees have. I mean, until we have a problem with a county employee, which we haven't. We've had a problem with a county road commissioner, but we haven't had a problem with county employee. I think we've had one complaint on sexual harassment over the years, is what I've been told, but we haven't had anything that's been reported. And I think if our supervisors are trained, they can identify it. If they see an employee that's probably going down the wrong road, they pull them aside, counsel them, document it, and go from there. So I feel like the next move for us, and I said it right from the beginning, is it has to move out of this commission room. It has to move into the community. And I'm not saying us as the commissioners, we start the program. There's Ellen Fred and her people. I want to see them start the program. And what I'd like to see, if it's possible, 2 of us commissioners, we be signed to it. And I don't want to call it a task force like she did today. Task force just sounds too rigid. You know, make it a coalition. And go outside the community, get the tribe, sheriff department, get all the schools, whoever wants to get involved. And let's have some meetings and let's discuss. I don't want to discuss what's going on in Chicago, Detroit, Minneapolis. I want to discuss what's going on in Leelanau County. I think it's time to find out, identify if there is a problem in this county. And if there is, then we come back and we come up with a procedure on how to correct it. So that's where I'm headed with all this. It's just, it's time to leave here. You know, we've gone back and forth. Let's go in the community and identify and see if there is a problem out there.
Any other comments? Commissioner Solicitor.
I think this is an intriguing approach. How would you implement that?
That's why I want, you know, she's the only one I know by name. That's why I want Ellen Fred, or whoever the group is. I want the community to start it. We will assist as county commissioners. I'll be more than glad to sit on it. I think Ty would. And let's do it. I don't want to call it a pilot program, but let's just, they're the ones that need to initiate it, not us here.
So do you and Ty, or you and whoever, need to just reach out and let them know that this is something that you would like to see
Right.
happen?
Right.
I'm just trying to find an action.
You need to talk into the microphone, we can't.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I know that. So sorry. Okay, I'll back up. I was saying that I thought this was an intriguing initiative, and I was asking Commissioner Robbins how to get this, how to implement it. And if he and whoever else was interested would reach out to Ellen Fred or whomever and start this, because there has to be some action component or nothing will happen.
Right.
So-
No, I agree. But I want it to start from the community. I want them, they started it out there. They got the group. I want them to initiate this.
But they need to know you're interested.
We are interested. We will assist, but it's going to be their program. And, you know, if you get every school, social worker, or whoever wants to be involved, I've talked to some of the school principals. Some of them said, yes, we would like to do it, but they got to get approved by their school boards members or board there, and, you know, get the tribe involved, you know, sheriff wants to send somebody, if the prosecutor wants to send victims assistance. Let's brainstorm what's going on in Leelanau County and identify if there is a problem, where it's at, and then we will regroup and come back and come up with a solution.
This makes ultimate sense. I'm just asking Commissioner Robbins, will you agree to reach out and indicate that we're interested in doing this? And let them, that we would like to
Yes.
see them initiate.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that we would be willing to then support perhaps in some way in the future. I'd like that commitment, that awareness from us. And it might be providing the facility, it might be providing if they need a little bit of money, whatever. But we need to see what they want to do.
Well, I'm not saying we're gonna give them taxpayers money. I'm
If
saying
they
we're gonna
needed
be
to
part of
pay
it.
one consultant.
We have to take one at a time. This isn't a conversation thing, you know, and I think we have the concept here, you know, so I, you know, unless there's a motion, then I think, you know, this could be discussed afterwards of what you wanted to do, but. Is there any other, Commissioner Weston?
I
Yes.
wonder, just so we don't do the same thing we've done on the training on this, if we don't move this forward and ask for a little more detail by next Tuesday, so that we then have a plan to move forward to how we're gonna reach out.
You want to make a motion for that? I mean, that would. No.
I would move.
Go ahead.
I would move that we move this forward and ask Commissioner Robbins to present us with more detail next Tuesday.
I would support that.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, I would just say I'm against this board getting involved in a task force. If they want to come to us and ask us, they can set one up. If they want to set one up and tell us about it, I would say fine, but I'm not gonna support this. Are there any other comments? So, although, go ahead.
I want to pick up on that because we knew we had an issue with drug abuse. And so we took a leadership role and we formed a leadership coalition. And I think we've done some pretty neat stuff. And thanks to Commissioner Rushton and Greg McMorrow and Chet's leadership. But that wouldn't have happened if we didn't reach out. We're not doing all the work. We got a lot in the community working on that and a lot of agencies and a lot of resources. But somebody's got to step forward. And I think that's what I'm suggesting that we do with this.
See, you're equating something totally different.
Right.
That, we had a death from that, and we had serious thing. All we've got is a commissioner who, you know, did a thing, and we've taken it from the road commission. They don't even have to talk about it anymore, and it's here ever since. And I don't understand that at all. It wasn't brought to us by anybody except for one of our commissioners. And we've been dealing with this for 6-8 months now. And now again, we want to bring it out. So we're going to bring it to the community and make them create a task force. That I think Commissioner Robbins had the right idea. Let them come to us. If they want something like this to happen, let them come to us. We've had our training, we've trained our things, we got a lot of opinions that I didn't agree with in our training, and I don't want that kind of training again. So if, I mean, in the anti-bias training we're talking about would be this know before you go, or whatever you do before you act. But I certainly don't want this to be our training now, that we set up a task force to tell us how to train our employees. And I don't think that's what he's talking about. I'm saying let the community come to us if they want us to do something. Let them show us what the problem is. You're saying there's a problem, and you're saying there's a bias, and I'm biased, and you're biased. Okay, everybody's biased in some way or another, but that doesn't make it a problem. We were all raised by our parents.
Mr. Chair, I think you're misunderstanding what I said. We had an idea from a commissioner. We could either just nod our heads and move forward, or I'm suggesting that we just move it next week and get some more detail to what he's thinking of. I'm not suggesting any of the details. I also would strongly disagree, however, that we want to pick know before you go when none of us have seen that program. I also disagree with you, Mr. Chairman, that we have heard from the community. And you may not think we have an issue, and I may not think we have an issue, but community has stepped forward. So this isn't something that one of us is creating. We have been asked to deal with this. This is a way to do it.
Commissioner Locke.
I agree that with Commissioner Robbins, he has the right idea that if the community wants to form whatever they want to form or whatever they want to do, and if they can identify ongoing problems in the county, then that's something that can be dealt with. As far as this county board goes, we've got our employees. I think it would be interesting to purchase a Know Before You Go and see what the program is all about. It's a very small price. See what the program is about, and it's something that can be used over and over and over again for new employees as we get new employees, et cetera. So I think that's the route that we ought to go. If it's not what we like, I know there's other programs out there, but it's a start. Because it covers everything, from what I can tell. And I think that could be just a tool just to have for all employees to cover all bases in the future.
Commissioner Allen.
I don't want to belabor this, but I also reviewed what could be reviewed on Know Before You Go, and it was not very good. But there are other programs out there, and those have been discussed as well, and I think we can talk about that later.
Commissioner Rush.
Remind me what the cost of Know Before.
I believe it was $475.
$475 per year for the program.
That's a lot of money.
Less than $500.
Pardon me?
Less than $500.
Yes, $475. So I just would like to say this. We're not going to fix what's in the hurts of men. That's not our job. Our job, the way I see it, is to inform our employees of the best way to approach certain situations. Beyond that, I agree. If the community would like to address the issues of whatever it is, then education may be their best weapon. But it's not our job to educate the county citizens. It's our job to keep our employees informed so that they follow the laws of the land. And as it's been mentioned, there may be some incidences, but it is not a widespread problem in our community today. I think we need to focus on what we need to do as commissioners for our employees. So I would be perfectly happy to purchase the information from the company we currently use. If we find that that's inadequate for what we're looking for, if the training is not sufficient, we can always move to another level of education. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is to move this forward to next week and maybe get more clarifications. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, the same sign.
Aye.
So the motion passes 6-1. So this will be moved forward. And we can try to clarify this even more. Okay, thank you for that. So then that would bring us then to workers' compensation renewal.
Yeah, I'm just looking for some feedback from the commissioners. Our current contract expires July 1st. We have been with Pearson and McGregor for, I don't know how many years. Michelle, do you know, off your head? Substantial amount of time. We did go out for bid in 2019. Last year, the board asked just to continue to get a quote from Pearson and McGregor. So now that it's April, our contract expires. It does take a little bit of work to get the quotes because we have to provide them all our employment numbers. So I guess the question is, do you wish to go out for a full bid proposal, or do you wish to negotiate with Pearson, McGregor, to make a decision?
Do you have a recommendation?
How many years ago was it we put it out for bid?
2.
It was 2 years ago? And
We've had no issues. Fortunately, we've been fortunate without a lot of incidents. And the fees that we did with they're pretty much standard because the coverage is pretty much mandated. there's not a lot of flexibility. Have we had good service with Gamer Grant? Yeah, I don't have any issues with that. He does give us an update every year when it comes to our meetings. We went for a full bids 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we asked for quotes. I think we had 3. Both times the board chose to stay with Pearson. David Austin, Traverse City.
I think we ought to stay with what we have. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, at this time, I'm just looking for guidance. Should I request a quote from him? Without going off the full bid process?
That would be what, that's my motion.
You have support?
I'll support.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. And that brings us to Michigan Independence Commission.
Yeah, I'll give a brief overview, then Michelle should give the details. As you know, this was mandated by the state 3 years ago, Michelle, I believe. A change in the way court records and cases are being filed. Originally, there was 4 standards that were mandated, and the state covers the majority of our costs. They added a 5th standard now, that is October 1st. The person doing it has to be a legal attorney. The person we have now, part-time employee, former court worker, Alan Crocker, is no longer eligible to serve in that capacity as of October 1st, which is a shame because it was a great deal for us, part-time, 10 hours a week. He knew the courts, he knows the attorneys. It's worked out extremely well for us. However, because of the changes, that is no longer an option. As of October 1st, we tried to talk to the state about continuing it, because actually I think it's a cost savings for us and the county, and the state. However, we were not successful. We are in a tri-county partnership, as you know, with the courts, and Grand Traverse and Tantrum are the other 2 counties. They have, and
go, it has to be to the state, they have to approve it, and I can do that. My understanding is with their knowledge that it hasn't been approved by the county board of commissioners. I've been talking to her that because until we can get these contracts in place and try to work this out with the other two counties, Chet and I can't bring you something that we don't know.
So
Commissioner Law.
to move it forward for next week, are you going to have a compliance plan for Leelanau County, or will we just request from the other counties that they?
I've got all, but I left 4 questions blank on the draft compliance plan in anticipation. I know what the answers should be, but I'm figuring I'll defer to the attorney to give me the answers. And then I will go through and put costs that I know some will be what they are. I know that I have to increase the county portion 1.2%, so that's an easy one. And then if anything, I will probably have to estimate high on the contract as opposed to low. I think we'll know that better after later this week with a couple more meetings. But I won't submit anything that I don't
So
tell
I
you.
guess the question, wasn't clear. Will you have something for us Tuesday night?
I will do the best I can, but it will still be draft form because
Okay.
even though we approve it, doesn't mean the state will.
If you can get it together by Tuesday night, I would make a motion, we move this forward to Tuesday night. So we can begin the process at least.
And I can also, if I can't get it all done, I can bring it and certainly go over it with you. I mean, we have to present it. We don't have a lot of choices here.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I'll second that motion.
So we have a motion to move this forward. So all those, yeah, we got to support Commissioner C. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. And that brings us to the union negotiations.
Yeah, as you know, there've been a lot of changes in the personnel in the sheriff's office with the addition of the sergeants, the new lieutenant, because the undersheriff was the former lieutenant, passing of Mr. Bailey. And during the transition from undersheriff, from one undersheriff to another sheriff, they went through the process, hired 2 sergeants and a lieutenant. When they were placed on the pay scale, the sergeants were not given credit for their 15 years of service. The lieutenant was, they're both in the same union. So it was a minor, we viewed it as a minor issue. We want to make sure there wasn't any grievance. We brought it up to the sheriff and other sheriff and to the union rep. They agreed that we need to resolve this. So what you have, which was mailed out in a copy given to you, is agreement that was reviewed by our team, which is Commissioner Lauter and Commissioner Bunny yesterday, I believe. Michelle and Jen did the financial part. Mr. Cole drafted the language. It was approved by the union and it's endorsed by the sheriff and undersheriff. So basically, it just clarifies the pay scale for these new employees. It's a part of one union. The lieutenant and the sergeants are part of one command.
I would recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the letter of understanding between Leelanau County, the Leelanau County Sheriff, and the Fraternal Order of Police Labor Council, FOPLC, Law Enforcement Command Unit, as presented.
Second. All those in favor, will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. So then that brings a review of financials. Yeah.
I had just a couple of questions, but I'll try to make them quick. Just check into, I see on page 4, claims and accounts, that there was pot bought for a demo lunch, and I don't know what that means, but that doesn't really seem like it's a training session, so I don't know why we would be buying pop or demo lunch, just whatever that is.
Excuse me, that's a LEPC?
It was EMS.
Your emergency services,
Oh.
is it your LE?
Okay, that is, I believe, a grant money and food is allowed and they always provide.
Oh, it's paid for by grant, a grant
Thank you for
dollars.
clearing that up. I was trying to think what that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and then, on page 17, it's very, V-A-R-I, and it said cube corners. So I was really excited, because I thought it was going to be corners for these that we keep running into that are sharp, but it's not. What are cube corners?
Probably the cubicles, the plastic ones.
Did you say
I
page
guess-
17?
Yeah, that's what, I thought they'd be here. I thought they were for these.
I do.
Is it something?
No, those are the desks that you can rise up and stand at.
Laurel and Chet now stand at their desks.
So we still can't get corners for our.
Oh, we can get corners like,
We just keep running into, we can't see them. That's what I thought.
I'll make a note to
So I
get
was kind of
some
excited.
color or something.
Tags on.
Tags.
They're a little small though. We'll see what we can do for that.
All right. And then I did notice, I don't remember what page, but it looked like a notary for the sheriff's department. Do we have a notary over there now? Is the notary seal?
Jan has always been a notary there, but.
Oh, is her renewal?
Her renewal.
Okay, cool. All right, gotcha. Thank you. I think that was it
Here's
for
the
me.
question.
My question was claims and account on page 7. I noticed that senior services purchased pathogen kits. And I was wondering, what are they using these pathogen kits for?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'll have to ask April.
You can look it up.
Yeah. I don't believe anybody over there is a nurse.
Oh, yeah, well, we do contract with a nurse, yes.
Okay, well.
I'm guessing maybe, okay, I'm just guessing here, she does big house calls and visits, we do have a contract with a nurse,
Okay.
so. let me
I'd still
check.
like to know, who's and why. Who's using them and why.
We can get that to you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We'll move on to any special reports. So that would then bring us to public comment. You guys, please come forward. And if you wanted to call in for public comment, the number is 231-256-8109. 231-256-8109. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks for your time. First, applaud you guys for your stamina. I joined the call at 9 o'clock and did have to take a break. I'm sorry, my name is Mike McMillan. I'm over in Northport. And again, appreciate what you guys do for us in the county. I just had a couple, I figured I'd come in and do it in person because I would like to get more involved as we moved to the county 2 years ago. I got a comment, observation, and maybe a suggestion. The observation, I was a little concerned about how quickly we spent $44,000 on something for the broadband without a clear strategy. And the fact we didn't even challenge with $44,000 involved, why isn't it 39,000? So I think everybody here is capable of negotiating. So I would suggest you guys relook at that because that was a quick decision on $44,000. The other observation or a comment, I do want, I forgot to say this earlier, the road commission, I'm involved with the Gills Pier Fiber project. I'm the unvolunteering street captain. And the road commission, I couldn't thank them enough for their efforts to help us. They got us through some things that could be called regulations that in normal times, they probably would have just, moved on and we'd have to take on different challenges. But they worked with us and it was a great demonstration of government working with the citizens. So again, thanks to the road commission for what they did for us. And lastly, more of a challenge as I look at the broadband, it feels like we don't have a clear-cut strategy. And this area here, I think it's one of the bigger decisions, my point of view would be one of the bigger decisions you guys will make if you look back 10 years from now, is how did we address the broadband need for the community? And I think we're selling ourselves short if the strategy doesn't include trying to get fiber to everybody. And I think I would exhaust that. I'm not saying we're capable of, or our suppliers are capable of doing it, but I would think that would be where you want to start the strategy, is that fiber to everybody. And then through that process, if it's determined you can't get there, then we go to wireless approach. Because I really do think 10 years from now, wireless, you might as well just have the AOL dial-up if you guys remember back then. So again, that would be my point on that, is that if you need to involve the community, I'd be more than happy to volunteer, to bring back those suggestions. I'm not saying we have the suppliers to do that, but have the community. And I know we have Lyft, but I think Lyft could probably use some other observations as well. But my challenge to the board here would be fiber should be the strategy for us. So I appreciate your time and your commitment. Thank you. Who is my commissioner? I live on Gills Pier.
Commissioner Wesson.
You're Mike, right?
Yeah, Mike.
I've got a couple of emails from you. You're the team captain. You've been helping the Omina people. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, that too. Okay, thanks. I appreciate your help. Thanks.
Are you with any company at all, or? Just-
Retiree.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, if there's any other public comment, it's 231-256-8109, 231-256-8109. And we could, while we're waiting, if there's a call, we can go to commissioner comments. Any commissioner comments? Commissioner Halward.
I'd like to share something that Sheriff Borkovich did for us. I had a constituent email concerned about a sign down on 72 that used foul language. And they're concerned about kids seeing that. And Chad advised me that there was nothing legally that could be done, and I talked to Sheriff Borkovich. He went down and talked to the man. He just said, think about the kids. And the guy said, well, I'm mad. And he said, well, we're all mad. So the man took the sign down. So the sheriff solved a problem for us in a very friendly, amicable way, and he really didn't even need to do that. So I appreciate that.
Yeah. I sometimes feel that when we disagree with each other, we attack the other. And I felt that a couple of times today. And so I just pulled up a quote I think we all ought to have on our desk by my favorite American author, Mark Twain. It ain't what you don't know that gets you into trouble. It's what you know for sure that just ain't so. And I think sometimes at this table, we're so absolutely committed to whatever it is we think we believe that we're not willing to maybe see if there's another view. And that's how I feel about when we had the discussion of race. I felt attacked. And I may be right and you may be right, but what we don't know and think is true is what gets us in trouble. And I'd ask us, when we do that prayer that we approved, we pray for a little bit more sensitivity to how we communicate with others. Because I did feel attacked today, and I don't like that feeling. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'd like to say, I do appreciate all of you, and voting to have the prayer. I think that was, there was, like Commissioner Wessel said, there are times I felt attacked at that same thing, but in the end, we came up with a good solution. And that's what I really appreciate about this group, that we try not to hold grudges, that we try to work through and get the best we can out of it. And so I appreciate all of you, and I appreciate all the efforts that you put in, just as this gentleman said himself. And I just wanted to thank you just for today, because I think it was a long, hard day for all of us. Commissioner Watt.
Yes, grueling. Well, I find it very interesting, and I couldn't agree with more that's what it has been said. But sometimes what I think isn't realized is that the more sometimes a point is hammered home, the louder the voice gets, and sometimes that begins to feel like bullying too. And so there's a lot to be kept in mind. So thank you.
Mr. Rush.
And, I feel for you, Ty, that you felt attacked today. But I can tell you that I can't tell you how long the attack against 3 particular commissioners have been going on. Right off the get-go, at the beginning of the meeting, we were directly attacked. And that is also wearing on commissioners. So that message maybe needs to be extended to the constituents out there that have a different opinion about what certain commissioners do or don't do.
Any other comments? All right, so then that would bring us to approval of financials. I don't think we have any amendments or transfers. So then that would bring us down then to claims and accounts. Commissioner Lautner?
Yes, I would recommend approval of claims and accounts, $169,470.87.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
I would recommend approval of post audit, $1,806,016.29.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same sign.